Hello, and welcome to GamerGate Debates. I'm your host, Jay Kelly Twit, and I've got several guests on today. I have Helicopter Guy, I have Netscape, I have Sarge, and I have Vyric. And they're going to talk about some disagreements they have concerning GamerGate. Go ahead for it.
Are we even on air right now?
Yes.
We are.
Okay, that's weird. It just says off air on mine.
I see live up in the top right of mine.
Yeah, I guess it's just whatever is lagging on my end.
Bit of technical difficulties. Anyway,
Okay.
I believe Sarge had the last talking point coming off from Netscape's previous stream.
Yeah, I don't remember. We were talking about Anita Sarkeesian, and
For some reason, yes.
we were talking about her in regards
But I don't even know why we'd be talking about her, because
I could tell you
GamerGate
why.
about ethics in gaming journalism?
The reason that we started talking about her is because you were talking about how there was this group of people that were trying to prohibit people from making games, and I basically said you can make the same argument about Anita Sarkeesian's fan
Yes.
club
Yes,
and
but-
all of the anti-GamerGate crew, because they go in and they attack all of these developers for doing any of their own art styles that don't fit their social justice
Sure.
narrative.
But shouldn't you have said, instead of saying, well, let me tell you about how Anita Sarkeesian does the same thing?
Well, the argument sort of evolved. I don't remember every step of the way, but
No. And then we got into how Anita Sarkeesian does it in her most recent video, where she said that I understood how it evolved, but I guess the question is, I thought it was about ethics in gaming journalism.
It's about several things.
It's a hashtag.
Political
It really
correctness
has
is one of
a
those.
superfluous meaning. You know, you could mean it to be whatever you want.
Well, yes,
And
it can. And
the only
so,
reason.
so what you have to do.
The only
Go ahead.
reason Sarkeesian's ever been brought up is because she's lying about GamerGate. She's a liar. That's basically why. That's the only
But
reason.
what has she said about GamerGate prior to the most recent interview that she did about GamerGate?
From the
She
beginning, she's
made
been
it
saying.
that she is a victim of harassment from GamerGate, which was
I don't think she said it
Totally
was from
not.
GamerGate.
really.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to have to go back and check those articles.
Never
because I'm
said
pretty sure
that.
it was.
I don't think she said it was coming from GamerGate.
Ever,
Welcome back,
in her
Sarge.
entire life.
I mean, she's probably said it in her entire life, but I don't think that when you guys point to her saying that bad things have been done to her, I don't think she ever actually attributed it to GamerGate.
Personally,
certainly-
Anita
well,
Sarkeesian to
the
me
media
means
certainly
nothing
did.
because
Look at
she is a spokesperson for a group. And that is something I believe a lot of people...
You know what? Even if
misrepresent.
Anita didn't attribute it to herself, which I find very dubious at best, and I could go dig it up and see if I can re-find that shit where they were talking about it. I've seen everybody else make that argument for her, and since we just got done reading a whole bunch of Gamers Are Dead articles on my channel, and we just got done reading through a lot of this fucking propaganda from your side, it doesn't have to be Anita who makes the
Right,
argument.
but
Everybody
I
else
don't.
inflates her and brought her into the argument in the first place. They went and they said, here's what's going on with Zoe Quinn, and here's what's going on with Anita, and obviously these two groups are automatically related. And then, on top of that, then they said it's the entire gaming culture scene, not just people on 4chan, not just people
Well,
on
I don't
Gamer.
think that's accurate.
No,
So-
that's what they fucking did.
Well, whoever said that?
What?
Who said that?
It was Leigh Alexander and the other guy, was it Chris Plenty that wrote the other Gamer Are Dead article? That
No,
he
but
wrote?
Leigh
Read, Dr.
Leigh
as well.
Alexander's article was very clear
There
that she was
also,
talking about a subsection.
Dr. Nerdlove, he wrote it in his article that I was reading. He equated the entire game culture. He said that it was a boys' club, don't let the girls in mentality that was creating the harassment.
I'll go take a look at his article that I haven't read in detail. But speaking about Leigh Alexander's article, she was very clear that she wasn't talking about the entirety of gamers. that
Okay,
she
well
was
then I'll go
speaking
bring up
about-
exact quotes for you. Hang on one second.
Sure. That she was talking about a subsection of gamers, which she titled the.
We just got done reading through it, so I already know you're full of shit on this, but go ahead.
Okay. She was talking about, if I remember correctly, a subsector, and I'll try and find her exact quote there. In her "Gamers Are Over" article, gamers are not your audience. Gamers don't have to exist.
Right off the bat, here we go. It's buying things for gaming culture. It's buying things, spackling over memes and in-jokes repeatedly. It's getting mad on the internet. It's young men queuing with plush mushroom hats and backpacks and jutting promo poster rolls. Queuing passionately for hours at events around the world to see things that marketers want them to see, to find out whether they should buy things or not. And then she goes on to say, they don't know how to dress or behave. So she's basically saying that all these people that go out and
all these people,
don't know how to dress and behave. And you're
she's saying that these young men queuing up with. She's saying that these young men, that game culture is kind of embarrassing. That it's these young men queuing with plush mushroom hats.
What's wrong with? First of all, she says that they don't know how to dress or behave. That's A. She hasn't provided any evidence. B. That's a subjective statement. And C.
Sure, but it's an opinion.
Where are we pulling this data from? Like,
it's
which
an opinion
part of the gaming culture are we saying?
Telling us what her opinion is. It's not. It's not a sociological evaluation.
By particular subset, she's saying that this is gaming culture overall.
No, she puts when she uses the word games culture, she puts it in scare quotes. I think every time.
The rest of the little quotes that we were digging up beforehand.
No, every time she says games culture, she puts it in scare quotes. So she's not talking about everyone who plays games. She's talking about this subsection, what people call games culture, queuing up passionately for hours with plush mushroom hats.
What is your issue?
Jokes.
Hang on. What is your issue with people that wear mushroom plushy hats and backpacks? Because I have my sister wears that shit all the time, and so when
hell,
you say
my daughter
young
has.
Men, you can't take my only assumption that when you say young men wearing that you're basically erasing the identity of all the girls.
You can't take one aspect of what she's discussing, the plush mushroom hats, and distance
right there.
Distance it.
You have not convinced me that at all that she is only talking about a small subset. Right. What I could see her trying to do is trying to create a dichotomy that only those young basement dweller young men do all this shit. I've gone out there with plenty of female friends. I've had female friends go, and I've had my own cousin go and sit there and get Halo and Call of Duty waiting out line in the store at like Walmart or Target to go and get that shit. So please, you're going to tell me that's young men that's doing that shit? Fuck off.
What she's saying is you don't have to assume that your audience is just young men queuing with plush mushroom hats.
What she's saying is that this is a culture this is a particular culture that she does not like.
Yes.
And I'm asking, what is wrong with it?
Buying things, spackling over memes and in-jokes repeatedly, and getting mad on the internet is not a healthy culture. It's not.
Well, you know what? I think spackling over memes and in-jokes is perfectly fine. And getting mad over the internet, what do you think feminists do on an everyday basis?
Well, look, other people. You think feminists are terrible for doing it, so I don't think that feminists do it too. Makes it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody gets mad on the internet, but I'm sure that you, considering how you've been white knighting for Anita since we started, would automatically white knight to the
let's first be clear. Before you accuse me,
every day.
I'm sorry. Before you accuse me of trying to have sex with Anita Sarkeesian, I'm a happily married man with 2 children, and I have absolutely. Yeah, so my understanding of what you mean by white knight is that I'm going out there to defend Anita Sarkeesian on the internet in the hopes that someone is going to have sex with me.
You know what? I'm sorry. I do not subscribe to that
definition.
My subscription to that definition is you basically rush to their defense to where you can take all their criticism on yourself, or you're just trying to rush in on their behalf. But you know what? That's okay. It's the colloquial use of the word has many different urban definitions. So if you want to go ahead and use that definition, I'm not trying to accuse you of defending her solely to get in her pants. I'm just saying that you're rushing into her defense, and you're doing it in a very bad way to defend her.
Well, I'm certainly rushing her defense because I think she merits defense.
I'm sorry, you think that.
You think
but I think you've moved. I think you've moved off. I think we were talking about the Gamers Are Over article. And so I want to be clear that what the Gamers Are Over article is saying, it's saying that you as a game developer don't need to focus on game culture as you know it, because that game culture, buying things, spackling over memes and in-jokes and getting mad on the internet, is not your audience. People who are buying games are much more diverse than that. You don't need to pander to this one subsection. Look to other things that are worth providing value to.
You have yet to describe to me at all what is wrong with this little particular subculture that she's talking about.
What's wrong with it is, I think, self-evident.
What is
The
self-evident about it?
self-culture
What's
itself
wrong with memes?
defines itself as merely being a consumerist movement, spackling over memes and in-jokes, and getting mad on the internet. That's what she defines the culture as. And
Yeah,
those
what
are
is
not
wrong with
things.
tackling memes and in jokes, and also getting mad on the internet is something that everybody does. Hence the reason I brought up the feminist thing. So I don't even understand that particular point because there's not a single group, whether it's be a religious, political, or whatever you want to say, that doesn't get mad on the internet. Everybody gets mad on the
But,
internet.
but
Yeah,
the
I mean,
point.
we're not where it's getting to the point where you can't criticize religions anymore without somebody coming after you.
You
with
can't
them.
criticize politics. You can't even criticize movies. I mean, fuck, look at Avengers 2. All these people got pissed off at Joss Whedon and threw out some death threats because he fucking characterized Black Widow a certain way. And definitely
But-
that was coming from a certain feminist subgroup. So,
What
I mean,
she's
getting that on
saying
the
is-
internet is pretty common. So I'm
What
not even
she's-
going to allow her to use that as a description
Sure.
of the gaming culture.
What she's saying is that this subculture of games culture, these wailing hyper consumers, are people who you do not need to cater to because they're not the people who are buying your games at this point. That there are other people who will buy your games. Now, I don't know if you agree with that or disagree with that. I don't know if you take deep offense at her saying that these wailing hyper consumers are people that you shouldn't cater to. I
Let's
don't know
roll-
why.
Helicopter guy. I'm
So
sorry.
when you say
but I
whaling
would like to.
hyperconsumer,
Sarge,
can
give me
you
a second here.
describe to me what a whaling hyperconsumer is?
Sarge, give me a second here. Helicopter guy. If that's how you want to be addressed.
I'm happy to be
let's-
addressed however you'd like to.
Okay. Let's talk about Sunset, which was a game that Leigh Alexander decided to, help out with. I don't know if she was paid for it or not.
She was.
I know she was promoted for it. And it was a game.
No, she wasn't paid to promote it, so no, that's not accurate. But she was definitely
Okay.
paid by it.
Okay, fair enough. But it was commercially not successful.
Yes,
And it was
there
the
were
kind of game
substantial
that-
issues with the game.
if we can call it that. But that was the kind of game they wanted to create. So you have the kind of the game that Leigh
Is being
Alexander was looking-
wrong? Is being wrong unethical, or is it merely
No,
being wrong?
I'm not talking about ethics.
Okay,
Gamergate
so
to
it's
me
not
is
about
not
ethics in
just-
gaming journalism.
No, it's not just about that. Because
What
you can
is it
have
about
an
then?
ethical- For me, it's
It's about improving the industry.
Okay,
It's about
so
protecting India. Now, hold
so
on a
it
second. Let me
seems like
finish.
okay.
Hey, can I finish? Okay, now you have a game that just came out, Mad Max. Excellent game. Lots of fun to play.
Totally disagree.
Lots of fun.
Having played both Mad Max and Metal Gear Solid, Mad Max is at best a mediocre game.
All right, well, let me
At
finish.
best, a mediocre game.
Now, this is a game that the creators, you can tell if you've played it, if you've watched the movies, they put a lot of love into making this. It's optimized nicely for PC, it plays wonderfully, but you have news sites like Polygon, Ars Technica, chopping it
saying
up.
that the game has substantial technical issues.
Which it does not.
So it does it or does it
have-
not have substantial technical issues?
I have yet to find any.
No, but that's fine that you haven't found any. But let me tell you what I didn't have on the Diablo 3 launch. Any trouble connecting. Does that mean that there was no trouble connecting?
Well, similarly, I did not have as much trouble connecting on Diablo.
Was there
Patch
trouble
days?
connecting on the Diablo 3 launch?
Yeah, I've encountered.
I didn't
that
have
many
any
patch
trouble,
days.
but
I've
I
had
didn't
that
have any
happen
trouble.
many- Right,
But
we're not
I didn't
talking
have any
about-
trouble.
We're not talking about a server-based game. We're talking about a single-player game, which
No,
is
no.
what is both.
But
Mad
my
Max
point
and
is that
Sunset.
you haven't experienced the technical problems doesn't mean those technical problems don't exist. It means that you haven't experienced them.
Well, for whatever reason, I guess my PC has no issue. But like I said, there are certain patch days on Diablo, particularly that.
No,
I have
but my point is that
Well, we're getting away from what I was talking about.
they downgraded that game for a lot of reasons. Some of it was that it was just a fluffless rehash of a whole bunch of other open world
But
games.
you have a
Some of it
disconnect.
was the technical issues. Some of it was the garbage plot, and a tiny
Garbage?
little bit of it garbage, and a tiny little bit of it.
That's a subjective statement.
Yeah, sure. A tiny little bit of it was because they didn't like the fact that there were no strong women playable characters.
Okay.
A tiny little bit of it.
You got to understand that this game is getting overwhelmingly positive user reviews.
But
on
I don't
Steam Store.
care.
So if you want to talk about what drives a market, it's money. If you're going to make a game like Sunset, which is a maid simulator, which nobody really feels like playing, because let's face it, we do housework every day. I do dishes every day. I do laundry every day.
I can do chores. And
I can't go out and be a badass in the wastelands, shooting people's gas tanks with shotguns and watching people getting harpooned every day. That's just not something I know I can do.
Hey,
So if I'm going to
Helicopter Guy.
revel in the fantasy of getting lost in that while raising 3 kids, keeping my house clean and paid for, what's the issue?
Helicopter Guy, would you say that Sunset did commercially bad because it was
It was a bad game. It wasn't a good game. It was a bad game.
Okay, good. So we can agree that it was a bad game. So what do you think about the developers saying, fuck all the gamers in this capitalist culture? What do you think about that statement?
I think they're socialists. Whatever.
Okay.
I think they might actually be communists. I can't even remember. But I don't see how this has any relevance.
On another game,
we can agree that these guys were retarded with that particular mindset.
Yeah, but who cares?
Okay, I'm just wanting to see if we can agree on something, so that way we can.
That was a bad game. We can agree on that.
Completely, coming from different worlds here. So
but let's talk about some other people who agreed that Sunset was a bad game. Do you remember what Polygon gave it?
Not off the top of my head.
Anyone?
Nope, because I will not support that site.
Polygon gave it, because I remember Sunset got some pretty good reviews from other sites.
Really?
Yep.
So no one can remember what Polygon gave it.
I'm looking it up right now for you.
Okay.
I remember what Bro Team said about it.
But why does I don't understand? You've picked your bridge to die on, but you have no idea what they said about it, right?
I didn't pick any bridges. I asked you specifically.
I don't recall picking a bridge.
You guys decided you wanted to tell me how Polygon said these great things about Sunset and shit all over Mad Max.
I'm not
right?
talking about Polygon specifically. I'm talking about the gaming press in general.
Okay, but what you pointed at was Polygon at Mad Max, and then you were like, and Sunset. And so my question for you is, well, what did Polygon give Sunset that made you think that they were being totally unfair? I know the answer, by the way.
Well, anybody with Google is going to find the answer quickly.
Really paying attention.
No, they're really not. It's going to be very hard for them to find the answer.
Mad Max, and I'm totally out of the loop on that game. I'm just looking to see where Polygon's particular review of the game is, because I'm not even seeing them review it.
They're going to have a real hard time finding it. They didn't even review Sunset.
There's one of a name we're familiar with, Sarge. They did do a interest piece in it by Samit Sarkar.
I guess I'm confused.
That name should be familiar.
I guess I'm confused, right? So you guys were all up in arms over the wonderful review Polygon gave Sunset, but they didn't review it.
Hey, easy there, fucker. Only one person was bringing up Polygon as review. That was Fire, because he's talking about.
And
Mad
I was
Max.
talking about.
I was specifically talking about Leigh Alexander's article, which we have yet to finish. And then I just happened to ask, what was your personal view on Sunset? Hey, Max, what's going on? We're talking to an Anita supporter and anti-GamerGate guy. It's kind of interesting.
So I guess then my point is Mad Max was a mediocre game. It was panned as a mediocre game by people who panned it as a mediocre game. Disagreeing with those people or wanting...
Let's see what Kotaku's review was.
Of what?
Sunset. I'm just curious. Since we're bringing it up.
Yeah, well, we'll just drop by Metacritic and see what's up.
Well, you wouldn't be able to find Kotaku on Metacritic.
They're getting some praise on this.
Kotaku said that you should play the game.
It's praising it.
Kotaku said you should play the game.
Gave it above a 30.
It's saying you should play the game.
Yep. And that it's about
the rest of their little scores set up.
But I guess I'm confused. They think you should play the game. I disagree with them. Isn't that the marketplace of ideas?
Oh no, there's not. All I've said so far is I'm just curious to see what Kotaku is saying. I perfectly don't really give a shit. I was more asking, what was your opinion on Sunset?
I thought it was a bad game. I didn't enjoy playing it.
This is the reason I said that the whole Mad Max thing is something that I'm not going to be able to argue with because I don't know anything about that particular issue. So I am completely divorced on this particular topic that you guys are saying. You're conflating me with Virek. It's like that'd be the same as me saying like, "Hey, John, what the fuck? You know, like you say this thing about feminism. You and Helicopter, both as supporters of feminism, both had these weird ideas, and then the Helicopter guy says, "Oh, hey, look, I don't agree with that aspect, even though I consider myself a feminist, and John does too. We have two different ideas about feminism." So I can see why you confuse a lot of Gamergate.
Yeah, but first of all, he's not a feminist, and second of all, fine. You don't agree with him. You don't want to talk about Sunset. Tell me more about Leah Alexander's article that said that this subset of gamers that we call game culture are not your audience.
I wanted to ask you about that. What is your definition of a whaling hyperconsumer? Can you point that out for me?
Sure. I think that we just had an excellent example of it. A whaling hyperconsumer is someone who thinks that game reviews are supposed to merely be tools for them to decide where to spend their money. That if the game review doesn't immediately cater to their specific personal preferences, that something's wrong with the review.
It's not a matter of preferences.
So basically,
it's a matter of, you know, I have a household, I have a budget.
What you're saying is that Vyric is a whaling hyperconsumer. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am calling him a whaling hyperconsumer.
Vyric, you're a whaling hyperconsumer. Do you have any defense to that statement? Because he is calling you that, and you have a chance to respond.
Wait, I don't understand what the point of this
you just said that he's a whaling hyperconsumer, and I want that's the same response to that. So, you know, you've made your statement. Vyric, please respond. You know, you have.
Okay, now I would hope that I could trust a journalism site that's dedicated to a particular culture would have the interest of the consumer in mind.
Polygon is not dedicated to your interests. That's not what they're there for.
I'm sorry, what do you know about me, other than we've just spoken for maybe the past 50 minutes?
You already said you disagree with Polygon about two of the only two reviews that you think they ever wrote. So
I've disagreed with a lot of the reviews.
Right, so Polygon obviously isn't for you. When they review things, you shouldn't listen to them. They disagree with you about what's fun.
Hyper-consumer.
Well, a whaling hyperconsumer believes that when you disagree with the site about its reviews, it's not your problem that you should just ignore those reviews. They rather think that something's wrong with those reviews.
Now, I got a question for you, just real quick. This is something that I'm a little bit divided on, but I'm just kind of curious where you stand, since we're talking about reviews and the way they're structured. I don't know how if Polygon falls into this, but it's something that has been talked about within the Metacritic. You have some sites, if they give a bad review to a game, the game takes a hit for it due to the way the Metacritic is set up. Do you think that that is a concern?
Contracts between developers and publishers are arrived at arm's length, well informed by developers and publishers. If developers didn't sign deals that gave Metacritic scores weight, then Metacritic scores wouldn't have weight. If developers don't think that Metacritic scores should have weight, when someone offers them that deal, they should say, no, we don't want that deal. We want it based off of something else.
Okay. I'm just kind of curious on what your stance is on that. So, now, regarding reviews in general, do you think that if, let's say we're playing Gone Home, and I thought it was going to be a horror-based game, and I am finding out that it's in fact just a walking house simulator about a young girl who comes out of the closet and has a diary written about it, and she goes off with a military person, even though she's underage from what I gathered, and they're going to go have a little love affair. And I happen to be, let's just say I'm like a Christian person, so gay is like completely against my belief. I'm not Christian, by the way, but let's just say for argument I am. I decide to review that game with a 4 out of 10 based on the fact that I thought everything about it sucked. Mechanic-wise, it barely constituted to be a game. Do you think that that's a fair review?
Sure. I have no problem with that.
Okay,
reviews are reviews. I mean, I think you're wrong, but I don't have a problem with you being wrong.
Now, do you think
wrong.
that other people...
No, we're wrong from your standpoint.
No, you're actually wrong, but that's okay.
No, we're wrong from your standpoint.
Well, you said it was hardly a game, and that's where you were just wrong, as opposed to wrong from my standpoint.
No, it is hardly a game.
You remember the old Windows screensaver where just...
In your subjective opinion, it has plenty of things to qualify it as a game. I don't. I think that it's basically, it would be the equivalent of the very first scene from Portal where you're not even giving a gun and you're just picking up the alarm clock, except extend that by 5 different rooms, remove all of the humor of GLaDOS, and then end it with a little like, oh, hey, and then we rode off on the sunset, the end. That is all Gone Home is.
Well, I mean, except for the really good story, the
The really good
incredible
story.
music.
That's not
Great.
really
Great.
You know what? Good story is subjective. I thought the story was shit off of the Let's Plays that I watched of it. So I mean, you can think it's wonderful. I thought it was crap. So that's
Okay,
just,
but my point is that we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
now.
And
Do you
so
think
when I reviewed
we
it,
don't
I'd
agree
probably
with you.
give
We
it.
just disagree.
now, here's a question about reviews of this game. Do you think that a person giving it a review, praising it up the ass, should probably disclose the fact that they know the person who made the game?
No, it's
No,
not
you don't
relevant
think
or
so?
interesting. Nope.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Knowing someone isn't something.
I mean personally.
Journalists knowing developers is just the way it works. Like,
Okay.
this is the enthusiast press.
So you're
You need
completely
to get
cool
over it.
with basically one of the big issues when it comes to these sort of standards. I'm curious.
You
did watch
allege that it's one of the big issues, but
did you watch
actually,
hang on, shut up real quick. Did you watch the SPJ debate where we had one of the journalists?
every word.
You watched the SPJ debate. So what did you think about when Lynn Walsh was talking about how they, if she had a person going and covering a story, that they should completely remove themselves if they happen to have any sort of ties or connections, whether
Lynn
it be...
Walsh doesn't work in the enthusiast press.
Okay. So she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, according to you.
No, Lynn Walsh doesn't work in the enthusiast press. Ask
So
her
you're
how
calling
her
the
movie
journalist-
reviewers. Ask her how her movie reviewer does his job.
I don't know, man. For some reason, I don't think Roger Ebert was giving blowjobs to Michael Bay when he was reviewing his movie.
Let me ask you about Roger Ebert's, say, director friends. Which directors were Robert Ebert's close friends?
I don't know. I'm sure you have the information. Go ahead and give it to me.
Hold on, I'm trying to find out which one he said that he sat down.
You know, I went looking for it myself just out of curiosity, and I couldn't find it. Maybe you can dig on Google harder than I can. And Cisco while you're at it.
It's not Cisco who wrote all the books.
Okay.
I
Now,
mean,
is this
Ebert
before
was
or
the
after
guy.
we were reviewing the guy's movies?
It was all, it was all the time.
All right, all the time. Okay.
He was literally
It's like the
friends with multiple directors. The dude was friends with directors. He was in the movie industry. Like, he was part of the enthusiast press.
Let's go look this up.
Scorsese. It was Scorsese.
All right, he's friends with Scorsese. Okay.
Very good friends with
So now,
Scorsese.
did he ever disclose that in any of his reviews?
Who knows?
I mean, I thought that was the point you're arriving to. Is that
No, but it's not friends. Like, you didn't say friends. You just said new.
No, I added it on because like I was trying.
Oh, so now it's friends?
Yeah.
So
they're close
who was friends? Who was close friends with a developer?
I'll fucking dig it up for you about the Gone
No,
Home.
no, no. Here, I can do it for you because I obviously know more about this. You're about to point to Danielle Rindaloo being friends with the composer, right?
Maybe. Who knows?
Not the developer, the composer, right?
I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. Let's go look it up.
Okay. And the reason that you're going to say they're friends is because they're on a podcast together. And the description of that podcast says that everyone on the podcast is good friends. That's what you're going to do, right?
I don't remember. I just
Okay.
understand
So you
that
can go ahead and do that.
people who were one person was reviewing the game and giving public press about the game and reviewing it was friends with the person that was
Well, no,
part of the development of the game.
So there were a bunch of things that weren't true about what you just said, but go ahead and look it up. Your deep phrase IT site, you'll want to go to Danielle Rindaloo because that's where you're going to go.
All right, I'm glad you're doing the homework for me because I'm kind of lazy right now.
No,
Kind
but
of.
I don't want to be the person that has to put it in your mouth because that's not right. Right? You should be the one that says what you think is true,
No,
and
but
then
you'd rather call somebody a wailing hyperconsumer rather than listen to what their actual concerns are.
no. But I listen to your actual concerns.
My actual concerns, I don't believe they got through to you because of the way you reacted. My actual
What are you?
concerns
Go ahead and
are,
tell me your actual concerns.
my actual concerns are that if I rely upon something to cover something I need to buy, like, you know, a review for a lawnmower, so I can go mow my lawn, and I want to know what's going to get the most fuel efficiency. How often am I going to have to mow my lawn again? I don't want to have to say, okay, well, I can trust this publication, and are they affiliated with John Deere? Are they affiliated with Yardman? Do I have to worry about that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Who was the person that you were just talking about?
Danielle Rindaloo.
Rindaloo. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Again, that's the same person that I had seen because I looked it up like a few months ago. So I'm thinking like I'm seeing that popping up on all the recent links. So let's just go ahead and talk about that person. And if I can look around, maybe I can find out who else I was talking about. So go ahead. Tell me, you said that this is not a point of contention. That this.
No, I mean, it is a point of contention, but I don't know what your argument is about it yet. So I can give you the strongest version of your argument if you want, but you're going to say that that isn't a strong version of your argument. So the strongest version of your argument is that Danielle Rindaloo, writer from Polygon. I think my computer just crashed. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Something weird is happening on my machine. Hold on.
He's being hacked by Baphomet.
I doubt it.
No, it's the garbage laptop has probably decided it desperately needs to restart itself. But all I see is a black screen now.
I would advise not arguing for your opponent. Let them make the point instead.
No, but I want to give him his strongest version of his point. I have no idea why my screen went black.
I was bringing it up as merely a talking point. We're just bringing up examples. But I mean, if you wanted to say how this is not an issue, I go ahead and tell me.
So Danielle I mean, it's not an issue. But the strongest version of your argument is that Danielle Rindaloo was on a podcast, co-hosted a podcast called Idle Funds with a guy named Chris Remo, who was the composer for Gone Home.
Can I say something? Okay, can I? Hey.
Might as well.
Hello.
I'm just looking up stuff right now just to see
Helicopter what?
about it because I remember seeing a whole bunch of it at the time, but this was like 4 or 5 months ago, and I did not save it, unfortunately. So whether or not I'm remembering it correctly, it's been a little bit. So.
Okay, can I ask Helicopter? Can I ask you a question? What again were the things that you said you liked about Gone Home?
I thought it had a compelling story, decent visuals, an excellent score, and was immersive.
Okay, well, first off, on the score, it's very bland acoustic guitar songs. It really, it's not the worst thing ever, but really, it's not an excellent score. It's far from that. It's, yeah. But anyway, the story. It really, anyone who's read any story, gay tragedy especially, but any stories about gays or lesbians, is going to know that Gone Home is a very mediocre story. There's a book called The Perks of Being a Wallflower that really gives...
If you want to compare...
No.
If you want to compare the stories of books to video games...
I'm going to get to a video game, but first... Okay. No. Let me finish my point. I'm going to get to a video game, but first I'm going to mention this book, okay? Okay, there's a book. Perks of Being a Wallflower. It is... Hold on, give me... Sorry, okay. Perks of Being a Wallflower. It does the... It's a much better... It's just better, plain and simple. It's, instead of it being like, oh no, it's how horrible, they're homeless now. It's a much better story about like how a straight person could be friends with a gay guy, and that's not even, and it's not in your face about it like Gone Home is. Is it just
sure? But let me tell you about some other video game stories. No, this is totally not fair. I'm not going to let you go on for hours. It's just not how it works.
No, I only got one more point.
Then it better be real fast.
Okay, fine, real fast. Let me finish. Okay, a game, an actual game called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Okay, there is a part of the game is a gay tragedy. Okay, it is about. Benny, who in that game, in the backstory of the game, he shot his gay lover in a rice paddy in China. Okay, and then the whole point of it in the background.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Wait, before you keep talking about a game based on a book by Harlan Ellison, I think you're
So now it
cheating.
doesn't count. So now it
Dude,
doesn't count.
honestly, the chat's
Based on-
saying that this is boring.
based
I
on-
say fucking let's press on. Did you have anything relevant about the Gone Home thing that you wanted to bring up?
I want to address the points about this story being weak. So your examples of the story being weak, were twofold. One was an actual popular novel, and the other was a game based on a book by multiple award winner Harlan Ellison.
You know
Is
why
that
the
fair?
story was weak? Because there was no real way to emphasize with the characters unless you were that targeted niche of these little SJW hyper feminists.
No, wait. I'm sorry. A book based on a Hugo award-winning short story,
Hold on, the Hugos mean nothing now.
1968.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
So,
look,
so your two examples are a book and a game from a Hugo award-winning short story, and those had better stories than Gone Home.
I am going to
You could literally
interject here
have
because
taken and replace the diary entries of the father and the little girl where they're talking
okay. About
Oh,
the game.
Fuck you,
No,
John.
hold on,
I'm talking. I'm talking, motherfucker. You could have easily replaced Gone Home Story with any other fucking story, and the mechanics of the game would not have changed whatsoever. Now, there's plenty of games that do that, but I'm just saying, like, this is a game that is only in there to drive a vehicle of a particular narrative, and the narrative of the story itself is sucky. It's just a little girl goes and says, hey, I would like to go and run off with my gay friend in the military, and then they do that. That is it. There is nothing substantial, and then the dad is like a failed fucking writer. There's nothing in there besides that shit. It's a very boring, trite story, and we've seen that overplayed through video or movies like Twilight and all this other shit that's come out in the recent times.
Right.
They're overplayed, man. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Nothing
but
interesting. The only thing that makes
look,
it
he's going to keep going.
progressive or novel is just the whole lesbian angle. That's it.
Okay, can I reply? Okay,
Wait, why don't I let the gamers? Why don't I let all 8 of you? Because there are now like 8 of you in here now. No one agrees with me. You guys are all going to reply to each other. I understand that's how you want to
Seven.
Oh, fucking cry me.
I understand that that's how it works when gators try and debate someone who disagrees with them.
Hey, you said to bring these people on.
No, I'm fine with it. I just want them to realize that the reason they don't think they ever actually have.
You agreed to come on the show. You agreed to debate people.
Fucking cry me a river.
There was multiple. You came in realizing there'd be multiple people here. We're going to voice different opinions. Don't play
Sure.
the game.
No,
Don't play the game.
sure. You can all voice your different opinions, but you're all mad that you're not getting to talk a lot. But it seems to me that amongst the 7 of you, you should have half the time, and amongst the 1 of me, I should have half the time.
Oh,
that
man.
seems pretty reasonable to me, because all of you want to have points attacking me, so it seems to me that it should be equal time there. Does that
I'll
seem
tell you what.
fair?
Not
tell you what,
necessarily,
Zuzak,
because
you're
we're all
wanting to talk, so
exposing
I'm
different
gonna
points
drop
that we
out
have.
and just fucking go do my laundry.
And
'cause
by
I
the
gotta
way,
go.
I'm not mad.
No,
I'm more
I-
to get me mad.
Right, I get it. But my point is, I'm happy to respond to you, but one, then another, then another. There are like 9 things that I need to keep in my head to discuss about. It's nearly impossible. So if
That
we
is
want to
a fair
actually,
point. So as
if we
moderator,
wanna
I'm gonna make a
actually-
judgment call. Hold on. All right. First, Lieutenant Sarge and AGG settle the current thread. Then Dan and Helicopter can settle their separate argument, which is different from what Lieutenant Sarge was talking about. All right.
I frankly don't want to have to treat anybody with kid gloves, so
I don't want to be treated with kid gloves. I
You are
merely
very-
want the ability to punch back.
people talking and you're bitching about it. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm happy to stand up for myself. I am.
We've had to deal this with previous streams with people who are in GamerGate. I see no reason that I have to give special treatment to someone who's not part of GamerGate.
I don't want special treatment. I'm not asking for the moderator to step in and do whatever he did.
Just ask for. Hey,
Oh, no.
conservative
I
view,
wanted you guys to realize. I wanted you guys to realize that as the 7 of you attempt to talk over the 1 of me, the reason why it doesn't feel like you get to have a debate.
There's only like 3 of the 7 of us who have been talking, okay? Everybody else has been sitting back with the mute sign on their fucking symbol.
I'm inclined to agree with Sarge at this point because there is a habit that you have, Helicopter Guy, of dominating the conversation through logical loops that dance around various
Well,
issues.
look, I was given 2 reasons why the story wasn't good. I was given 2 points of comparison, and I wanted to respond to those 2 points of comparison. One of those points was I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which is based on a 1968 Hugo Award-winning short story, and I agree that Gone Home is not a Hugo Award-winning caliber story. I'm on board with that. The second was comparing it to an actual book, which was, I believe, a bestseller. So I agree that Gone Home does not compare to actual books in terms of story. Now, in terms of immersive gaming experiences, I think it bests both of those. And so what I'd say is you need to show me something on that level, not on this other plane. And then the second thing that was thrown in is you could take the story of Gone Home and it has nothing to do with the mechanics. And hey, you know what? I think you might be right. But you could take the story of Halo and you could toss in the story of the Forever War and you would not be able to tell the difference whatsoever. So there are lots of games out there that have stories that can adapt to the mechanics, and that the story in Gone Home is not integral to the mechanics, I think is not a point against it.
Okay, can I say?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll admit it is unfair to compare a book with a game. I'll fully admit that. Okay, but to say that it's unfair to compare it to I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, I think that's wrong. Because these are people who have they worked on BioShock 2 DLC.
No, but I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream was taken from source material that won a Hugo Award.
Can I ask, have you played the game?
No.
Okay, it's nothing. It's very, very. It's not really at all like the book. There's big differences.
From what I understand, and from what I've seen of the game being played, it's played more like an adventure game because it does have actual multiple endings and everything like that. So it's based on the story, but I wouldn't say it's exactly like the story.
Okay, are we done talking about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? Like, do we need to talk about this any further, or is this like a major point of contention that we have to unravel?
Dan's allowed to raise his points just as much as you are, and since you advocated for everyone being able to speak without me having to step in and moderate things via one-on-one, that is only fair game.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, like this, I don't see how this has any relevance with the current topic, but.
Well, I mean, people were very angry, I think, that about Polygon's review of Gone Home because it wasn't a good story or because of conflict of interest or something, but no one's really been able to express it to me.
Oh, well,
you know what?
Okay,
I apologize for bringing it up and not having all the fucking relevant data on hand because this has been a very spur of the moment thing, and I'm going off.
Sure, I'm not blaming you.
I can go and have stuff
that
I have readily available, and I can throw at you right now.
I can answer
whatever.
That. I can answer that.
Okay.
Okay. The reason everybody's upset about Gone Home is the exact reason why everybody's upset about the review of Mad Max. Is they didn't look at the gameplay, they didn't look at anything else. All they cared about was what agenda it pushed and what characters it pushed. That's it.
Did you read the review? Did you read the review of Mad Max by Polygon?
Yes, they're going, where the fuck is Furiosa? Where the fuck is all the women? Where the fuck is
So,
all that?
in the introduction...
No. It's a game. Is it a game,
Sure.
first and foremost?
Yep.
Okay, so why would the story affect the score of the game that much?
So, in the introduction and the conclusion... I'm going to respond to you.
How much of the story, how much of the game time is Mad Max oriented to the story?
I'm going to respond to you. So in the review, which is what we're focused on...
Oh, you're not listening.
No, I'm listening to every word you said. You said that the review was focused on the story. You said the review was focused on the story, that it had basically a singular focus on the story, and the reason why it got marked down so much was because of the story. That was your argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't think that's accurate. If I look at the review...
It's very accurate.
If I look at the review, what I find is them saying that the gameplay itself is derivative, that the story is trite, that there are substantial technical issues with the game, and that it's just a piece of fluff. So, I don't think that those are arguments about the story. Now, there's certainly a paragraph in there that says also, the thing that made this movie so compelling, and the reason why it wasn't just another shit summer blockbuster, is because it had these compelling female characters, and where the fuck are they? They certainly say that. Now, is that the focus of the review? Absolutely not.
Okay, now I'll answer you. what is it? Now they're saying the controls are trite, the story's trite, and all that shit, right? It's got almost pretty much the exact same mechanics as Batman Arkham, as Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, but it's
That
worse.
was another game. The fucking left wing was all fucking crying, or right wing or whatever was fucking all crying about. Oh, the assassination technique, kiss your wife. It was the exact same fucking thing. You know, they're not looking at the game. They're looking at what they could be offended by the game.
So let me ask you if you think this is an acceptable conclusion to someone, because I don't know who wrote this review, but I'm reading it. Hold on, no, that's cheating, sorry.
Cheating. Just say
Like,
it.
I want to know.
No, they said what publication they worked for.
I can look it up right now. Let's see, Polygon, Batman Arkham score. Metacritic.
No, I got it. Here. I'm going to read you a concluding paragraph from a different review of the game. So, and this person even uses that word. Those inevitable wins felt empty, and that's really the biggest problem with Mad Max. The film franchise has always transcended the summer blockbuster genre, providing worlds and characters and scenarios that have stuck in my mind. Mad Max the game is the opposite. It's got chase scenes and big explosions and bloody fights, but nothing to remember it for. In spite of some annoying technical issues and questionable design, Mad Max is functional, but it's fluff, plain and simple. Is that an unfair conclusion?
Yes, very.
What's unfair about that?
Because I'm looking right now at their polygons. I'm looking right now at the polygon score of Batman Arkham Knight, 100. They like the car control combat. You know what? Everybody can fucking agree that car control combat in Arkham Knight was fucking shit. Now you look at Mad Max and they're saying it's worse. Like the fuck? And then they're saying, oh, the controls aren't tight or whatever. It's almost a clone of Batman.
I don't think I said anything.
It's actually harder than Batman Arkham Knight's mechanics. Batman Arkham Knight's you're basically invincible. As long as you watch for that counter button, you're pretty much invincible. Mad Max actually has dedication timers to its moves. So if you throw a move and you throw a power move and you're dedicated to it, you can't just block whenever willy-nilly. You know, all the moves have dedication timers. It's actually more complicated than Batman. And they're saying it's complicated. And then they're going on and on about fucking the open world shit. Yet they got no problem with Fallout, with, like fucking Just Cause, with Grand Theft Auto, all fucking open world games where you just walk around all day looking for shit.
But they say they don't like. I don't understand. Is it fair for people to disagree with you about the quality of the game, or is it immoral or unethical to think that you're wrong?
I'm comparing it to their other reviews of other similar games. No. I'm comparing it to the other reviews of similar games they've done, which they voted up based on what they
think Arkham Knight was better than Mad Max.
Yeah, and then why do they think Mad Max is worse control-wise?
Because they think it's a garbage game.
No, they let their fucking views of everything else cloud their view of the game.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, that is true.
No, it's certainly not objectively fact.
Why would they give Gone Home such a good score?
Because they like the game.
Yeah, okay, but the controls are shit, the mechanics are shit. It's basically a walking simulator. So why the fuck did that get marked so high?
So look, you like games for different reasons than they like games.
I think I've heard this argument before, because this is the same argument that AGG has gone on about over and over again, and he seems to be very obsessed with Gone Home, despite by his own admission.
I didn't bring up Gone Home.
But you kept on going on about it.
I didn't bring up Gone Home that last time.
You brought up.
I did not. You're the one who just brought up Gone Home.
I just brought it up right now because
Gone
you brought it up.
When and only when I'm talking with someone who is quote unquote self-described as against GamerGate. And every time they keep on saying it was a great game, it was a great game.
It was.
Never do they say what gameplay mechanics were great about it.
It wasn't about the mechanics.
So why is Mad Max about the mechanics but the story?
You have to review games for what you are supposed to get out of them. You can't say.
Why did they vote? So why did they vote Batman Arkham so high? The only reason Mad Max got a score is because it wasn't based off the movie, and that pissed off their little fucking cliche heads.
Well, look, that's your opinion. That's what you think.
They say it right in the fucking interview. Where's the story? Why is it based off the movie? Like, fuck. Like,
yeah. They say, why didn't you base this?
That's why they marked it down so much.
No, that's They specifically say that that's not accurate. They explain exactly why they marked it down. If you don't agree with them, that's fine. If you think they're lying, that's fine.
Yeah,
But you can't just say that they said they marked it down for reasons that are not the reasons they said they marked it down. If you want to accuse them of lying, that's fine. I accept you accusing them of lying. But come right out and say it. Don't say their review says something their review doesn't say. Say that they're lying about the reason why they gave the game the score they gave it.
Actually,
Own it.
reason they gave. I'm telling you why they marked it low. They didn't.
No,
like
you're
the
telling
story.
me that's not what they said. They said they marked it low because the game was derivative, that it was
Oh, fuck
fluff.
off! I can say a lot of things too.
Sure, tell me that you think they're lying. That's fine. I'm okay with you thinking they're lying. I'm on board with that. But don't tell
You're
me.
obfuscating lying with being misleading.
They say why they
You're
marked it
obfuscating
down.
lying with being misleading.
No,
They didn't like the story, and because they didn't like the story, they started overemphasizing any problems they thought there was with the game.
Sure, I call that lying.
You tell me Mad Max car controls worse than Batman Arkham Knight.
I don't think they say that. In fact, I think what they say about the car
so why did they give Batman Arkham Knight 100?
Well, here's what they say about the car. Compared to other open world action games.
No. Why did they? They said Batman Arkham Knight was perfect.
100 doesn't mean perfect. Compared to other open world action games, Mad Max is at its most capable when you're behind the wheel.
Talking to himself.
Hey, can I ask a question of everyone here? Okay, Helicopter. Do you think that reviews need to have a score at the end? Really?
No, absolutely not. I love the way Kotaku does its reviews. I literally think they're the best reviews out there.
Okay, Sarge, Lieutenant Sarge. Do you think that they should have scores?
Do I think scores should be on reviews? Personally, I think it's based on how you want to do it, but I think that the problem with scores is that you can basically you try to make something that's subjective in a lot of cases to be objective when you use the numbering system. So,
you're against scores, basically.
No, I'm kind of on the fence.
Okay. Too old. What about you? What do you think about video game scores? For reviews, should they have scores or not? Too old? Okay.
He might have muted himself.
Well, since he's not responding, I was going to say an example of a non-scoring system would. I know that his style of reviews is very questionable in calling it a review, but Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation, like when he reviews a game, he's more just like off the cuff, like his own personal raw opinion done in a little satirical, comedic way. That's the complete opposite of objective, but it's still really entertaining. So that's why, like, you can do a non-score review and make it really fun or entertaining. It's just kind of like how you do it.
Sure, you can do reviews as entertainment. I think that's a great idea. I like his videos.
I think Kotaku's reviews are complete shit, but that's just my opinion. I'm not going to fault you for that because reviews are subjective usually in themselves when they're not. And in most of these cases, I mean, like, there's the whole argument of objectivity versus subjectivity, and we could get into that for like an hour on that particular aspect. But I think
we could, but I think the two of us would agree about it.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, when it comes to
necessarily.
objectivity, I think that there is a place for it, and when there's subjectivity, I think there's a place for it. I think the problem that a lot of people get confused on it is they confuse 100% objectivity for having objectivity in a review, if that makes sense. And I saw that.
No, I think we might disagree. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that first straw man come from Jim Quinzition, where he was like basically saying this is what an objective review looks like. When a lot of times people were asking, it was like, is there, in the objective stuff is like, what are like sort of like the graphics in the game, or does the game have any bugs? Like, objectively speaking, Alien Colonial Marines is a terrible game. Now you can get people that would argue.
I don't know. Is it objectively a terrible game? It ran at 60. It didn't crash.
The AI was very buggy.
Well, the AI, you call it buggy, but maybe they just wanted the aliens to get stuck on things and be stupid.
No,
you don't know.
Did you play it?
No, I didn't get duped by that one.
Well, I got into this argument before with a person. He was trying to say
Okay. So you didn't let the person
subjective entertainment out of all the flaws in the game. And I responded was, well, that was not the intended purpose. You can get a subjective entertainment out of a car that doesn't work, doesn't mean that the car is objectively good.
No, I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about it from a cult camp perspective. Like, it's not Attack of the 50-Foot Woman objectivity. I'm saying, objectively, I'm not sure Aliens, Colonial Marines had any objective. Look, let me be the first to say that based on everything I've seen, and I dodged that game and didn't buy it, based on everything I've seen about that game, it was horrible. But objectively, it was 60 frames a second. It didn't crash.
Were you?
Yeah.
You're going to go on about frame rates? Okay, let's
No,
go
I'm not.
Hang on.
No, I'm not.
Mark, hang on a sec. The big problems I saw with that game, and you can, whatever you want to call it, subjective or subjective, is a lot of the budget was taken out and put into Borderlands 2, and that was done.
But that's not about the game.
If I can interrupt.
And because of the
saying
budget
that,
taken
excuse
out,
me, Sarge,
the
Sarge.
game it had a huge amount of problems with it, including bugs, including deletions of the overall
Okay, helicopter guy, you're
Yeah.
breathing into the mic. Can you fix
Fuck
that?
you, John.
I can try. There.
All right.
That
Sorry.
might have fixed it.
Anyway, I don't mean to interrupt usually, but when there's a technical difficulty like that, I have to. So, go on.
All right. I forgot what I was about to say. Basically, the point being is, due to the budget being cut and given to a different game within the studio, Gearbox basically shafted that game, and it had a huge amount of content that was cut from the pre-release demo, and there was a lot of stuff that was built that was not built seamlessly. Like, they had a huge amount of level issues. They had the boss that was like the alien boss that would ram you, that like would bug out and it would attack only one NPC.
But
So,
I don't
I'm
understand.
sorry,
This isn't objective, right?
Okay,
What you
so
just described.
bugs in the game missing content.
So do you want me to?
I don't know what else you would
That's
call
subjective.
that.
Okay,
No.
so you,
Wait.
you want to talk?
Wait.
Just let me talk for 5 seconds. So you want to talk about the technical aspects, right?
I think that's the only thing you can
Okay.
be objective about, right?
Okay.
Right, and that's
Okay,
what
so
I'm, that's
Batman
what I'm talking about.
Arkham Knight got a score of 100, yet it's got a myriad of technical issues. Even on the PS3 and Xbox One, it's got a bunch of fucking frame drops. It drops to 20 frames per second all the time, and all other shit. That doesn't happen in Mad Max.
Right. I don't care about that.
Can I interrupt, please?
But you
Because
Well,
said,
why would you
getting-
give a game 100 if it can't even run properly?
No.
Yeah.
Let's.
and you said Mad Max had issues. Where are these issues? I don't see issues. Everybody
I
says
mean,
the game
Warner
runs
Brothers.
fantastic. So, so you're saying, but you want to continue saying that the Polygon review was not skewed because it
No.
didn't match up to the movie.
Wait. That's okay. Look, maybe they were lying. It's certainly possible they were lying. I don't mind you saying, look, Polygon was obviously lying.
I don't think they were lying. I think they were projecting. It's like
Okay, so
didn't
everything
like the story,
they said.
they didn't like the story, so they went overboard with everything else. They like, oh my god,
So
that's
did the reviewer think the game was a 5 out of 10?
yes.
So
Actually-
what is if the reviewer felt the game was a 5 out of 10? What score is the reviewer supposed to give the game?
But you're like fucking bringing up shit like technical and control.
I'm not bringing up anything. I'm telling you what the reviewer brought up.
About from an objective standpoint, Seamus and Helicopter, if you want to go that route,
I don't.
they didn't pull Mad Max for being incomplete, but they did hand out refunds, and they did pull Batman Arkham Knight for not being complete.
Not on the PS4 they didn't, or 3, or whatever.
But but the PS4 and Xbox One version, they also ran like shit. They
Okay, but-
still fucking patching that.
Listen. I'm okay with you guys saying that the reviewer was duped or biased or clouded or whatever, but
Skewed.
own it. Skewed, whatever. Did the reviewer think the game was a 5 out of 10?
Yes, I'm looking at the score right
What
now.
score should the reviewer have given the game to be ethical? A higher score than what he believed? A
talking about
lower?
it.
Oh, we're not talking about
hold on,
ethics
I'm-
If
anymore.
you're talking, if you're
Excuse
talking
me, can I
about
interrupt this
mechanics and
topic
everything
You're
like that,
because
conflating that everybody in Gamergate is about ethics.
Hang on.
What are
I
you
don't
about then?
identify.
Everybody, shut up
I'm
for a
about
second. I think
protecting
Helicopter's
the
giving a
studio,
very.
and I'm about protecting the studio's right to make what
Hang
they
on.
want.
Helicopter's giving a very decent question. I think it's worth answering. What score should be done to be giving ethical? It's not necessarily the score. It's in this case, if he's having bias or anything, then he should put that information and disclose it in order to inform the user that he might have that bias in the score. That
What
would be
should
ethical.
he have disclosed? What did he need to
If he
disclose?
had any sort of bias, and if he had
What
any-
is the bias that you believe he has that he needed to disclose?
That he didn't like
Can I
the,
answer
that
that
he
question?
didn't like the story at all, and because he
Wait,
didn't
wait,
like the story, it influenced the rest of his view. That
Oh,
is
hold on.
extreme bias.
Hold on. Not liking the story is bias, or is it
Yes.
not
If it
liking the
clouds the
story?
whole rest of your review, yes.
Hold on. Wait,
No,
wait, wait.
Hold on. No,
Just so I understand, you're calling something biased because he came at it without any preconceived notion about what it was.
No. He keeps bringing up the fucking movie. Don't give me that shit.
Yes, because the
Right,
game
yes,
was developed
yeah.
independently of the movie.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
give me that shit.
So you
He
can't.
came to the game. He came to the game without any preconceived notion of whether the game was good or bad. So at minute
No,
zero,
I'm
at
going
minute
to
zero,
take you to task on that because he had watched Fury Road and had assumed that the game would be a tie-in.
sure,
Yes.
he assumed that. At minute zero, the only thing he knew about the game was that its name was Mad Max.
Holy shit.
Is that fair?
No, it's not fair.
No. What am I missing? What is it that
That
he did?
his view was already shaped by seeing the movie.
Okay,
Road.
so what he should have disclosed in the review somewhere is that he saw the movie.
Oh, to be fair, he
Let's say
kind of
that.
did.
He did disclose that, but I'm
I just trying to understand what he was supposed to disclose. Should he have disclosed that he saw and liked the movie?
He did.
if AGG. I'm
Yeah.
just going to tell you right now. If you're asking me if the article was unethical, no. Do I think
Oh,
the
okay.
article was reported in bad faith because it was based more upon a subjective standpoint than an objective standpoint? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about what you could objectively say about the game, because I like objective reviews,
Hey,
I guess.
Helicopter, I just want to make sure that you understood. I'm not saying anything about this particular instance. I'm saying if there is going to be any sort of bias for a review, that should be disclosed. I don't, again, for me personally, I don't know anything about the Mad Max, and I'm seeing a whole bunch of people right now saying that this topic is getting old. So can we wrap it up? Because like,
Okay, actually, I like to
talk about what Polygon
Actually,
rated Mad Max.
Okay, excuse me. First off, this whole objectivity or subjectivity thing is completely dumb. It really is. I'm tired of hearing this debate because
Well, I
these
don't
are
think it's
basic
dumb, but
words
I
and
don't
basic
think it's the
terms.
argument
No, it is
we're
dumb.
having right
It's
now.
completely stupid. Because here's the thing: when it comes to objectivity and subjectivity, there's the difference is subjectivity is your perception of the world and the things around you. Objectivity is things independent of that subjective viewpoint that can be objectively measured and tested, like typically via methodologies such as scientific method. And these are things that we always took at granted facts before Gamergate, but suddenly when Gamergate comes along, it becomes all big semantical word games on minutia. Ultimately, reviews are going to be subjective. You can make them as subjective as possible by being as truthful as possible when possible. But the reason why reviews are going to be subjective at the end of the day is because it's going to be about your personal experience of playing, of interacting with the product. That's subjective, period. There's
What
no
he
real-
said.
Yeah, there's no getting around that. It's a really dumb argument.
John, I could argue with you on this, but I want to move the topic along, so we could do objective versus subjective on a different day.
Okay, what do we want to talk about then?
I actually wanted to talk about Gamergate shit. I don't even know how this.
This is Gamergate shit. Gamergate right now is focused on this Mad Max review, some
No,
alleged
don't
10-year-old
complain.
pedophile.
Well, if you want to talk about the alleged 10-year-old pedophile,
I really
boy.
don't. I really don't.
I would rather not.
You
Okay,
don't-
here's
then why
the
not
thing.
talk
Here's the
about
thing.
it?
I'd rather not talk
Don't
about
bring
it.
him up.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
rather
but
not
it's-
either.
Because if you
Because of the subject matter, I'm not gonna
go
talk
put
about
full on
it.
blast.
But look, I'm happy to talk about whatever you guys think Gamergate has done to help the world recently.
Well, for one, it's gotten the fucking topic of like how we have a lot of nepotism and collusion going on in the journalist scene. The
gaming-
very
and gaming
fact
dev.
that, the very fact that the TFYC was able to be revived with some help due to 4chan. I think the majority of the funds that went to TFYC was 4chan, if I remember correctly. And the fact that that was a story that got buried until Gamergate, or what at the time wasn't called Gamergate, but the quick
Totally was called Gamergate at the time.
No, it wasn't. It was
no,
gamers.
not that initial week, or
Yeah.
initial couple weeks. The Gamergate name didn't really come about until Adam Baldwin dropped the hashtag after watching Internet Aristocrats video. But a lot of the people that had been digging up the information, trying to figure out what was going on, I mean, like, I don't know if you're aware, Helicopter Guy, but
Oh, I'm very aware.
Zoe Quinn and all her cohorts and affiliates, I mean, there were some pretty fucking awful things that they were doing at that time. And
The
a
whole shit
lot of
with
that
Phil
was
Fish
not
and
able to
that.
be discussed until a lot Gamergate got going. So,
Well, I don't think you guys have actually brought up any terrible things that anyone has done ever. I think
yeah.
your timeline, of the Fine Young Capitalists is totally off.
okay, so the TFYC was not DDoSed at all, in your opinion. Is that what you're saying?
No, there was never a distributed, intentional denial of a service attack against the Fine Young Capitalists.
Really?
Okay,
Because
so
they
Zoe
actually have it
Quinn and
recorded.
Lego Bots did not have a conversation where they totally high-fived each other, talking about how her putting them on blast on Twitter got some people to DDoS the website. That never
So
happened.
what happened was, when Zoe Quinn put them on blast on Twitter,
Well, it did
a
happen.
bunch of people visited their shittily coded website, which had dynamic shit on all of the pages, and their server couldn't handle the load. That is not an intentional distributed denial of service attack. It is
100,
merely
200
a
people can
shitty
drop a
web
website.
server.
Yeah, okay. 100 or
That's
200 people
actually
can drop a
what happened,
website.
because
They're
last
not
I checked,
fucking
that was not what happened.
One?
The actual statement from the website was that they had been had a denial of service attack listed
They
against
later
them.
revised their statement to say that they were wrong.
Okay, was this when they did the attempt of apology to Zoe Quinn, and the guy said that I was basically apologizing for getting punched in the face?
I don't even know what you're talking about. When someone says that there was no intentional distributed denial of service attack against our web servers, I tend to believe them.
Let's go look it up once again.
Okay, Helicopter, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What reason could this TFYC was not reported on any of the sites, Polygon?
Yeah, because it was a boring, crowd-funded boredom.
Really?
The
Yes, but
websites in
John
question
Holmes
had been overwhelmed with over the past X number of weeks. If you think that all those websites take every little pitch for some unknown game studio crowdfunding their game and, oh, well, let's put that on our front page.
Hey,
No, they don't do
quick.
that.
Hey, motherfucker, real quick, where is your proof that this was the service of denial was simply an internet overload?
I mean, I'm happy to go back through the timeline and figure it out for you, but this seems like ancient history to me.
Well, I mean,
So
No. I want to see it.
Well, how's that saying go? If you're going to make a claim,
I'm happy, like I said, I'm happy to go back through the timeline
Okay,
and show
good.
it
All
to
right,
you.
I'm gonna watch some Family Guy until you get this.
I'm
evidence.
looking through the timeline and I'm not seeing it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Family Guy until you.
point it out for
I'm
me.
gonna wait here. No, let's
Wait, let's
let's wait here. We will wait
I
here.
have, to,
wait
I
here.
have to make a
Right.
moderator call here. All right. If you guys are going to be arguing over specific timeline of events and you're going to be making claims on both sides, that goes for Helicopter Guy and Sarge, please provide a source.
Sure,
in
I'm happy to do that.
Yes,
Sure,
please
I'm happy
provide
to do it. Like I said, but here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do.
You'll
I'm going to
understand.
find you the proof. I'm going to find you the sauce. And after I find you the sauce, and you're like, oh, well, you were right and I was wrong, I'm going to be able to hold that over you for the rest of this evening. You're going to say something, and I'm going to say, actually, you're full of shit. And you're going to go, oh, prove to me you're... No. You're the one who's going to have to show me.
grab the little fucking tweets of Zoe Quinn saying, "LOL, we just DDoSed the website," which is basically them going and saying that. So even if it was an internet overload, even if it was, it still doesn't change the fact that in their minds, here they are laughing about the fact that they got that to happen. That's assuming that what you are saying is even accurate. Hence the reason I'm saying, please provide me the evidence. Now, I already have the evidence that they are laughing about that, so if you try to hold that over me, I'll just sit there and hold this over you, and we could just sit there and hold each other's dicks while we're at it. Because at this point, you'll have one thing going with you, and I'll have one thing going with me.
The only thing I can find backing your thing, Helicopter, saying that the Fine Young Capitalists were not DDoSed, is a bunch of statements and tweets coming from Sarah Nyberg.
Okay, what's your point?
I don't trust Sarah Nyberg as
Yeah,
a
No reliable source.
That isn't a reliable source at all.
Yeah, that's not a reliable source.
Yeah, did the TFYC people...
So how about GamerGate.me? Is that a reliable source?
Sure, why not? How about
he
the
was
TFYC...
concerned-
Hold
All
on,
right, let
hold
me
on, I
ask
can
you
answer
this question. Does it provide citations?
Probably. I got to go through the whole fucking thing.
We'll go through the whole fucking thing.
Well,
But
then it
here's
might be
what
a reliable
here's what
source.
GamerGate.me writes. This is one of your sites, right?
Isn't Moltar anti now, though?
Ah,
Moltar's not an anti.
Yeah, he is.
that is an irrelevant proposition.
But he's the
because
owner. No. He's the owner of GamerGate.me.
That's irrelevant because Moltar doesn't manage the wiki. He never did. He
No.
only managed
No. GamerGate.me, not the. Is.
No, I think Moltar hates Gamergate. He's not anti-Gamergate. He just hates people in Gamergate.
This is really a pedantic point. Anyway,
Hey, I won't go to that site. I'll find it somewhere else. It's fine. Whatever. Just making it clear that your own wiki says that they were not DDoSed.
Where in the wiki?
Anyway, I don't think
Where?
it's very productive to be debating about about history of online internet stuff.
Forbes says that it was a quote accidental DDoS attack. So I guess
Yeah.
DDoS.
Accidental.
yeah, an accidental DDoS attack is when you say visit this website and that brings the website down.
Yeah. Okay.
What about the leaking of their Facebook information?
Stop. No, I found my source. It's right there in Forbes by Eric Kane, who you guys thought was the greatest guy ever. Here he is saying that all she did was direct it
Are you
to the
kidding me?
website. I win, we're done. I win, we're done.
Are
See,
you
here's
kidding
the
me?
thing.
Actually, AGG brings up a point that I was hoping we can get to tonight because it's something critical to his argumentation that I find fundamentally flawed. And that
The whole year, guys.
What?
The whole year, guys, of labeling everybody under the same banner.
Yes.
Whatever. Fine. I'm sorry I bannered you. Eric Kane, who was previously looked upon by Gamergate as a neutral individual who had the highest standards of whatever, said that it was an accidental DDoS, which, given that I specifically said intentional, makes it not.
Okay, now is there anywhere in here that's like the smoking gun proof in this article?
Wait. No, I don't have to keep going at this point. I win. There's
Why?
sauce. There's a guy.
I could go and bring up an article where they said that Zoe Quinn.
Sure. Yes. If you can find me an article.
I'm looking at GamerGate.me right now. I don't see anything about accidental DDoS here.
Fine, I'll find you the word. I'll find you the page on GamerGate.me. I don't know. See, it seems to me that at some point you guys are going to have to say, "Oh, you know what? You're right. All she did was direct people to their website."
That if you can provide me like
I just did. It's right there in the chat. It's right there in the chat.
For a second,
Eric,
the
it's a
TFYC dudes. If you can get them publicly saying, "Hey, she did not DDoS our website,"
Yeah, exactly.
that would be like, okay, you have a point. Eric Kane making an assessment on his own opinion of what happened is not proof.
Wait, so the proof that you need in order to be comfortable are people who hate her saying she didn't do this bad thing to us.
No.
That's the only proof that
I
you
want the fine young capitalists themselves saying it wasn't a DDoS.
Let's be clear. I've spoken with Matthew
probably just
Weber,
don't
and I
like
don't
God's sakes. Stop talking in circles. We asked you.
I found it for you. There's Eric Kane saying that all she did was direct people to their website.
He's saying that they directed the people to the website and made an accidental DDoS, but he doesn't list a source.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to. He's a journalist. He's a source. There you go.
Considering
Source.
that some of his
That
other
isn't how
journalism,
sourcing works.
quote,
Does Eric
unquote,
Kane
work
run the Fine Young Capitalists?
I would like
Why?
to see some actual source
Does
material. I'm
Eric
sorry, it's
Kane
not
run
good.
the Fine Young Capitalists?
Sure, he does. Prove me wrong.
Really? You're going to do
No,
that?
I mean that's the level to which you guys have now sunk.
You're
No,
gonna go
I'm
and
asking for
have us
proof.
prove a negative?
Yeah, I want to see the proof that the Fine Young Capitalists said it wasn't a DDoS. That's
I
all
want to
I'm
see the
asking
proof
for.
that they said it was a DDoS.
I'm looking at myself. Gosh.
I'm looking at what fucking Zoe Quinn and Lego Butts had a conversation. If you want, I can throw that on the screen.
Anyway, I really think
We know what she said. She jokingly said that directing people to their website caused it to get DDoSed. We all know what that means. It
Okay.
means people clicked on the link on her Twitter account, and that overwhelmed their website.
Are you
That
fucking
is
idiot?
not-
Are you a fucking idiot? You know how easy it is to get the LOIC? You know how fucking easy that is?
Okay, here's what I'm seeing right now. What I'm seeing right now is the argument is whether or not Zoe Quinn DDoSed their website, correct? Now, Helicopter Guy is trying to use Eric Kane's account to suggest that that wasn't the case, which is fair, I guess, but ultimately Eric Kane's account is his personal assessment, like they said. However, all that being said, Sarge and Seamus have not brought up evidence that shows that Zoe Quinn DDoSed the website. That's a claim.
Whoa,
They-
whoa,
I
whoa.
didn't say no. I didn't say Zoe Quinn. I said that Zoe Quinn.
John, I
Zoe
did
Quinn
not
was
say that
bashing
Zoe
it,
Quinn
and then it got
DDoSed.
DDoS. I didn't say she
Oh,
did
I
it
apologize.
personally.
Oh. So it's not even her fault anymore that they got DDoSed.
Hey,
Really?
hey, Aggro, is it my fault that Zoe Quinn got a harassment
No.
by some random ass on Twitter?
No.
Is it GamerGate's fault that happened?
Yes.
Why?
Okay, I see how that logic works.
Oh yeah.
Listen,
So
it
she's not accountable, but GamerGate's accountable for what other people do.
Gamergate is accountable for the actions taken by people to benefit Gamergate. Zoe Quinn.
I love how this.
This is the point. This is the point in the debate where the Gamergaters are like, "Oh, we can't refute what he just said, so we'll just laugh into our microphones."
Shit, let me get this straight. If someone got
No. Wait. No.
Interrupt.
you go attack
Double layer. That's some.
Let's get through the laughing part and the you all talking over your part. We'll get that out of our systems for a little bit.
All right, I wanted to let you think about this.
No. Are we out of that system? Is that out of your system now?
Have you heard me talk over any?
Forever? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Shut the fuck up and keep going with the discussion.
Well, can I? Because I'm not sure that we're over
don't know,
you
dude.
laughing out loud on the
every time
mic
that
like
we-
that's a meaningful argument.
They're crying these fucking little crocodile tears. Shut the fuck up and deal with it, all right? This is the level of argument you're going to have to deal with. It may be immature, but whatever. That's just the nature of the fucking...
No, I mean, I understand that you guys are mature. I just want to point it out to you that whenever anyone says anything that hurts your fifis so much that you can't think of anything to do but try to mock it, all you do is
Retard.
laugh.
That's a very
into the
emotional
mic.
argument.
I want to
and
point
I
out
will
the
counter that.
double
Hold on, Sarge. I got
standard
this.
logic,
Sarge,
okay?
I got this.
No,
You didn't laugh
John,
on the
shut
mic,
up for a
John,
second.
so you don't need to counter
The
it.
double standard is logic, okay?
John, you don't
Now,
need to counter
Group
it because
A
you didn't laugh on the mic.
Responsible for going and having a harassment done to somebody else. Everybody in Group A is responsible, and Group B, this person. Or
You
this
never
group
gave me
is
a
not
Group B.
responsible.
You never gave me a Group B.
Okay.
Wait.
Zoe Quinn's little followers, are they all responsible for what happened to TFYC?
Sorry, what are Zoe Quinn's little followers? How do they
Zoe Quinn
create
and
the...
her whole fan club. To include people
so
like
in-
Lego Bucks, Famous Frequency,
Dark
all of
Side-
them.
Okay, here.
Let me make
So when
sure I understand the
when
comparison.
Darkside Phil says he calls out somebody and calls them disgusting, and he wishes shit would happen to him, and then those people just happen to get all their shit DMCA'd and DDoSed and all that other shit. That's not his doing, right?
I don't know who you're talking about, so I can't speak
Darkside Phil?
intelligently about it. I have no idea who you're talking about, so I can't speak intelligently about it.
You don't know Darkside Phil.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I can't speak intelligently about it.
Darkside Phil in the middle
I
of
like
the
what
stream.
someone in the comments saying. If he's going through all this trouble to admit that Zoe Quinn DDoSed a website, she didn't DDoS it, but she got her followers to do it.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
is it the mainstream and AGG are so quick to say that Gamergate harasses, DDoXes, and doxes people based on this little evidence of someone's word? That's a very good point.
Well,
but
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sure you
Sure,
won't answer
but
that.
I'll answer any question you have. Why don't you ask me your question in non-abusive form? Go ahead.
A non-abusive form? Okay.
We tried
No,
not
I
to
mean,
be
that is a
Zoe
loaded
Quinn-
question.
so we have
That's
to get
Zoe
very
Quinn
loaded. Don't answer that question.
goes
It's loaded.
and
Well,
points
that's
out a whole
subjective.
bunch
You
of
don't have to answer a question sometimes. That's a loaded question because
That's why I wasn't answering it, because it's like, given that you'll do this, this, and this, why won't you do that? No, just ask me what you want to ask me.
I'm going to ask you a question that's non-abusive, okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why is Gamergate blamed for all these harassment campaigns, but
Sure.
feminists and feminist-friendly social justice warriors, whatever you'd like to call them,
Sure.
are given a clean slate in every single instance that they're shown to do similar tactics?
Simple. I know the answer for you. Gamergate is a choice affinity group. So there's no way for you to be a Gamergater.
You're telling me
Famous.
that there's
Let
no
him talk.
choice to being a
Seamus,
feminist.
Famous.
or something?
Hang on a second. Let him talk.
Gamergate is a choice affinity group. There's no way you can be a Gamergater without joining Gamergate. Feminism, however, is not a choice affinity group. There are ways...
Can I ask a question?
No, not until I'm done. I'll let the laughing and then I'll start from the top again.
That's fine. I can wait till you're done.
Gloves.
Feminism is not a choice affinity group. There are ways that you can be a feminist and not join a choice affinity group like the National Organization for Women. Now, if under the banner of the National Organization for Women terrible things were done, I would say, well, then people should not be part of the National Organization for Women. I would not say people should not be feminists. The same way right now terrible things are being done under the banner of ethics in gaming journalism.
Citation needed.
That doesn't mean that people should be against ethics in gaming journalism. Because I'm for ethics in gaming journalism, what it means is that you shouldn't be a GamerGater, a choice affinity group. So feminism is not a choice affinity group, it is an ideology. Believing in ethics in gaming journalism is an ideology I share. GamerGate is a choice affinity group. So when members of GamerGate do bad things, the other members of GamerGate are in fact on the hook.
You have zero proof that GamerGate has done anything.
Sure. When members of GamerGate do bad things, other members of GamerGate are on the hook to say this bad thing was bad, and we will not tolerate it or benefit from it.
I'd like to field this one.
No. I got a question to ask.
Actually, I think
I like to field this one first.
I
have a direct response to this. Okay.
Go ahead, John.
To your standards,
Yes.
which are collectivist standards.
I don't know what that means, so
Okay.
to my standards,
Collectivist means that anybody who participates means all.
I don't believe that. No, wait. GamerGaters, as a group, harass. No individual GamerGater that I've ever
Give me
run.
evidence of that, for fuck's sake.
feminists
No
as a group
individual
Justice
GamerGater.
warriors as a group harass.
No individual GamerGater that I've ever spoken to, I think, has ever engaged in harassment. So, to be clear, as a choice affinity group, you've chosen this thing
Can you
to be a part of.
Can you define a choice affinity group? Because I actually went on to look on Google. I only found affinity group.
It's not like GamerGate has separate branches to it.
Affinity group, it's the same thing. You choose to join an affinity group.
Okay, so we're just
Okay,
gonna
I need people to stop talking over each other.
You're
because
adding on the
it's
extra word
really
choice, and there's
not
no
productive. And that goes for Helicopter Guy, Lieutenant Sarge, Seamus, and others.
What's up?
And also, Dan, please don't mute people.
Sorry. I'll stop.
Anyway, as I was saying, to your standards, which are collectivist standards, which means that you basically, instead of holding people accountable based on individual by individual basis, you hold people accountable based on groupings, such as quote unquote choice affinity group, being a part of a choice affinity group. I would mostly agree with your point about the tautology of being a gator, but where I disagree with you is when you say that, oh, well, one gator did X. That means all gators are equally guilty of X.
I absolutely did not say that, and I think I was very clear to not say that when I said that.
Or in part guilty of doing X.
Oh, well, that's, yes, in part, sure.
Yes, I do not subscribe to that.
So any
Okay.
feminist that goes out and does any sort of thing like
No, I can't choose.
a dead animal and a male, all the other feminists are guilty because they filled that sort of mentality that promotes that.
No,
So
I can't choose.
the actions of one feminist makes all feminists guilty. By
No,
that logic is what you're using.
No, I can't
I'm
choose.
going to hold you to that standard.
No, please don't hold me to a standard I won't believe.
You just said GamerGate people all participate in
Here's the difference between feminism and GamerGate. GamerGate is an affinity group. You all like being part of GamerGate.
All
You
right,
call
can I
yourselves...
the definition of affinity group on the screen here. It is a group of
Jesus.
people linked by a common interest or purpose. Feminism would qualify in that category. So
No.
Yes.
The difference...
Do not fucking say the dictionary's wrong. Fuck that. No.
The difference between what you're talking about,
No.
feminism, and ideology, and GamerGate, a group of people that bands together over a number of different
So,
things, is
you're
that
saying-
one...
Hang on. Real quick. Are you saying that a group of people linked by a common interest or purpose does
I'm not going to
describe
get
feminists?
into. I'm not going to get into a dictionary argument with you.
You need to stop
You just
trying
did.
to-
Well, you
Then
just-
I'm going to use. Then I'm going to pick a different word. Then I'm going to pick a different word for GamerGate because obviously I used the wrong word.
False
I'm going to.
dichotomy, sir.
Yes.
You are
argue
creating a
semantics
false
all the time.
dichotomy.
I'm not
You're
arguing. I'm going to stop.
trying use
You win.
separate
You win.
definitions that
Here I
are
am.
equally applicable to both
He's going to
subjects.
talk over me, saying that you win.
Yes.
You win. I used affinity group the wrong way, and for that I apologize. GamerGate is not an affinity group. Feminism is an affinity group. I misunderstood the definition of affinity group. I need to figure out the right definition of affinity group so that I can figure out what it is that you're a part of. But what it is that you're a part of is a thing that you've chosen to form a group about. What it is that I'm a part of is a thing that I have not chosen to join a group about. By being a feminist, I am not in a group of feminists. I am merely a person who is a feminist. By being a GamerGater, you have joined a group of GamerGaters. The
Hey,
difference...
You know what's
ask-
ironic, John? Is this
Sarge, wait, I got a question. Did you hear that?
Is exactly what you and everybody else always says about being in Gamergate, is that you're not a Gamergater, you just happen to be somebody in the controversy. It's so fucking ironic.
Sure. And some people.
I just want to say something
This
here.
is just-
I've never
this is
identified
hilarious.
as a gamer gator. Thank you.
Can I ask, please? Okay, how helicopter? How you say that Gamergate is a group? Now, how does one join this group?
You choose to be a member of this group
How?
by choosing.
You know, people regularly choose to get out of feminism because they don't like what other feminists are doing.
Yeah, those people aren't actually no longer feminists.
Okay, so
what actions do you
goalposts
have
is
to
being
take
moved,
to
guys.
choose?
So if,
I'm not moving
somebody,
the
so if
goalposts.
somebody chooses to get out of Gamergate because they don't like what Gamergate people are doing, it's not the same thing.
No, it's totally the same thing. Anyone who says, I don't like what you assholes... Anyone who says, I don't like what you assholes are doing, I don't want to be a Gamergater anymore, I embrace them.
Can you guys stop interrupting? Okay. What actions do you have to take to become a Gamergater?
I don't really know. That's a tough one.
Okay,
That's a tough question, and I need to think about it some more.
Okay, how about subscribing to Kotaku in Action? Would that be...
No, I'm subscribed to Kotaku in Action.
Oh, okay. So...
Taco Action's a cesspool.
Yeah, Kotaku Action is terrible.
That absolutely doesn't do it because I'm subscribed to Kotaku in Action, and I don't think I'm a Gamergater.
Oh, really?
I don't think
How do we
anyone-
know that?
I don't think anyone here thinks I'm a Gamergater, so there's a better definition.
Oh, I really don't think you are.
I have a very. I actually.
Yeah, I know,
define
John. Don't worry about it. I know.
I think you're fighting a concept that you don't understand.
I think I do understand
that
it,
is
though.
the
No,
best
you don't.
assessment that basically could more accurately define everything for this last hour. Thank you, Virek. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, there's another issue point of that I want to bring up, and that is something about something Helicopter Guy's been saying about Gamergate being mostly right wing, or let's even be more specific, Gators being mostly right wing.
No, that is absolutely not what I say. I don't think you're mostly right wing. Let's be clear. If you were to sum up your political opinions, I think like most 18 to 26-year-olds, you're socially liberal and economically undescribed.
I'm not liberal or anything. I'm an egalitarian.
Right. But the movement that you've joined is a conservative movement, and you can join conservative movements. You can join conservative movements and
I am
still
my
be
own
a liberal.
I am my own fucking person in Gamergate. I regularly have people telling me, fucking tweeting me all the time, telling me to do this or do this or do this or do this. I can tell them all the same thing. Fuck off. I'll do my own fucking thing. That's what I do. So you're saying no, because I'm in Gamergate, I have no fucking individuality? No, I'm constantly.
No, I never said that. Wait. I never said you had no individuality. If I wanted to say you had no individuality, I would have said you have no individuality. No, I do not think that a Gamergater, and some people do think this, but I personally do not. I do not think that you're required to subsume your own individuality to the collective mind. I don't think that. I do think that you, as a group, argue for conservative actions with respect to women and generally, and video games specifically.
And I
I
can argue
really
against
have
that.
no idea who you're talking about.
What would
Give me a specific example of a conservative idea for women.
What's an what would you consider to be a conservative action that Gamergate as a whole is advocating for?
Gamergate as a whole advocates particularly.
You said.
Gamergate as a whole advocates against measures taken to increase the participation of women in the gaming space.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the last 15 years, all the fucking women I fucking play games with.
No. So you personally have not done this thing. I believe that. You have joined a movement that does this thing.
Okay,
Yes,
wait a minute.
yeah,
I got
we're
a
not
question.
Hang on,
for you.
let him explain. I want to hear this actual thing, because I constantly hear it stated, but I never hear like concrete things other than like, oh, Anita Sarkeesian got harassed by some person on Twitter.
I've never discussed that. That's
Okay.
not those are not the conservative actions that you guys are taking.
I wanna
It's
hear-
not the harassment. The harassment exists, but that's not what I'm talking
Right,
about.
I want to hear what the conservative action to keep women out of gaming is.
Gamergate as a whole is opposed in its entirety to almost every form of affirmative action in the world.
No, it's not.
No, he's right. It's
wow. You're
It's absolutely true.
Can I
It's
ask-
absolutely true. You, as individuals, may not be opposed to it.
No, I
As
am.
a- That's fine.
This is where
So
I think
you're
there's-
gonna blanket statement shit. Does that mean that all feminists hate men?
No. Hold on. Now, can I?
Oh no, because I have
no,
experience with
hold on.
I could punch up videos with me
There,
yelling at
you're
men.
already-
Can I?
You've gone in and blanket stated all of Gamergate.
No, I have not.
Yes, you
He's
have.
completely right.
You
Sarge,
just
I
said
can only find
Gamergate.
one person who is for affirmative action in Gamergate. You're
I
not
can
going to
find
find it.
lots of them.
Yeah,
There are lots of people in Gamergate who totally believe in affirmative action.
Hey,
Don't
I'll tell you what, dude. I don't really like affirmative action as a whole either. So you could point to me, but that
Sure.
doesn't mean that the other people in this chat are going to agree with that opinion.
No, but that's not, guys. It's a position that your movement takes as a whole.
No,
You are
no,
opposed.
It's true. He's right.
Why did
He's right.
Sinus issue?
He's
I
absolutely
don't think
right.
you understand
In
Gamergate.
this one point, he is absolutely correct. We are opposed to affirmative action. That's true.
No, okay, hold on.
would
I like to clarify
disagree
something.
as Gamergate as a whole, but I could see that there are people in Gamergate that are. There's a lot of people that are only interested in the ethics aspect.
No, you're not
They're the ones that
understanding
often get called
helicopters.
the ethics cuts. I
No,
mean,
you
like,
have
there's
to
a lot of people that
understand-
are.
No, you have to understand Helicopter's point carefully because he's doing a very wordy type of argument that you can easily mistake for something else, but he actually means something very specific. What he's saying is that what he alleges is that basically Gamergate, the group, has been in opposition to actions which would cause more women to enter the gaming and tech spheres. Correct?
I don't even necessarily agree with that unless he's talking.
I
that,
don't
no.
agree with that statement
I
either.
don't agree with that at all.
I'm not sure what.
No, that's a stronger statement. That's a stronger statement than what I was going to making. Gamergate opposes actions taken to decrease the quote unquote wage gap.
What wage gap?
But it doesn't exist.
That's why I put it in quotes. Let's be clear. I put it in quotes for a reason. I
Yeah,
don't want to argue that it does or doesn't exist. I don't want to argue that it does or doesn't exist. Listen. No, wait.
That's why we're talking
One argument for not doing anything about it is to argue that it doesn't exist, and I accept that argument, guys. I'm okay with it.
Right,
Whatever
because
argument you wanna make.
Hang on
make
a
it
second,
come out that
motherfucker.
PhD in engineering
You're
gets right.
talking about like multiple different aspects that not everybody in Gamergate is talking about.
No, but not.
When does a wage gap come up as a Gamergate aspect thing? I mean, there's people in Gamergate that will probably talk about it here and there, but like, when does it come up as like a focal point?
I think I have a pretty important question here.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sure.
Mike.
Mike, turn up your mic.
Mike, turn up your outbound.
Huh?
He's fine.
AGG,
Yeah, I just
you're
wanna
breathing
know,
into your mic again.
what
If you can
does
fix
the
that, I
wage
appreciate it.
gap have
Yeah, sorry.
to video games journalism?
Say that
Nothing.
again, please.
Oh, right. So why is that a Gamergate issue?
Gamergate isn't about ethics in video games journalism.
Really? It's about a lot of things.
Okay.
You could say it's also about
Yeah,
that.
it's about a lot of things, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's about.
If we're going to
Hey,
have a
hold
debate
on.
about what Gamergate is and isn't, I'm going to say no because I'm
Yeah,
going to...
that's not even
Yeah.
what the debate is. I heard that he said.
Gamergate is
in
not
one
about
term of
ethics and
blanket-
journalism. It's about keeping women out of the game tech and getting rid and helping keep the pay gap there. That's
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
How
No.
does Gamergate not being for affirmative action all of a sudden correlates to they don't want women in the tech industry?
Yeah.
I never said that. Wait. These are not things that I have said. Only things that I have said should be attributed to me. And the thing that I've said is that Gamergate as a whole is opposed to affirmative action, and that is a thing that they do that is a conservative thing.
Can I ask?
Citation needed.
Right. So what would you like me to
No, it's-
citation for you?
No,
Okay,
it's
but
true.
This
He's-
guy's
you're-
fucking idiot, dude.
But it's the context of how you're saying affirmative action. We're saying okay, somebody should be a developer based on their merits, their programming ability,
Yeah.
their skill, and everything like that. That's fine. You're saying that people should be let in and be developers just because of their race or sex.
Sure. That would be the conservative way of arguing about affirmative action.
Okay.
I'm not going to let you frame the argument that way
Hang
because
on,
that's an
hang on.
unfair framing.
About
But
affirmative action. Are
no,
you
that's
fucking-
the conservative framing of what
No,
affirmative action means.
I'm fully for that people based on their skill and merit should be paid for it and should be hired for it.
No, listen, guys.
not based on their race,
if you improve
religion,
yourself
knowledge.
and
No, I understand. Listen, may I please?
Go for
May I
it.
please? You have to accept that people are going to disagree about the reasons for things to exist. And you have to at least acknowledge that there are people who disagree with the way you framed the issue of affirmative action. I understand that that's how you think affirmative action works, but I think you have to understand. I think you have to understand that I think it's a different thing.
I think
what do
you're
you
the
think it
first
is?
person and only person who has actually framed this concern this way, and that's why I'm not accepting your bullshit premise.
Sure.
Yeah,
So
I
listen,
think you're-
I believe that affirmative action serves to make sure that individuals who are unfairly discriminated against due to their race or their sex or their age or their military history or anything else along those lines is given a fair leg up. Now, listen. Wait, before you cut me off and yell about fair leg up, let me be clear that in your minds what that means is that I'm giving women things that I didn't give to men, and I'm giving them an unfair advantage. And I accept that we disagree on this point. But you have to accept that that's what I think.
Okay, if that, I'm going to concede to you right now that that is what you think. Now, at least show me, not even proof, show me
Okay.
where GamerGate opposes this, okay?
So if I show you where GamerGate opposes this, will they have then agreed that this is a conservative position that GamerGate has taken?
I can agree if you can show me that.
If I can show you GamerGate opposing it,
Hold on.
Hang on.
will you agree?
Concur to an argument. So here's the stipulations for that. If you could show me it and I can agree, and then we can agree that this is a conservative position. But that's like three.
We need to agree that it's no. So that's what I'm not willing to do. So what we need to agree is that opposing affirmative action is a conservative position. Until we can reach that agreement, I don't want to waste my time showing you that you do it.
Why is it conservative?
You know what?
I'm not conservative. I'm egalitarian.
You know what? Because I want to know what you're talking about, I'm going
I
to
feel like we're being Kafka
right
trapped.
now. I don't actually agree with it, but let's just concede for argument's
Well,
sake.
no, but I can't. I'm not going to do it for argument's sake because it's just going to lead us in
You
circles.
know what? You would make a really great Christian because I've seen so many fucking Christians do the same fucking
All right.
Unless
Yeah,
you believe with my idea,
Let me feel this
unless you
particular.
read the Bible and accept God as the word of truth, then I can't prove to you that God exists. You're the same fucking type of person.
As an agnostic, I think it's fair to say that people should read the Bible before discounting it. But as an agnostic, I think that it's unfair to say that the Bible proves the existence of God because it says it does.
Well,
So
guess
I'm-
what, son? You're doing exactly the same type of argumentation that Saitin Kruger
No,
did.
I don't think I am. If you don't agree with me, that opposing affirmative action is a conservative position, then that's okay.
Okay,
It's
I'll feel
not,
this one
though.
because
What does
I'll
that
feel
have to
this
do with
one.
small
I'll feel this
government?
No,
I
I'm
thought
getting
that's
mad
what
at you
conservative
because
is.
I'm trying to concede you the argument, even if I don't agree with it, just so we can get to your point. And
No,
you're
but that is my point finishes at that
well,
point.
you have to agree with me from the beginning anyway before I can
That
even
wraps
give
it
the
up.
argument.
That wraps up my whole point. I have no further point after that. I feel that I've
Yeah,
proven my
that's-
case.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You're just like Saitin, fucking Christian Bible thumper, because that's the same argumentation that he does. You're not actually presenting a case.
Here's the
You're
case.
saying that I
Let me give you the case. Let me give you the case all wrapped
your
up.
position. You have to
Let me
previously
give you
agree
the
with your
case wrapped
position
up.
before you'll give your argument. And I'm saying that's
Sure.
bullshit.
Sure. Let me give you the case all wrapped up, and you can tell me which parts of it you agree with and which parts you don't.
I'm
Okay?
gonna feel this one. Just,
No. Let me give this a shot. Let me give this a shot because I think we're gonna get there. Here's what I'd say. Conservative groups push conservative points. Do you agree with that? That's what
Conservative.
defines a group as being conservative. It pushes conservative points.
Sure, for the sake of argument, go ahead, keep going.
No, but do you agree with that or not?
I don't know. I don't really care. Keep going.
Okay.
He's trying to make a conditional statement a biconditional statement in his reasoning.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm cutting it down. I'm cutting down the number of things we have to agree about or disagree about. Opposing affirmative action is a conservative point.
Disagree.
No, I
Dis-
don't
I
disagree.
fucking
Okay.
What-
So you would agree that liberals oppose affirmative action and conservatives believe in affirmative action. Is that what you would argue?
Because so let's look at the word. Let's look at the word
Sometimes
conservative.
it's also
Conservative
bad.
means
Libertarian
keeping things the way they are because they don't want change, right?
I'm using it in the American
No,
sense.
no, 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 no,
as-
no, 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 no. What is it? What is the term of a conservative? Means they don't
I
want
don't wanna
to
play
change. They
dictionary.
want things to
There's a-
remain the same.
Sure.
Okay, so you're saying that people wanting people to be hired as game devs based on their ability and not because of their race, sex.
So you just framed the whole point in a way that makes what I'm saying offensive. You have to say it my way. If I have to say it your way and at least understand your point, you have to say it my way.
Doesn't shut up.
So you want him to lie, is what you're saying?
No, look, he can say.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't want him to lie. I want him to put it in my words. He doesn't need to say that.
Please, I would like to go to bed knowing what you fucking said. I don't want to have to.
Sure, but people keep cutting me off.
You could have said.
Sure. Gamergate opposes affirmative action.
No, I
Can
don't.
I say why I oppose affirmative action, please?
One sec. Gamergate opposes affirmative action, and thus, by pushing a conservative political point, Gamergate evidences that it's a conservative movement.
Okay, that is it. That's your only point so far.
No,
Now,
that's my argument. That's the argument.
What was the way that it opposes affirmative action was what I was trying to get you
Sure,
to say.
I can find that. That's not hard. That's just finding you guys saying the wage gap doesn't exist.
That's what I want
because it doesn't.
But you have
No,
to
I know it. Guys, I know you believe it doesn't, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, what is your way of opposing? Hang on. What is your way of opposing affirmative action?
What?
What is your way that Gamergate opposes affirmative action? Just so I can get a concrete example.
Gamergate denies the existence of the deniable wage gap.
Gamergate denies the existence of the deniable wage gap.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an example of when this happens, or like who?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, you can hear the people who are muted in the background screaming already about how the wage gap doesn't exist.
I'm not muted, but I'm interested in hearing your point.
I'm waiting for you to say this because you've brought up the wage gap before, and then we all argued about it. Just say your fucking example.
So,
the floor is yours.
I'm trying to find you because the consistency, like get me some sauce. I want to get you the best sauce I can get you as quickly as possible.
Yes, please.
Okay, what about shoe on head? There you go. I got your evidence.
I can give a reason why I don't agree with some of the quote affirmative action denials that have been put in place. Like you have Samantha Allen, she lost her shit because the website she was working for hired 2 white guys, and she was directly opposed to that, and she made a big fucking stink of it. And in my eyes, that would be an example of where people in Gamergate would probably collectively say, yeah, well, her arguments for denying 2 people the right to work there because they're white and male is bullshit. But I mean, I don't know if that's what he's talking about. So I want to know, to be clear.
That's not at all what I'm talking about.
All right, so we're on different pages here. So that's why I want to know what it is you're talking about.
Look, I found evidence that. Yeah, look at the link.
Dan, can I address the specific point you're trying to make? You're basically trying to make the point that you're trying to label Gamergate as a group again.
No, I'm not.
In a way that,
Yo, can you guys hear me?
yes, I can.
All right, thank you, Jesus.
I'm not labeling us as a group.
I've been trying to ask Helicopter a question for the past 30 minutes, and I just realized that nobody could hear me before.
Ask away.
You muted yourself.
All right, thank you. No, I didn't mute myself. My mic just wasn't working in the call before. All right, Helicopter. You said that like 20 minutes ago about feminists not being what was the word you used?
I inappropriately used affinity group, but I think everyone knew what I meant.
Actually, I agree with you. I'll agree with you for the sake of this argument. I just let me ask this question, then you can say whatever you need to say. So, by the way you framed that argument, though, I can also apply the same logic of the group mentality of feminists, regardless of the way you phrase feminists not being to it, that if some feminists do something that is wrong, I can apply the impartial liability of all feminists being wrong to all feminists.
Sure. So let me ask you a question. If I say that you
can't deny that.
No, I can't. Let me ask you a question. So if someone else does something revolting, that doesn't mean I have to change my political stances.
No,
right?
you don't. No, you don't.
So to be clear, feminism is a political stance that I hold, right?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you for the sake of this.
Is Gamergate a political stance?
No.
yes and no.
No. Gamergate includes a lot of political stances like ethics and gaming journalism and opposing SJWs and shit like that. But
Well, that's an
Gamergate,
ideological stance, not a political stance.
whatever. Everyone knows what I'm saying.
I can't agree to one definition of Gamergate because that would be biased.
No, I know you can't. But is Gamergate an ideological stance?
No,
Or
it's
is no one would say that I
It's
can.
an event that has
Sure, it's an event, it's a movement, it's a group, it's a something.
that coming together.
No one would have.
If
No
we're going
one.
to talk about the ideology that you're talking about, or whatever political stance, that would be the pro-Gamergate versus anti-Gamergate.
Sure,
In that sense.
but stop, please. I'm begging you. I don't want to get bogged down in that. The point that I'm making is, an ideological stance is something that you're not required to change when someone revolting shares that ideological stance.
No, I understand that. That's how you framed your argument of the difference between Gamergate and feminist. I was just simply stating that in the way you stated it, in the way you stated that it's as John Kelly pointed out, and you agreed to him earlier, that if some Gamergaters commit a freaking crime or whatever on the internet, then all of them, let me finish, then all of them are partially guilty, and I was saying that I can apply the partial guilt factor to feminists as well.
No, you can't. Because there's nothing I can do aside from changing my ideological beliefs that will distance.
There's nothing that I can do that prevents somebody from sending a nasty tweet to Anita Sarkeesian.
But here's what you can do. There is something you can do to distance yourself from that person.
Guys, am I wrong? Am I wrong in this?
No, you're absolutely right, Matt.
You're right, Max.
You can apply.
I have a different perspective on.
It's completely. This is another one of those 7 of you agree that I'm wrong, and that doesn't actually.
No, I don't want them to agree with me.
I'm not going to say. Hold on.
Here's the logic behind it. You're trying to describe
you got to let people talk. Other people talk sometimes.
Thing to your group, and we're saying that it's the same for both.
Yes, I know. I understand. Trust me, I believe you. That you totally think that feminism and Gamergate are the same type of thing.
No,
but
I get what Helicopter's saying. I'm getting what he's saying. But, and I don't necessarily disagree, because I really cannot say he's wrong from his subjective moral standpoint, because that's where he's arguing from, a personal, subjective, moral standpoint.
Yeah,
now, but the problem with what his argument is, it is a fundamental problem that does become an ideological consistency issue.
Thank you. That's all.
No, here's the thing. People who believe.
Helicopter guy, you had all night to talk. You got to let other people speak. I mean, you don't want to make people who are critical of Gamergate out to be people who override other people's speech. Right?
Yeah, I do. I don't have a problem making us out to be that way. I have no problem with making it look like when I'm in a room with 6 other people, yelling at me, that I need to stand up for myself.
Now so anybody opposed to Gamergate that rejects your position,
I gotta speak here because this was a direction at me because I am someone who's been critical of Gamergate. Now, you are, by consequence, some people may get in their minds, rightly or wrongly, that essentially people who are against Gamergate are completely unreasonable by the way you're talking. And
no, they wouldn't. So anyone who believes that the way I'm talking, I don't care if you're done yet. Watch this. No. So this is going to be another one of those 5-minute long screeds where you talk and raise point after point after point after point, and I'm presented 10 seconds to rebut it before someone starts laughing. Go ahead and talk.
All right. Basically, what I'm getting at is the ideological inconsistency that you have, an issue with, that you have, is defining Gamergate as a group, period, is not practical because there is no consensus. Not by the world, not by any grouping of individual people, not by a team of experts, not by academics, journalists, whatever. Not even by people who self-identify as Gamergate. There is no consensus as to what a Gamergater is or what that means. So this whole notion of collectivism cannot apply as a result because the group cannot be defined, and that definition must be discarded in any moral argument.
I don't think that it behooves anyone to enter into an argument saying that the reason why Gamergaters don't exist is because they're a nebulous group. I think that Their nebulousness is to their advantage. It allows people to walk in and out of the group as they so choose. I think that just being nebulous does not make you undefinable.
I would,
Okay,
I would fundamentally disagree because am I Gamergate?
You are the edge, the nebulous edge of Gator.
Well,
I'm still waiting for you
by
to-
what standard? Exactly.
Yeah, by what
Because there's-
standard?
By your personal standards?
My
Because-
personal standards.
But your personal standards are yours and yours only, and they can easily be discarded because, again, it's not one that is
Okay. By whose standards are you not Gator?
my standards.
Wonderful. So we'll have to agree that people can disagree about whether or not you're Gator. Let's ask that question of a different person. Am I Gator?
Nope.
I could argue yes.
Would you in good faith argue yes?
Yes.
You would honestly argue that
I would argue the point that you are.
I could be usefully argued to be a gamer Gator.
There is two ways I can define a gamer Gator, right?
Oh God.
The first way.
So let me tell you. I understand that you were going to argue that the best definition for GamerGator are people who are involved in the ongoing controversy called GamerGate. Is that fair?
That is not the best way to define it, but that was the way I can include you as a gamer.
Right. So that's not the definition of GamerGater.
Well, to you.
Well,
That's not the definition that we're using. So, for instance,
Helicopter, before you continue, we'll just add this caveat. We have to agree that there is no specific concrete definition.
Sure, that's absolutely fair. That there is. I agree. There's no way of going to someone and scientifically determining Gator or not Gator.
All right.
Totally
The
fair.
definition is not practical, and because it's not practical, there is no grounds to stand on to make a moral argument of collective responsibility to begin with. It's very hard for me to convince someone collectivism is wrong, but I can say that the collectivist standards that you're trying to apply cannot apply.
I fundamentally disagree with you, but I think we're
But
just
the rest
going
of the
to.
world will disagree with you in return because the rest of the world cannot come to a consensus on what a gamergator is.
No, that's absolutely true. There are definitely people on the nebulous fringe, like yourself, that may or may not be Gators. They absolutely exist, and we can't come to
I'm
an
not on the
agreement.
nebulous fringe though, because take a
You
look.
are totally on the nebulous fringe.
Okay,
Just
helicopter guy.
agree
I
to
think
disagree
you're arguing.
with
Hold
them,
on, no.
Sarge. Just
I
agree
got
to
this. I got
disagree.
this. I got this, Sand.
Okay.
What communities within GamerGate are you familiar with?
I would say that I understand the difference between GG Revolt, which is the nebulous fringe, and whatever the other GG thing on 8chan is, which is not the nebulous fringe, and Kotaku in Action, which is definitely not the nebulous fringe, and a bunch of Twitter people who use the tag, some of which are the nebulous fringe and some of which are not.
Okay.
Are you familiar with? I'm not done. Here, I got this. Facebook groups. How many of those are you aware of?
I mean, I'm only aware of the 3 that Meow whatever inappropriately leaked to the world.
Okay. There are dozens of Facebook groups.
Sure, I put them in the Twitter. I put them in the Twitter list. Some of them are nebulous and some of them are Gator.
They're not all Twitter users.
I put them in the Twitter list. Some of them are nebulous and some of them are Gator.
Okay.
You can't lump different communities like that together. It's completely inaccurate. That'd be like lumping different countries together.
Yeah, but my job is not to be a sociologist because I'm not one. So
then why are you acting like one, using sociologist rhetoric and conflating it?
I don't think any of this is sociologist rhetoric, and
a lot of it is. This is actually a lot to do with like 101 sociology, and
which I never took, so I don't really want to get into sociology.
An actual sociology, like he's not up right now, but I could actually talk with an actual.
I really don't want to speak. I don't want to speak to a professional sociologist.
Well, I think that your unwillingness to talk to someone who would be an expert in the subject matter.
The only circumstances under which I'm going to be willing to talk to an expert in this subject matter is if you guys stop arguing with me about the law and about finance entirely. And I don't think you're going to be willing to do that, so let's not go that way.
I can actually dismiss that particular argument because you are unwilling to prove your credentials in the first place. Therefore, you cannot use it to validate your stance in the argument. That is not to say that you are not those things, because I can believe that on that basis. But when it comes to argumentation,
so this PhD sociologist is going to give me his name?
I don't know.
Kind of necessary.
I'll give you that. I will give you that he has actually. I don't think he has actually revealed his public name. And again, he's not up right now.
Give it to,
however.
I'll give it to Hodar that, John, you do make that noise a lot whenever you're kind of having to think. You go, that's something that even Seattle for Truth pointed out.
Dun dun dun.
Dun.
And they
You
can,
get for that.
They can point out my quirks. That's okay. You can make fun of me.
I just want to point out. I just want to point out that it's not really
No,
necessary
you are,
for somebody.
As long as he doesn't break into the hamster dance, I'm fine with that.
As long it's not really necessary for somebody to give their name to prove their credentials. You could just as easily take a photograph of your degree with a timestamp, and it'd be
Sure, I can do that right now. I mean, come on. You want me to get? You want me to get it? You want me to get one from?
No,
I could get it. I could get a degree picture with a timestamp from Harvard in 10 seconds. It would be identical to the one I've got right here in my house. I don't see how that proves anything.
If that is a necessary course of action that needs to be taken, then we will cross the bridge when we get up to it. But
But I don't understand.
Hold on. No. I'm not done yet. However, you've already pointed out that that's an unfair barrier to an unreasonable request. So I will not ask you to do that.
But
So,
I'll totally
moving
do it.
on.
I got my JD right here. You want a timestamp version of it? I can't prove it's not one I just printed off the website of Harvard, but whatever.
Did anyone ask for him to do this? Did anyone ask for
Nope.
Nobody
Fine.
All right, then
Get
moving
on
on.
with it.
Moving on. Back to other GamerGate-related communities, and by GamerGate, I'm talking about the event. There's also the other side of the coin that isn't GamerGate, but they like to either make fun of and/or criticize GamerGate. There's against GamerGate. There's GamerGate.
Well, that's a allegedly debate sub.
Well, yeah, allegedly.
Well-
there's also other Twitter spheres and
Don't
other
forget
Facebook
about the
spheres.
Amala network.
Yeah, that's that. And there's been a lot of and there's also various other communities that are not GamerGate specific but have GamerGate topics and threads, such as
Sure.
at one time the Angry Joe Show forums.
Sure.
And there's also various places where it gets
Look,
mentioned.
I see your argument. I see your argument clearly. You're going to argue to me that against GamerGate is a group. Is that
No.
fair?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
That is not where I'm going with this. Where I'm going with
Okay.
this is any definition. Definitions are determined by consensus, and then after that,
Absolutely.
yes.
Yeah.
And because there is no possible consensus to come up with the term
Fine.
GamerGator,
Okay.
there is no
So I
possible way.
will no longer call people GamerGaters. From now on, I will call people who believe and have associated themselves with a group of other people who will believe that GamerGate is a good thing and would like GamerGate to continue. I will now call them flomps. And as a shorthand for flomps, I'm going to continue to use the word GamerGator. But every time I say GamerGator, remember that what I'm actually saying is flomps.
Okay, so every time I talk about a feminist, I'll say crazy psycho bitch.
That is the most troll-worthy argument.
That's
to
my
the
that's
point
that's
where-
what I'll use. Every time I talk about a social justice warrior, I will say
The reason that
I will say that.
Hold on, that's just hilarious. I mean, that's a pretty
CPB,
good troll.
CPB, crazy
If I,
psycho bitch.
if I may, guys, if I may, I actually agree with Hodor on this one because this is an argument I've been getting into over the word censorship, and that it really doesn't matter what the term we use is. It's just a semantics argument over what it is, and the fact that what's going on is problematic regardless of what we want to call it. And if we want to call people
He
gamers,
just called it problematic.
No,
yeah,
I-
I'm President SJW.
honestly, I just have one question for Helicopter, and Helicopter, answer this however you want. Just, do you believe that third-party trolls have anything to do with the potential harassment of both sides?
Yes, absolutely.
All right,
No
cool.
doubt in my mind whatsoever.
All right, cool. At least you see that there is a problem that is not relatable to gaming.
Now, the thing I would say with respect to said third-party trolls
Hold
is
on.
that GamerGators and the GamerGate power structure has a lot more influence with those third-party trolls than people who think GamerGate is a bad thing do.
Really, I have influence over trolls.
No. Not any specific GamerGator, but
Hang on.
in general,
Hang on.
we have a lot.
So when these guys troll me,
Hang on, no, Seamus, shut up for a
so
second.
when these guys
Seamus,
troll me
shut
in the
up, shut up.
Skype chat, I have control over
Seamus.
them.
Seamus, shut up for a second. Can you describe to me what is the GamerGate power structure, please?
I mean,
have
look,
to-
there are a couple of people who have substantial authority through basically social power.
All right.
It's people who are listened to inside of GamerGate.
I didn't
No,
know that
I
a
I gotta
hashtag.
actually rebuke your point
Sorry.
here. I gotta rebuke
Hold
your point here because we've already established that you can't really define GamerGator in the first
No, hold on, John. I need to
Question?
side.
I need to respond to Helicopter's response.
All right, go
now,
ahead.
Helicopter, just
Yes.
so you know, I'm introducing you to somebody who is a troll, and that is me. I
Okay.
am a third-party troll. All right. Whether you're willing to believe that, and you think I'm a
No, I believe it. I believe you.
All right, cool. I honestly, I have no political standing in any of this other than to have a laugh at every side of this.
I totally believe you. I'm
Okay.
completely on board with you.
All right, cool.
Totally makes sense to me.
All right, cool. Now, as a troll, that does not mean, however, that I'm not willing to have a conversation like this one right now that
We're having it now.
Yes, exactly. Now, would you say that all trolls are bad in the context?
So let's be. I'm not sure how up to speed on the ancient history the third-party trolls of today are, but I was a third-party troll in the past. There, I've admitted it.
Yep.
Before you knew before you had the internet, possibly before you were even alive, I trolled Usenet.
Yep.
Okay, so I get third-party trolling. It makes perfect sense to me. I made fun of vampires and werewolves on their news groups.
Listen, I just want you to answer this one question. I don't.
Okay.
Want you to, I understand. I agree. You know what you're talking about, right? I just want to ask: do you think that all third-party trolls are complete, like, abhorrent monsters?
As an ex-third-party troll, I know that is not true.
Okay, cool. All right, now you guys can continue whatever the fuck you're talking about. All right, go ahead.
I
Yes.
actually interrupted Seamus.
No. Okay, can I ask? Okay. You said that they're basically leaders in Gamergate with
Yes.
a lot of social power. Okay, like Sargon and
Yes.
okay. Now, why didn't were you aware of the airplay bomb threat? Now, why didn't Sargons ask the third-party trolls not to do that? And if he did that, why wouldn't they not do it?
So
I know a lot
look, I'm not saying that they have control over the third-party trolls, because they don't. I'm saying they have more influence with the third-party trolls than their opposition does.
Okay, how much more?
I mean, noticeably more.
Can you quantify that noticeably more?
No, I can't. It's an I mean, what? It's 8 units.
So basically, it's an allegation. We can.
No, it's 8 units. They have 8 units more.
We can refute the allegation because there's no actual proof behind it thus far.
No, but you can't just refute things by saying, "Oh, you can't quantify it."
What we've done is we've asked you if you could give us like a number or at least something substantial behind this claim.
No, but like, what number would possibly? How do you quantify influence? He just said he wanted a number.
I do. I know. Or at least something to actually point that this is.
So let me point.
Out of your ass.
This stream. I did not invite anyone to this stream, right? I did not put this link anywhere. I have spoken to no one about this. Fair?
Okay.
Is there a third-party troll in the room?
We have one.
He's gonna use me. I knew it. I knew it as soon as I said he was gonna use me.
Because you have said in your past that you are also a third-party troll.
No, but I'm me. I didn't go out. I in my past, and I said X.
Shut up, Max. Are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so then therefore.
No, wait, sorry.
Well, you're on your one opposite side. So what does that mean? What's the point then? By you saying you're you, I could say that I'm me, and that I just happen to troll in favor of Gamergate. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. You can have someone who trolls. I would say Sarah Nyberg is a troll, and she trolls against Gamergate. That's a fucking.
Sure, but she's not a third-party troll.
Exactly. No.
Okay. So we have one.
Sarge. Just for the sake of a third-party troll in any controversy or whatever the fuck you're gonna call this has no political standing other than
they just want people to feel fucked with.
Yes, that is the only standing that I have.
So I would not be even if I were a troll, I would not be a third-party troll. I am a second-party troll because I'm not one of the principals.
Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to identify.
Right. Sarah Nyberg would maybe be a first-party troll, but maybe a second-party troll. I'm not really sure.
Your gotcha is that basically we have Max, therefore that is proof that Gamergate has influence over trolls.
Look, you certainly have a little more influence with him than I did before this conversation.
I'm being accused of being Ragoya from Kill la Kill, and I have these magical powers to make trolls do things.
No, hold on. Since you are making a statement here, I do want to say this, not even to defend myself, just to make the
strings to pull on people's.
Every single person in this room, except maybe Dan, because I don't know him, I have fucked with. I have fucked with Too Old for Gamers. I have fucked with Sarge. I have fucked with Kelly on numerous occasions, and he will tell you, Kevin, Varric, and like.
Sure.
Yeah,
Look, you've totally fucked with them. But the fact of the matter is, if they came to you and they begged you from their deepest heart of hearts that they just wanted one little tiny favor, might you do it?
That would depend.
Not if you were. Let's summarize. You would get no laughs. You would get no
told Max
lulls.
to knock it off. No,
What
he
the
doesn't.
fuck
No,
are
no.
you
But that's not knocking it off. That's not just asking someone, hey, come on, guy, knock it off. But literally getting down on their knees and begging you for a tiny little favor. Would you consider it?
Honestly, I would, but I'd probably just say fuck you.
You probably would, but you'd think about it.
Now,
Is there any chance that before today,
Wait
if
a
I
second.
got down on my knees and begged you for a favor, that you would have even given me the time of day?
Hey, helicopter guy,
I'll tell you what.
argue on you on this.
No,
'cause this
helicopter.
makes no fucking
Helicopter.
sense.
I'll
If we
give you
happen
this.
to know Max, we're talking to him regularly, and then if we have like made that like regularly kind of like common at this point, and then I like, you know what, Max, can you do me a favor? Like, do me a solid, because I happen to know him now a little bit more personally than other fuckers on the random internet do. What does that got to do with anything? Like,
That's influence with a third-party troll.
What? That's just me saying, hey, dude.
That's
as
influence.
As one human being to another. That's not me influencing a third-party troll. That's me
Wait,
asking him for
is
a
that
favor.
you influeing him?
I'm just fucking confused by
On a
you.
daily
Party
basis.
troll. What the fuck?
Helicopter guy. Hey, numbnuts. If I were to argue with you on a daily basis, and then after like doing it for I don't know,
I'm going to
3
step
months,
in here for a
we
second
start to get
because
more
I find the
comfortable.
premise,
And then
I find
even
the
though we're
factual
not
basis
exactly
of helicopter
in the
guys
same political spot,
argument,
hang on, let me
not
finish.
only false,
Let me finish.
but
Even if,
disproven.
hang on, shut up, John. Let me finish. Even though we're not on the same political slant, because we know each other for 3 months after like talking, I go and I ask you for a favor. Does that mean that I have influence over you?
Yes, absolutely. I will say right now, I don't think he's here, but Netscape 9 has influence over me. No doubt in my mind.
Really?
Absolutely.
Because when there's times that Max pisses me off, I could say, fuck the world to him.
No, but
Okay, I have
look,
to interrupt here because
what would
there's a
Netscape 9...
There is a
You can absolutely tell me to fuck
factual
off.
Yeah, exactly.
in helicopter guy's argument. He is arguing from hearsay and does not know what he's talking about. Do you want to know how third-party trolls are regarded?
Well, here's one right here. How do you regard him?
Okay, first off, Max Sand is not representative of most third-party trolls.
Sure, but he is a third-party troll, right?
He is the most independent third-party troll I can think of.
Sure,
Well,
but
see-
he's a third-party troll, right?
It doesn't matter
That-
if he. It doesn't
that's
matter
good.
because he's not representative of most third-party trolls.
Okay, sure.
Talked about. Now, do you know what the third-party trolls are regarded as? There's Team, there's GNNA. There's,
Yeah, I know what these things are.
There's allegedly GG Revolt, but that's ridiculous because it's anonymous image for. But that's another day.
John,
But
I'll explain it. I'll explain it better. All right.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I get there are all these third-party trolling groups, and some of them you have more influence with, and some of them you have less influence
Incorrect.
with.
Completely incorrect. Because there have been a number of Twitter e-celebs and a number of people on various communities of the forums I've mentioned. Not all of them, but many of the most popular ones, who have been going out of their way to ensure that these third-party trolls are not only labeled as persona non grata, to paraphrase Acid Man, the owner of GamerGate HQ, but also used as a boogeyman. And they have been using the label A-Team, DNNA, SA Goon, etc., so on and so forth, to discredit people.
Oh, look, they're in the
including
chat.
me,
WLE.
including people that are too radical for Gamergate.
Sure, I get it. Look,
They do not have the influence you think they allege they claim because
these
are
leaders. No, wait. The leaders don't have the influence, but let me explain the difference.
No, I didn't say the leaders don't have influence. I said the third-party trolls, as you describe them, do not have influence. So your argument,
of course they don't have influence.
Of
The
your
third-party
premise, the premise of your argument is factually incorrect.
No, my argument is that Gamergate.
It's not up for debate. It's incorrect, flat out. It's like
What?
arguing if the world is flat. It's not true.
It totally is.
You're
So
not gonna win this one.
here's my argument. Let me try it again. Gamergate has the ability to influence third-party trolls in a way that people who are opposed to Gamergate really don't have that
All
ability.
right. Well, hold on. I'm gonna
I
say
bring
this.
up one
Since,
little
I'm gonna
point.
say this since I
No,
am a
that's
third.
not true either. That's not
Hold
true
on,
either.
I got
You're going
evidence.
to tell me. Wait. No. All right,
John.
I'll let Matt. Sorry, I've been
All right,
talking a little too much. I'll let Max go. My
To,
apologies.
to understand why that both of you have slight flaws in both of your arguments, you have to understand something. There is a difference between groups like GNAA and me. They are what is considered today. There's different terms throughout all the years of the internet. Today they are considered 4chan trolls. 4chan trolls are troll groups that will continuously bash a single target or multiple targets until they are so pissed off they literally want to go rip their computer apart. There is no like unwritten moral code. Now, then you have people like me, which are independent troll, gray area troll, whatever the fuck you want to call it. There's different names too. My caveat is that I will continue the joke until it stops being funny, and then move on. That's the underlying difference.
Right, I get it. I totally understand. It's the difference between alt.fan.carl Meldon knows and the flonkers. It makes perfect sense to me.
Now, see, I think what John was trying to say is that groups like GNA have no real influence because the only thing they do is like what AT did to
you can't get. Yeah, those guys they're nuts. They're totally insane.
Exactly.
There's nothing you can do to change their minds about anything.
Yes. Now
I agree completely. I agree completely.
Now, and I'll give you half credit in your thing that you may or may not be right in that some independent trolls are influenced by Gamergate one way or another. I'm gonna give you half benefit of the doubt in your argument, just for the sake that I gave John Kelly half credit to his argument. Now you. But
look, I agree that there's no one who can convince the hardcore ridiculous trolls to do anything. They're an unmodifiable variable. They just exist in the environment.
Exactly.
There are people out there who are convincible, who Gamergate has relationships with, who they can get concessions out of.
No, name one of these people?
Not really, because
there's one right here in this chat room.
No, he's not. He's not here because.
Okay, hold on. How about this?
Honestly, I came here to have a laugh because I saw that the spaghetti was going on.
Max, can I ask you a question?
Yep. Go for it.
Have you ever contacted Anita Sarkeesian?
Nope.
Have you ever contacted Zoe Quinn?
Nope.
Have you ever contacted Beyond
Nope.
Nope. What about Randy Harper?
I have sent I have sent tweets to him, but
This is proof that Gamergate is about harassing women.
No, I'm not saying that.
Hold on, I'm gonna send
I'll be honest with
Anita Sarkeesian right now.
The weight have fallen from my eyes. My eyes are open. Gamergate is harassment of women. It's a conservative movement because Max has made an illusion that he once contacted.
My point is merely that look, it's okay that you guys have influence over these third-party trolls.
You know what it really is? It's not.
I have no influence over trolls.
It's that we have common enemies. It's that the trolls generally do not like unfucking funny cunts or ridiculous people that are usually the sort that go and fling or reside.
Thank you.
They don't like those type of people, and a lot of people in Gamergate also don't like those type of people, and so we see a common enemy.
Yeah,
That a lot of third-party trolls also don't like Gamergate is because a lot of Gamergate are all like really ethics prone, and so the trolls are like, you guys are also unfunny. When you have
they just want to
people that are unfunny, the trolls will target both. It just so happens that the opponents to Gamergate tend to be these ridiculously over-the-top people.
Sure. I totally understand what you're getting at.
It's not influence, it's just sharing a common foe.
Because you share a common foe, because you converse in a reasonable manner, you gain
third-party
social
trolls
influence.
that share an alliance with the feminists and Tumblrettes, and they oppose Gamergate.
I don't think that's accurate.
That's why they attack Gamergate.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate.
So what you're selling is,
if you look at some of the Something Awful people that have come out and oppose an opposition to Gamergate, you look at their followers, I think it's very accurate.
So here's the difference. Those people, when they come out in opposition to Gamergate, are not third-party trolls. They're people who oppose Gamergate.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, this is an argument that I've been waiting for an opportunity to make.
When you have third-party trolls that oppose feminists, Gamergate has influence on them. And when you have third-party trolls that
troll Gamergate.
You're doing the double standard argument. That argument is always weak, and it doesn't get anywhere. It doesn't really address any points. It's just like, oh, well, this is bad. Well, you did something bad too. I'm really tired of seeing it, and it's been dumb since day one. I'm
Yeah.
surprised people keep on trying to bring this up. The point I want to make is, okay, so basically you're trying to say that this nebulous group, called Gamergate, which you agreed can't be defined and therefore cannot be ascribed collective responsibility to, you're saying that this nebulous, undefined group has influence over trolls, and trolls do things which you find objectionable, right?
No, my argument is the only question that was asked.
No,
is,
answer the question. You've got to answer the question.
So start the question again and make it as short as possible so I can try and get an easy answer to it.
All right. So you have an objection to, I will just use this as shorthand at the moment, Gamergate contacting trolls and influencing them to do things, correct?
No, God no. Why would I have an objection to you contacting and influencing people?
Why are you even making an issue out of this if you don't have an objection to it? It's like, oh my gosh!
Nobody has ever asked me. I'm going to say from my personal experience, if any of you ever asked me to go contact Anita Sarkeesian, I would sooner start trolling the shit out of you for being retarded.
This is the dumbest thing. It's like, oh no, people talk to trolls. How dare they? I mean, like, this is
bro. There are like 30 people I've talked to who know the old ex-members of A-Team personally.
I actually kind of agree with
anyway, I like to hear from Random Tall Guy because he's been here and he's been waiting patiently, and we've been arguing
go ahead,
a lot.
I'm
so
sorry.
Go for it.
I actually agree with Hodor on this one. I think that Gamergaters in general have it's negligible, but it's a slight bit more influence merely because Gamergaters are generally more experienced in Chan culture and in the places where these people congregate and things like that. But it's so minute as to be not even worth mentioning almost.
Sure. We don't have to look. I thank you for admitting
this
it exists.
I've been trying to say something for like 20 minutes now, but nobody's letting me. So.
Go crazy.
Okay. What he's trying to say is that, the Gamergate has influence over trolls, yet social justice warriors don't. Shut up! The thing is that, trolls typically don't care about what other side is what. All they know is that somebody's
correct.
I know. Typically, that's certainly true.
For fuck's sakes!
I was agreeing with you.
Okay. Correct.
Go on. You need a fucking muzzle. I can't even get through like 5 words without you talking.
Continue. Just say your point.
Jesus Christ.
Jamis, say it. Damn it.
Is that trolls don't give a shit about either side. All they do is they're doing something and they're getting a reaction. It's all they fucking care about. It's not a political thing. They don't care who they're attacking.
Well, yes,
they just they're just getting a reaction. It's like when Rebecca Wild starts opening her fucking mouth and then trolls go after her.
It's a person I don't know.
It's not because they're anti-feminist. It's because they hate her. They don't like her.
This is a person I don't know, so I can't speak to that specific whatever you're talking about.
Shamus, I'm gonna say it more to the point like this. It's not because I don't like feminists that I troll them. It's because if a certain feminist, regardless of their fame or status or whatever, it says something stupid, I feel obligated as a troll to fuck with them to get a reaction because they said something so abhorrently stupid that I feel that I should get a reaction.
Exactly. You're not for or against Gamergate. You just think they're a fucking idiot.
No,
honestly, I think Gamergate and anti-Gamergate are both equally retarded, but that's neither here nor there.
But I don't think there are any disagreements at this point. The only point that I'm saying is that when Gamergate really needs something from some of these third-party trolls, they have the ability to ask for it. And when people
what the fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, Helicopter, I gave you half credit for that argument, did I not? I conceded
you did.
That you may be right. All right, so cool.
Hey Max, I'm gonna need you to go and attack Anita Sarkeesian.
No, but you see, just asking him. There's a difference between
I got red
the ability.
Right now, I'm pulling on Regoa. Come on, do it.
The ability to ask someone to do something is very different than the certainty that they'll do everything you ask.
Juice on the line. I'm gonna ask him if he can go attack Randy Harper.
I'm good.
I play the theme song and I pull the strings and Max will do what I want.
No, but you see, the people who think Gamergate is bad and dumb don't even have that ability to make that joke with those people on the line.
Well, here, listen. The way I'm gonna lay it on.
Max,
I'm
hang
gonna
on.
lay it on very
Look,
thick
check this out. This is what he's saying. We need to have an equality of trolls, is what he's saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Yo,
That
David,
sounds like
son,
it
you
is
took
what
the
he was
words right out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my
Equality of
mouth.
trolls.
He took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say.
I think what you need to do is acknowledge that you have this ability.
No, wait.
What
helicopter.
ability?
We
helicopter.
have a
I do not have
patriarchy of
giant red
trolls.
strings I
I'm
can
gonna
pull
make a
Max's
joke.
brain. I do not have your
Trolls that are
ability.
feminist friendly. But
man.
in order to
What ability?
All
You
right.
have the ability.
That's like when Scientology says, "Don't stop it! You're bugging us. You're all fucking crazy people."
shit.
You think does it stop people? No.
Well, he's trying to do the whole GamerGate is a group thing, which doesn't
No,
work.
No, I'm
It's not a
not.
good argument. Yes, all your arguments are predicated on GamerGate.
All right.
Yeah, it's what you've been doing all night.
It's out
If
of
you
the
want
se-
me to be half serious in this argument, but it's still
First it
gonna
was
be
first it was an ideology, then it was a what is it called? Affiliation, and now it's something else.
I've never said it was an ideology.
Now he's
was
fucking, but he's still fucking looking for the word of what it is now.
Shamus,
How was it
hold
not
on.
a
I have a perfect point that Helicopter may or may not agree with, even though I'm fucking right now. All right, now Helicopter. You know what? I'm gonna concede to you. Gamergate has all the trolls, but you know what? The feminists have on the anti side. You have all the SJWs, so it's all Gucci.
Sure, but
Hey,
I love
I'm
you,
pro
Max.
GG, and I'm an SJ. I'm the only person I know that outright says, "Hey, I'm an SJW." I have bled. I have a piece of my tooth missing from
Oh
fighting
my
for
God.
social equality. And I'm pro
That's
GG.
not what an SJW means, though.
Hey,
Like,
Tool,
Yeah, well, y'all guys chose the wrong word, cause man,
Can
I
I say
fight
something
like hell.
real quick?
if you want to know what an SJW is, I recommend picking up Fox Day's book. I hear it's very good, but basically it means the very, very short description of what an SJW is a person who's using social justice and/or left-wing progressive type views
Hold up.
as a shield to make up for their hypocrisy.
Hold up.
Now
I'm
you're
gonna go get the Gay Niggers Association of America on speed dial. I got him on speed dial. I'm gonna ask him to go join Anti-Gamergate. One sec. Oh, they told me to fuck off.
Oh, what a surprise.
So,
Tool, can I make a request? Could you please turn off your camera?
I have a camera.
Seamus, just scroll your mouse up to the top of the screen
Shit,
and
yeah.
press the right camera button.
can I turn my camera on too? Here we go.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
boy.
Don't
No,
know whether to be
Turn
scared.
off your camera was the request, not turn it on.
You don't want blue tape?
No, nobody wants to see
It
that.
actually looks
So-
opaque.
I got a question for you, Helicopter. Do you think we could use like an affirmative action process for getting more trolls to be on the feminist side?
Okay, so moving back to the actual topic at hand, what are we actually talking about now?
I actually have a question. I have a
Go
question.
for it. I want to hear
Make sure
us.
it's
Go
a
ahead.
serious one. Make sure it's a serious.
Why do you hate me so much, Hodor?
Who is this?
This is what I want to know. Like, I've been wanting to know this for some time, and I never get to ask you because you're always on my subreddit, and I have to be all official over there. Why do you hate me so much?
Who are you?
I'm unconfidence.
Because you are,
Yeah.
the hypocrisy that you let loose is ridiculous.
Robot.
Wrong thing.
beep, beep,
Wrong thing.
static.
There's nothing I can do to stop the roboting. It's my terrible laptop.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
man.
it's your network
that sucks.
connection.
Yeah,
There's an
sounds like
affirmative action going on for laptops.
Oh yeah, no, it's got me on the wrong. It's got me on the wrong Wi-Fi. I'll fix that.
This is awesome. You should talk like this more often, man. Actually, you know what? You and me should have a discussion. I'll go into Notorious Max and Joker voice and speak like robot static. Ready? Hello, helicopter.
Well, I just want to say I love you, Hodor. I love you.
I
don't
love
hate
him
you at
too.
all.
Did that fix it?
Yep.
No.
Hey, who's random tall guy?
I'm a mod at r/against GamerGate debate forum.
Are you a third party troll as well?
No,
No.
he alleges that he is a social justice warrior, but he doesn't actually do anything social justice-y, and he just basically supports Gamergate.
So
I
random tall
guess.
guy, look, you're not social justice enough to be into social justice. Group. I'm sorry.
Let me
See,
ask
this
you
is
a
You are what we call a
random tall
not a
guy.
Scotsman.
What's up?
You're not a true Scotsman. Is what's going on, dude. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I just wanted to ask, being a social justice warrior, do you believe in equal pay?
Yes, although I do believe that we it's a lot closer than what the statistics that are
Well,
paraded
no,
around would
I'm
say.
not referring to along sex lines. I'm more along the lines referring to minimum wage issues.
Oh
In
yeah,
particular,
I'm a member of the lower classes, and I highly support a solid $15 minimum wage in the United States.
okay, now, do you believe that workers should be treated fairly?
Absolutely.
Do you shop at Walmart?
I only buy necessity. I make
Okay.
$900 a month.
There's
My
other
food
stores,
budget
man.
is literally
There's
$50 a
stores.
month.
There's
No.
other stores you can go to.
Nah, man, I live in Louisiana. There really aren't. As soon as Walmart comes, every other store leaves. There is no place you can go to get $8 bags of chicken, which is literally all I buy. I have a $50 a month food budget.
You could buy your own chicken and cook it, and it would be cheaper.
So wait, are we
Those
gonna
are
have
$8 bags of raw chicken.
are we gonna have a conversation about shopping?
Yeah, we are. Hey, Tool, what's a SJW topic that you would say you support SJWs on?
Ooh.
Oh,
keep in mind something. I just want to point something out. You can keep on using SJW in this context to mean like progressive. I'm fine with that. But
I'm letting him define it, so he can define what he wants.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear his definition too.
I can't really find a thing because they don't really.
Just to be clear, you said that you're a social justice warrior. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Who, me?
I've organized counter protest to pro-life marches in my state. I also do lower class activism. I try to help out with doing food drives for people around New Orleans area that have trouble getting food and things like that. I'm really heavy into basically looking out for the lower classes because I'm a Marxist feminist. I can't help it.
Well, he alleges he's a Marxist feminist. Alleges.
Well,
Well, you're associated with him because you're a feminist too, right?
He alleges he's a feminist. He alleges he's a feminist.
Yeah,
Well, I have no reason to doubt him.
Yeah, I do.
I have no reason to doubt you.
I have reason to doubt him.
You got to keep in mind, like before the GamerGate ever started, I was arguing on other forums about this, and I was told that I couldn't be a feminist because I believe that domestic violence shelters should be desegregated. And I was told that rules me out from being a feminist. So a lot of people are just completely intolerant.
There is what you're basically getting at is you
There's
have
no civil war in feminism.
that basically have taken over the movement, and then you have everybody else who's normal, who would normally ascribe to being a feminist because of the basic dictionary definition, but unfortunately, because the whack jobs have taken over, no one wants to be called a feminist.
Right, so the point is that I'm confident, and I'm never going to be able to random tall guy you, I apologize, truly believes that he is a feminist because he believes in equality between...
Okay,
nothing I can do will fix it.
Okay, from right now, please do not. Please do not say feminism and equality in the same thing, because that will just that will wreck my brain.
Okay.
That's like saying a masculinist is going.
But no, look, random tall guy. If you want to call yourself a feminist, go ahead. I will not let this guy sit there and pull a no true Scotsman on you.
See, not only, but that's the thing. Not only am I'm a feminist, but I'm also an MRA because I don't think the two are mutually exclusive at all. I think you can be both, and you should be both because the singular movement for each is the only way to get things done. If we try to have a unified movement, people get ignored. You have to have a specific movement.
Doesn't that mean you're an egalitarian?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's an egalitarian.
That's the thing.
What do you call a person that is an MRA and a feminist? Because I've heard them before.
There's egalitarians.
They're not mutually exclusive positions.
Exactly.
I mean, you can do both.
Egalitarianism is the idea that rather than being one or the other movement, that there should be a unified movement between the two. And I think that the two movements should be working together, but they should be decidedly.
Egalitarian means equal rights for all.
Yeah.
That's what
so if there's an injustice on either side, it's tackled no matter what.
That works.
Mm-hmm.
That's egalitarian.
So, random tall guy, would you say that you're or within GamerGate, where would you put yourself on?
I am on the weird side of pro. Because it's the same
I
reason.
mean, again, by weird side, you mean that you are prog normal pro.
Now, it's basically the same reason why I can still consider myself communist, is because I agree with the ideology. I don't necessarily agree with the actions of the people who have taken up that ideology, but I think that at its core there is a serious problem with the media, not just games media. I think that GG is indicative of a larger problem in all media where we're becoming the product to be sold rather than the people to sell to.
Now, random tall guy, I want to stop you real quick because this is something I've noticed throughout this stream a bunch, and when it was just you talking, I saw it happen a bunch. Helicopter guy likes to put people in a particular little label, even though they will not describe themselves in that manner. He will describe others as certain attributes for them, and he has done that repeatedly. Whether
Absolutely.
it be our own people just in the chat talking before everybody else got in here. Yourself, just when I'm trying to ask you how do you describe yourself, he's trying to describe you he's trying to put that description of you out there for everybody, and what he's saying doesn't necessarily match up with what you're saying.
No,
and I've
I
seen
think.
this repeatedly,
Hold on.
and I would say that this is actually very sort of like a curious behavioral pattern that is not too uncommon within people of his group. And I think that's one of the big problems that I notice within your group, helicopter guy, is you come from a group of people that you have to put everybody into a particular little box of.
I think for people who are going to define themselves, as something, but not actually believe in any of the tenets of the thing that they describe themselves as, are not the something. They're merely people who see benefit from saying they're the something. They're even the liberal unconfidence believes. Not that unconfidence isn't a liberal, because I truly believe he's a ridiculous Marxist or communist or whatever. But
no true Scotsman. I'm glad that
it's not no true Scotsman. It's not a true Scotsman. It's literally, you don't just get to say you're something. You have to believe something to be that something. So if you ask
It's actually worse than no true Scotsman, because one problem that helicopter guy and a critical error he's been making, and this has been on a number of streams, is that he refuses to acknowledge that there is more than one type of feminism.
No, I absolutely do acknowledge that. So
then that means that there are different people who can call themselves feminists with differing beliefs that are
but
not.
there's some things that they all agree with. So let's try and figure out what unconfidence actually believes.
One thing.
Let's try and figure out what unconfidence actually believes, and we'll see whether or not people think he's a feminist after we have this little discussion. So unconfidence.
Actually,
as a
the way you phrased it is more accurate to say.
Hang on, let's start with the dictionary.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Hold it.
Unconfidence.
Let's start with the dictionary definition, the thing that feminists routinely throw the fuck out there. Let's start with that. It's the most common argument feminists throw out there, so let's start there.
Let's not.
The dictionary definition of feminism is the belief of equality by focusing on women's rights. Too old for gaming. Would you say that you believe in women's equality and should focus on women's rights?
Unconfidence. As a feminist, what is it that you'd like to see change?
Motherfucker, I just said that this is the thing that's thrown out the most by feminists, and I want to see if he subscribes to it.
Yeah, if somebody's being
Unconfidence.
because of it. Shut up! Jesus Christ!
All right, too old for gaming. Do you subscribe to the idea
foghorn leghorn?
Women's
Boy
rights?
just won't stop yapping. Keeps on flapping his gums.
Do you believe that women should be equal to men and that there should be some focus on women's rights in order to get that
equal rights?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So by the most layman colloquial use of the word feminism that is most commonly thrown out by feminists to include people like Emma Watson, he is a feminist.
You've certainly gotten me there. Now, so now, can I ask something, or is it just the you talking? Or is it just the you talking forum?
Are you gonna get butthurt?
Probably.
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
So, unconfidence as a feminist, what do you actually advocate be changed in our system today to help women?
For one, I would advocate that there be a system in place where women can. First off, I think that there needs to be less in the way of gender roles pushed on people. I think that there's still a problem where certain things are expected of women, especially in workplaces, and certain types of work are expected for women. Women are pushed into these roles and they're basically conditioned to accept these roles by a society which constantly puts gender norms upon them. I don't think the gender norms are necessarily all just fabricated, but they're exacerbated to a ridiculous degree. I also think that
I think everyone would agree, but on confidence, what you just said isn't actually a thing that you want changed, but rather a thing that you see wrong. So what is it you'd like to change to fix the thing you see wrong?
basically less gender-based marketing and advertisement, and less playing into the gender roles by capitalism. Because
and what exactly would you like done to change the thing that you just said, again, is not actually a thing that you want changed?
Today's stream is brought to you by the letter F for feminism.
No, but I mean, the point is that Unconfidence is going to talk a huge game, and he's here talking a huge game about how all these things are terrible, but when you get down to the brass tacks of what actual concrete changes he wants made to our world, none of the concrete changes that he wants made to our world have anything to do with women whatsoever. Don't market to people like they're the thing that you're selling. We should have a Marxist society.
Identify feminist. You know, she's not feminist. Even though he has a kind of belief, she's just not
And to be clear, Unconfidence wanted to know why I disliked him, and the reason I dislike him is this kind of pedantic wordlessness about how he so believes he's a feminist, but actually wants no concrete changes in the world.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the wrong guy. Seamus is too forgive me. A random tall guy. What you're experiencing now is exactly why I don't consider myself a feminist, because if you just go by the commonly used turn of phrase and what's usually brought up by most normal people who are liberal, or in a lot of like the normal progressives, you have retards like this guy coming in and attacking you for not being pure enough, and it's a no-winning scenario.
I'm not attacking him for not being pure enough. I'm attacking him for literally holding absolutely no political positions at all.
Not being,
if I may,
you're never going to be good enough, and so it's just better to move on and fight for the things that you think are important without trying to subscribe to his particular ideology.
If I may, I don't really throw away ideologies just because they have shitbags in them. I've every movement and every ideology I've ever taken on has had shitbags and people that are intolerant and trying to cast me out for not being pure enough at this. I've had people that say that I can't be a part of the pro-life move or the pro-choice movement because I'm a guy. I've had people tell me that I have no place in race equality movements here because I'm white. It's not anything new to me.
Okay.
So
that's just my own particular stance.
But no point. I'm sorry. You just equated me with people who said you couldn't belong to something because of what you are, not what you believe. But I'm saying you can't belong to it because of what you believe, because you still haven't told us what you want anyone to do to change the things you see terrible, except stop treating people like goods.
Well, here's a good idea. How about we repeal all the conservative states' regulations against abortion for one? Thumbs up. Because in my state, where I live and where I engage in pro-choice activism at great serious risk to myself, we have a law where if Roe v. Wade gets overturned at any moment, immediately it becomes murder to have an abortion, even in the case of rape or incest.
Yep.
All right? And I've been fighting that for years. Like physically going out and putting my body in jeopardy. We have, whenever I say in Lafayette, they had to close down the main street in town because the pro-life march was that thick, and there were 15 or 16 of us counter-protesting that, getting stuff thrown at us, and we couldn't even go back to our cars until everyone left because we couldn't trust the cops to escort us to our car.
Right, and so what I'd say is I appreciate your pro-choice activism and thank you for doing it. But what I'd say at the same time is that the progressive movement that you have latched onto in GamerGate accepts pro-choiceness, but not for feminist reasons. And so I'm going to say, look, do you think you know that GamerGate is an anti-feminist movement?
Not for feminists. It has to specifically be for feminist reasons.
No, I appreciate everyone's pro-choice activism for whatever reason.
No, wait. You specifically are objecting to someone agreeing with you for the wrong ideological
This stream is sponsored by Pro-Choice.
No, I'm not not unappreciative of people's pro-choice activism. All I'm saying is there are various reasons why people do it. And so what I'd say on confidence, and I'll say it again, is you've joined an anti-feminist movement in Gamergate. And I guess the question is, how can you do that if you think feminism is so important to your worldview?
There's a lot of feminists in Gamergate, I don't know if you're aware.
No, there aren't.
May I? First off, I am a feminist in Gamergate. Second off, I've been dealing with this since long before Gamergate, whenever the men's rights movement was being accused of being an anti-feminist movement, which it's not. It has overlap, but most of that overlap
That was years ago,
large. Yeah, exactly.
You know,
It's
the thing is we can't prove to this guy that there's feminists in Gamergate because he is the arbiter on who is and is not.
No, you can show me their feminists in Gamergate. You can show me their feminists in Gamergate.
You are the final decider on who is a feminist.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
cannot.
I have to agree with Sarge here. Like Sarge and John Kelly and whoever else could show you a ton of different people who identify as feminists and just so happen to be also identifying as Gamergate. But to you, you're gonna be the one who subjectively decides for yourself if they're really feminists or not. So
I hate labels.
Dan, you have a point to make?
I don't remember.
All right. In that case, random tall guy. You were cut off there. Continue.
Oh, I find it really funny that I can't identify as feminist, and this is something that's been plaguing the anti-side for a long time. I actually have on Reddit a save file for comments that are accusing people of not actually being GG or not actually being anti. And it's always antis doing it. I was originally anti-GG because I didn't know that much about it, and I saw the Zoe Quinn stuff. I was like, man, this is misogynistic as fuck. This is slut-shaming. I don't like it, and I still don't like it. I'm still very against it. I never thought it would needed to be relevant who Nathan Grayson slept with or that he slept with somebody. If it was a close friend, it would have been just as good to me in terms of ethical breaches. So I don't see why it's necessary. But at the same time, I don't understand why it is that this comes from that side where I was basically shunted away from anti into the...
Look, on confidence, I can tell you why, and I think you would know why. The fact of the matter is there are people who purport to be things in order to undermine those things. And those people, please, those people consistently come from the right. Do you agree with that?
Read what the No True Scotsman fallacy is.
No, please don't read. Everyone knows what the No True Scotsman fallacy is.
Sarge, Sarge. You're being too nice. You're being way too kind.
No, John, listen. I just want to everybody to be on the same page. Here's an example. No True Scotsman.
This is a huge waste of everyone's time.
Person A says, no Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge. Person B says, but my Uncle Angus likes sugar with his porridge. Person A then says, ah, yes, but no true Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge.
Great. So moving onwards.
Bringing it up over and over with everything.
Yes, you've done an excellent job of bringing it up over and over. So on confidence, do you agree that
entire fucking time?
Right?
So wait, helicopter. Wait, hold on.
No, unconfident.
I realize what your style of argumentation is now. You're the type of person who will indeed let somebody speak to make a point that completely, in fact, does counter a point you're making.
Nothing that he said has anything to do with any point that I've ever made.
You will then ignore that point outright and then continte talking to somebody else.
So I was talking to someone else. Thank you. So I was talking.
He's kind of like a very our source of entertainment, man.
So
this is good.
John,
awesome.
There are now 8 people in this room that are not me, all of which are pro-GG, all of which are desperate to say things at each other.
We need someone pro-GG. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. That's
see, like that, John.
We need someone action in the stream is what he's saying.
Hold on.
See, John,
you're trying to appeal to me based on the number of quote-unquote pro-GG.
I haven't even gotten to finish a single sentence yet. Is that fair?
You have been. You've said several sentences over and over again. That's all outright lie. You're making shit up just to make yourself.
We just make fun of you, dude, because your statements are ridiculous, and you're attacking a guy who would probably agree on a lot of your positions.
No, on confidence, if I have
he's
interacted.
not pure enough anti-GGer.
No, Unconfidence is absolutely not anti-GG. He is completely mainstream. I would like to have a discussion with him, but I'm unable to do so because every single time I say something to him, one of the other Gators jumps in to answer it.
Oh my God! Here, we'll go and we'll get the kid gloves for you, okay?
Please do.
Gator,
Get a pacifier, and I'll get you a baby's bottle, and I'll get you some a little hat so you don't get too cold. All right.
Our second caller.
I got some bubble wrap. We want to make
So,
something around
so
those.
Unconfidence. So Unconfidence.
We need
Do you agree?
We need to advertise that this stream is being sponsored by Kid Gloves.
So Unconfidence.
This stream is being sponsored by Kids Gloves.
So Unconfidence.
Enjoy Zero for your chat today.
So,
Go ahead. All right.
just remember, the reason the stream was formed is because people said that
AGG, get to your point.
anti-GamerGates are unwilling to debate with you guys. And yet, every time I attempt to have a
AGG,
debate
do you have a
with
question?
someone,
Do you have a
I
question? I'm going to
absolutely
waste
do.
everyone's time as usual.
I think I'm going to waste everyone's time as usual because the amount of time I've wasted is negligible compared to the amount of time that's been wasted at me. So, Unconfidence. Would you agree that there are people that infiltrate groups pretending to be members of them, at least purportedly, from the right towards
I
the
would
left?
say that Anita Sarkeesian infiltrated the gaming scene pretending to be a gamer.
Sure. Was that really you, Unconfidence? I can't
I
tell.
was making a snide remark.
Yeah, see?
May I agree with the first part, but not the second part. I don't think it's something that is indicative of necessarily the right. I think it happens from all sides.
Sure, but what kind of so the things that I would comment, I would say, do you think Christina Hoff Sommers is a feminist?
I think Christina Hoff Sommers is a feminist of a completely different stripe than what people are used to seeing. So,
right. Do you think it's helpful? Do you think it's helpful for the terms of to have a discussion where the side that represents feminism is, say, Christina Hoff Sommers, and the side that represents, say, anti-feminism is Betty Friedan, or is that just? I apologize. Where the side that represents anti-feminism is, I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
Well, I'll tell you what, while you're
Paul
remembering, do you
Elam?
think that Jacqueline Glenn is a feminist?
I don't know who. See, I'm no expert in feminism, which is what the problem that I'm running directly.
I have a very good question.
God damn it, man. Why are we talking to this guy?
I have a very good
I'm
question
just
for you.
kidding, dude. I'm just fucking with you.
What do you
I'm
think
just having
of?
fun.
See, look, no one has let Unconfidence respond to that. There's probably a
You
reason.
didn't finish your question, dude.
Yeah,
You didn't
because
finish the question. You
Go
can't.
dig up something, and I brought up a fucking rhetorical question. Or not rhetorical question, a question you didn't answer.
So Unconfidence.
No,
Do you
no,
think
you
having
don't know who
Christina
Jacqueline
Hoff
Glenn is.
Sommers represent the feminism side of a debate is a fair debate?
No, she represents her side of the debate.
I think she
Dang.
represents her own kind of feminism fairly
Yes.
well.
Fuck's sake.
I don't think feminism is so monolithic that you could have somebody that ever represents feminism very accurately.
Sure. If you had to really just put two people in a room and say one of you is the feminist and one of you is the not feminist, and you put Christina Hoff Sommers in the room, would you have to put in a feminist or an anti-feminist?
I don't think I'd ever have to make such a simplistic assertion about somebody's ideology as that.
Hey, real
What's the
quick.
difference between
Jacqueline Glenn is a popular YouTuber atheist who constantly advocates for women's rights.
I have no idea who these
I know.
people are.
I'm explaining it for you. You can go look it up later. Now, the point of this thing that I was going to bring up is she has gone on record multiple times criticizing feminists, despite constantly advocating for a lot of positions like women's rights to abortions, women's rights to
Sarge.
voting, and even talking a little bit about the
You
wage
forgot the
gap.
Kid Gloves.
And yet she does not consider herself a feminist because she does not subscribe to the feminist social ideology, whatever you want to call it, because of all the negative attachments and a lot of the bullshit arguments that have come from that particular crew, especially from the atheist plus side of the debate.
Right. But I have no idea who this
Despite
person
advocating
is.
for those positions. So would you call her a feminist?
I
even
have
though
no
she
idea
does
who this
not call
person
herself a
is.
feminist?
I have no idea who this person is. I have no idea what viewpoints they espouse. Based on your description of them being a feminist but not liking other feminists, sure, they're a feminist. But that doesn't seem accurate accurate with respect to what views they actually
So
hold.
it doesn't
So I'm
matter
sure
what
that
other stuff
I'm
and
sure
there's
that I'm sure that the cheap trick that you're about to pull on me, I'll say, oh well, then she's not a feminist. So go
I
ahead.
agree with Hodor. You can't expect him to know whether or not someone's a feminist if he hasn't actually listened to their ideology to some extent. It's more nuanced than just, oh well, somebody talked about this one time. You have to actually get to know somebody to really be able to tell what strike of feminism and ideology they have.
Well, the other thing I was going to bring up is that other people try and call her a feminist for her other feminists because they want to collect her into the in group, and she
Hey
constantly.
John,
rejects
as
them.
a stream
So
host,
I
should we,
was just
maybe get back on topic to video games?
You have
I don't
an
know, or
example of
Gamergate.
this guy,
This is a
this
Gamergate
little
stream.
asshole. He's wanting to distance Christina Hoff Sommers because he doesn't agree with her positions, but you have other people who agree with Jacqueline
Just
Lynn's
a thought.
positions trying to collect her. Just, I don't know. To me, it's a little amusing how the whole feminist, social structure works.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Okay,
Go for it.
do you know what the Michigan Women's Music Festival is?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Forget it.
Okay, well,
Is that the one that the turfs crashed?
AGG. Hold on a second. These are very specific examples that we're bringing up here, but I think that the fundamental difference between AGG and Random Tall Guy is that AGG is a collectivist, and Random Tall Guy, in my assessment, based on the conversation here at least.
Random Tall Guy is literally a communist, so could have called me a collectivist and him not is.
He may be a communist, but even a communist,
He is literally a communist.
No. Here, even a communist can acknowledge individualism.
No, but he's literally a communist.
All right, fine. Then let me repeat what I said.
Damn. You're just not even going to hear what other people have to say. This is great.
No, but I mean, the guy doesn't believe that people.
No, I get his point, and it's not completely unfounded.
John, I need to make this point right now. I have to. You destroyed yourself, Helicopter. You believe in the marketplace of ideas, right? You believe that everybody has the right to put their ideas and thoughts out there, right?
Absolutely.
There are criticisms, but you have fundamentally destroyed yourself just now by refuting the fact that Random Guy has the right to put the idea out that he isn't. That you're refuting him being a feminist. You are not acknowledging.
No, I'm not. Whoa. I'll refute him. Are we talking about collectivism or are we talking about feminism? Because we were just talking about collectivism, and you're speaking. Literally, the only person on the economic right in this room was just told by the person that they are the collectivists, and the person literally, as far as you can possibly get on the economic left.
Helicopter guy, I know that this may be hard for you to understand because you like to dissect and go into minutia a lot and over and over and over.
You destroyed yourself.
But,
you can't win.
Yeah, I mean, like what you do all the time is whenever you make an argument, you say I'm this and you're that, and this is why I'm right and this is why you're wrong, and you always have to throw labels.
I'm not calling him right or wrong. He is literally the farthest.
Of course you won't. You won't acknowledge. You won't specifically. You won't explicitly say that, but you imply it, and that's why you fail because you think that the identity somehow has bearing onto the world. And
but we just got a new sponsor.
It's not about bearing. He is literally a collectivist.
John, the reason he's making terrible arguments is because there's 7 of us and only 1 of him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, no, I'm not allowed to finish any of my arguments because I have to hear.
You've been finishing your arguments.
Very recently, I've been able to finish them. Very recently.
No, this whole time, dude. This whole time.
You talked about as much as something like John and Sarge have talked. You and Sarge have probably equally talked as much in this stream.
Yes, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Me and Sarge have talked about the same amount.
To put that into perspective. To put that into perspective, you and Sarge have also talked the most out of anybody else in this stream.
That's absolutely correct also.
All right, cool.
Just a second. I think maybe you could get through your arguments a little bit easier if you went ahead and just elucidated them in a straightforward manner rather than asking a series of rhetorical questions.
And not
contradicting. Go ahead.
I need to give Gator 5-minute long speeches as opposed to actually have a discussion with someone because you guys don't want a discussion.
Oh my god.
You don't want a discussion. You want speechifying.
It's like we're fucking peoples.
You just did it again. You're going to keep destroying yourself on this stream. You're going to continue to destroy yourself.
Perhaps we could give him that courtesy then, if he is willing to go ahead and explain himself without Like I said,
Craig,
use it for
you're being way
I
too nice.
don't
I've been
feel
on
like giving him the
6.
courtesy anymore. I've given him the courtesy for a fucking
this
hour.
Is very,
I'm
it's
aware,
very
but
noble of you, and
guys,
I don't know how much of the stream you've been listening to, and I
haven't
don't
been
know
listening to a
if you've
whole lot
listened to the
because I was playing
500
games.
streams I've been on with Helicopter Guy, not to mention the times that he's been in Down Due to Burritos. But
maybe
like he does this all the time.
John,
and-
maybe it's a courtesy to me then.
I tried to
wait.
get him to
All
go.
right,
Wait, so new person.
One
New
point.
person.
Hold on,
New person,
hold on,
Craig.
Hang on.
Stop, all of you. As a
I
courtesy
tried to get him to
Craig,
bring forth one point.
I will allow Craig to continue then. Like, go ahead.
Just
Yeah,
how about as a
new person,
courtesy to
Craig.
me, let him go ahead and talk for a little
Well,
bit.
new person, Craig, it seems like we finished whatever topic we were talking about. So what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, go ahead, Craig. Suggest.
Well, okay, in the chat I was bringing up something. How about, what are your thoughts on Ayaan Hirsi Ali? What would you say, what would you classify her ideology as without asking her if you had to?
So I'm by no means an expert in Ayaan Hirsi Ali's life. My understanding is basically that she went through hell in Sudan, correct?
Right.
Uh-huh.
And then emerged from Sudan to be a vocal critic of modern Muslims' connection to terrorism, correct?
Sure. In a roundabout fashion, sure.
And
It was not that
well, I don't even know what to say because while I'm versed enough in modern Muslims' connection to terrorism, my understanding is that she has gone a little bit over the line of what's defensible, but I have a great deal of respect for what she went through in her personal life.
Okay, well, all right. So, well, you went ahead and said you're not by no means an expert in this, so let's not, go down the road of hypotheticals without you having any background
Well,
here. That's
I have background. I'm just by no means an expert.
Okay.
All right. Can we talk about like I don't know something less pedantic here? How about video game reviews? Let's
Wait,
go back to that.
before
No,
we
we're
go,
not
I
going
want-
back to. I'm
I
not
want to
having
know
another conversation about
what it was that you were
Like
going to bring up
10,000
as proof that GamerGate is a conservative movement.
This is
We're going back to GamerGate as a conservative movement.
Remember, I asked you to give me that one bit of proof of it, and it was something to do with like GamerGate trying to prevent affirmative action, and then you're like, "Oh, let me go get that example," and then we
Alright.
never heard back from it. So
Well-
I would just like to know what it was.
Well, let's go ahead and let him tell us without asking us leading questions.
No. Actually, I did give the proof. Hold on. Let me get the video again.
Yeah,
all right.
that video that got found was fine by me.
Yeah, there you go.
Put it in the chat.
Oh, look, a YouTube link.
Let me look at this real quick.
Equal pay.
Now,
got a question.
this was the GamerGate is against equal pay. Oh, it's Shoe on Head making fun of equal pay day. Okay.
So I got a question also.
Shoe on
next
Head
after
making
this.
fun of equal pay day is GamerGate being a conservative movement. Is basically your argument.
No, remember, my argument was conservative movements take conservative points. Opposing affirmative action is a conservative point.
Didn't she also make fun of the guns rights people in one of her videos?
By the way, I wasn't done. Just so everyone knows, I wasn't in fact done.
Oh, yes, you've not had enough time talking.
I totally don't give a shit, but you keep going.
Keep going.
I don't think you have any reason to treat you with respect because you've been an asshole this whole time, so.
No, you know what? You know what? I need to ask this question. I've been dying to. Helicopter. I need to ask you about a review. All right, that this is a review I've been read, and you might actually know this review because you should remember it. Now let's talk about resume reviewer. As a member of the KKK, your job is to keep as many people of color out of a job.
Yep,
and
I remember this.
It is the best game ever, the best graphics, the best gameplay, the best of every game.
Yep.
I write a review and I say that the game is just graphically awesome and everything, but because of the storyline, it is an abhorrent piece of shit. Is that a fair review?
Yeah, I thought that was a fair review. That was exactly the review I would have written about it.
So, I'm glad you finally presented your smoking gun evidence that GamerGate is conservative.
So that's not. So again, I wasn't able to finish my argument about conservative movement.
Makes fun of the radical nutty feminists is proof that Gamergate as a whole is a conservative movement, because one person in Gamergate makes a video making fun of the stupid equal pay day. You know what? I make fun of the hashtag equal pay day too, because the equal pay day, I don't know if you've been able to pick up on this, it has been thoroughly thrashed by several individuals who have gone in and just debunked the shit out of it. And most of them I would not call conservative. But I'm sure you will, because anything that doesn't subscribe to your complete radical feminist ideology is going to be naturally right-wing or conservative, because it's to the right of your fringe little movement.
If I may, it hasn't really been so much discounted as it has been minimized. The gender gap is closer to 4 to 3%, which I think is still statistically significant and deserves rectification.
No, it deserves to be looked at more, but it is not, as the study gave out, statistically significant.
I think it's statistically significant. I think it's 4 to 3%.
Several
factors cannot be the factors cannot be narrowed down such that it remains statistically significant. That is the shadow of the if you will, the shadow here, or the interval of the different factors that could be conflated together to provide that, cover more of a base than is allowable by that small gap by the null hypothesis. So it's the other side of the coin here. You have to actually
the thing
prove it
that
wrong.
gets made fun of the most is the whole 77 cents to $1 figure that is repeatedly talked about with the hashtag equal pay day thing. And it's rightful. It is rightful to be mocked because it is extremely misleading and based on false data.
So can I say just one thing to Craig really quick?
Sure. Go ahead.
I think this proves my point, Craig. Go ahead now, guys.
It proves your point. What?
I think Craig understands.
No, what? That Gamergate is a conservative movement? Is that what you're trying to...
Nope, I think Craig understands.
Please explain it.
If you will, go ahead.
Hold on, I'd like to point out a contradiction.
Proves your point on what?
I don't know.
You have a gotcha moment. Would you like to share with the class?
The point is that as I was giving my argument as to why Gamergate is a conservative movement, one individual cut me off to ask me a question about a hypothetical mind game that we played in the past. Another individual cut him off to tell us about the wage gap. And then a third individual started arguing with him about statistical significance. But as soon as I started talking, someone said I still hadn't answered the question about Gamergate as a conservative movement. So, having given that speech,
thus far,
we've been here all night. You have never made your point about in the first
nature of Google Hangout streams is that we cut each other off.
I'm talking. Okay. You never established at all.
No, I'm not telling you to shut up.
That basically, you haven't made your point at all, despite having all night to make your point. That Gamergate's a conservative movement.
So having given that speech, I was yet again cut off, but I'm happy to finish my argument as to why Gamergate is a conservative movement.
They have the floor. If you interrupt
What
you, I will
the fuck
mute
is
them.
people cutting you off if they're letting you go and ramble for a full minute?
All right, hey, Sarge, don't pester him. Everybody mute your mic. Everyone mute your mic, and we're gonna let him say his argument, no matter how retarded it may be.
Just please go ahead.
So, what I said before was that Gamergate opposes affirmative action. Opposing affirmative action is a conservative point. Movements that take conservative points are conservative movements. Thus, Gamergate is a conservative movement. Now, the points at which you can refute that are saying, look, here are a bunch of liberal points that Gamergate takes, so it's not fair to call it conservative. You could also argue that opposing affirmative action is not, in fact, a conservative viewpoint. Or you could argue that conservative movements don't make conservative points. I don't know which one of those avenues you'd like me to talk about, so I'm prepared to refute any of those three.
Okay. Well, here's a question. Here's a question for you.
No, we're not doing this.
I got one. I got one point to make.
No.
Alright.
The reason why I had a follow-up right now, I know you had a follow-up, and I know what you're trying to do, but I know what AGG's game here is. He specifically requested to be given room to speak his argument that Gamergate is a conservative movement. He didn't do this. So I want to give him again the chance to make his point. And no shifting the goalposts.
Yeah, you have to make your own point, man. That's why I keep saying bullshit.
I just made my own point. Here's a conservative point that Gamergate takes. Conservative points are taken by conservative movements. Gamergate is a conservative movement.
All right, here. I'll do what John should have said. whichever route of the two you agree with at yourself personally is the one you should be discussing with us.
No,
right now,
I gave you. I'm saying refute my argument.
No, we don't want to refute your
Great.
argument.
Wait. Gamergate is a conservative movement.
No.
Stop
Guys.
talking over him, otherwise he's going to complain again that we're not
I
letting him
don't
make his point.
fucking care, dude. He's an asshole.
No, guys.
No, he's
come
an
on.
asshole. He's an asshole. But there are ways around this. Let him make his point unequivocally.
I made
not
my point.
say- Okay,
Don't
repeat it one more. Repeat it again because I don't think I heard.
Opposing
All right.
Gamergate opposes affirmative action.
All right,
Opposing
John.
affirmative
All
action
right,
is a
John.
conservative
I'll-
point. Conservative points are taken by conservative movements. Thus, Gamergate is a conservative movement.
You already conceded earlier in this stream that Gamergate cannot be defined as a group.
Okay,
It's
yes.
impractical. So your argument is moot.
Thank you.
Let's-
Thank you.
So I had my follow-up here was, and just to contextualize it first, is it seems like you are projecting, you're anthropomorphizing a group as having an opinion rather than
Sure.
demonstrating that a group has an opinion by statistical evidence. Instead, you're
Well, yeah,
using a preponderance of evidence that you are not claiming individually.
No, sure, but I think that
Okay.
the argument for statistical evidence gets bogged down in what I think you're about to point to, which is look at us when we take this test, we're all liberals, and I don't Okay, no, that was not where that was going.
No, because two things. One, I should not have to present the affirmative defense to
No,
your
you shouldn't.
evidence.
No,
You are
I'm not
providing
asking you
them.
to.
Right.
I'm not asking you to. What I was saying is, I don't think there's a statistical test you can do to a movement to determine whether its goals are conservative or liberal. The reason you can't do that is because the only test you could do, I guess, is figure out whether the people inside that movement are conservative or liberal. That doesn't give you a good answer, because that doesn't tell you about what the movement does.
No, we had
So,
a
I was going to change topics entirely here because this discussion, while parts of it have been interesting and parts of it have been more than frustrating, I think we can move along to something completely different.
Sure.
So just left turn here. So what kind of games
Okay.
do you like to play?
Okay.
I like
are you
massive
guys able to hear me now?
online. Yes.
Okay, cool. So check this out. You brought up the whole conservative talking point being criticizing.
God damn it, Sword.
Just a general Google search, and I found a whole bunch of different organizations that are Democrat and liberal that are criticizing equal pay day. So again, tell me how that is a conservative talking point.
What liberal
Just a
movement?
simple Google search.
Sure, but
Type
could
in
you tell me
liberal
what?
equal pay day?
Can you provide him a few
Find it
examples?
yourself.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to type it.
Sarge, tell him the Google search. Tell him the Google search.
Fucking, I'll bring it back up. Hang on.
Link him, please.
Yes, link us, John, Sarge. That way, there's no room for any refuting
We
here.
almost changed topics, guys.
I know. I was with you, Craig. I knew where you were going. I wanted to go there.
This argument was already refuted. We don't have to keep going over it and refute it a different way in order to make the
I
point
just
again.
wanted to hear what games he likes to play. I was genuinely just asking a different question.
I
Yeah,
like
I
that
know.
question. Please answer the question of what games you like to play, because honestly, that sounds a lot more interesting than this absurd notion about
It's not
Yes, I
pedantic,
actually, I agree. I would love to hear
exactly what I told
Helicopter-
you. Typed in liberals criticizing equal pay day. You can just go and fucking do all the rest of it you want.
Okay. Now,
I don't have
Helicopter.
infinite time tonight, so I'm going to have to get off here at some point soon. I was just hoping
Yeah, I
to
have
have
to get
some
off
kind of
soon, too.
conversation before I
That's
had
so. Helicopter, you should definitely tell us what games you like to play. We'll move this to a better
You
topic.
started
that
off
isn't
with
the-
MMOs. Let's go
the
ahead.
part, yeah. There you
Well,
go.
he was talking about Diablo. I did kind of want to ask him what he was rolling this season, if he was doing anything.
Okay.
He's muted his mic.
He's muted.
He's not talking.
Yeah, I mean, I rolled the Monk. I was doing pretty good so far. To 300 Paragon. Not that anybody cares.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mute my mic. I don't know why that happened. So, no, I don't play Diablo. I did. No, I said MMOs. I didn't say Diablo.
See, I'm not deaf.
Earlier in our conversation, you asked about issues with Diablo 3 on launch day.
Yeah, no, I did, but then my wrist started to hurt, and now I can't play Diablo anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, anyway, you said MMOs. So what kind of MMOs
Yeah.
do you like to play?
No,
World of
so
Warcraft?
the only thing that's any good right now, MMO-wise, is World of Warcraft. Sadly enough, because
Okay.
everything else has gotten stale again. And while World of Warcraft only takes me on raiding days, the other stuff I'm playing right now, Rocket League, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. Would you say there's any other genres you like to play other than those?
Genre-wise, mostly I like. I don't even know.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I just
No,
figured I'd ask.
So I really, when there were good games coming out of it, I really liked the Settlers series. But then they stopped putting good games out on it. I don't even know what you'd call that. I guess it's economy exploration warfare.
Yeah.
Called
But it's not RTS because I don't have any APM at all.
I'm the same way.
Literally none.
Okay.
So I don't even know how to describe those games, but it was
There's
it's not Civ because I do not like the economies in Civ.
There's a similar one. I can't remember the name of it. It was a medieval game. It's kind of like what you're talking about.
So you
Wasn't
like
Settlers,
strategy games, not particularly RTS, but you do like that.
I do. Yes.
Okay.
So like
I like games where the fact that I will develop carpal tunnel syndrome if I keep playing them is not a problem. And I like games where the fact that I am old as shit and have no reaction time is also not a problem.
Okay.
I'm the same way. I love this kind of game.
Like I said, I just figured I'd ask for the sake of.
Have you played City Skylines yet?
I do not like the city builder games because I get very frustrated that they are totally inaccurate with respect to traffic.
Taxes are too high.
Wait, do you like The Sims? I mean, The Sims is a pretty
No.
simplistic game.
No.
Okay.
No.
Sims is boring. Why would
No,
I want it?
I don't want my games. Unless I'm watching it for the story, it had better be challenging as opposed to not challenging.
So
I also really did like Shadows of Mordor, even though my wrist started to hurt at the end.
All right, Sarge has to leave, so I just want to bid him good night. Thanks for coming on, Sarge.
See you, Sarge.
Bye.
I gotta go to sleep.
Goodbye, Sarge.
I'm gonna bounce too. It's been fun. AGG, very interesting perspective.
Pleasure as always.
Bye.
Have a good night.
So do you like any classical RPGs?
I really do, and I liked most all of the kind of late '90s RPGs. I especially really liked Wasteland, and I have a whole queue of things that I kickstarted that I haven't played yet.
Did you play Baldur's Gate?
Yes.
Did you agree with God, what the hell's his name?
In the '90s.
The guy in the Escape. God, I fucking forgot his name. The guy who speaks fast for the Escapist.
I have no idea who that is.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, Yahtzee.
What did he say?
No punctuation. So he was describing Baldur's Gate, and he replaced GATE with GAIT.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting.
As a joke on the speed of the game.
Do you like the Elder Scrolls games, even the older ones like Daggerfall or?
So I actually did not play any of the Elder Scrolls games until Skyrim.
Oh, really?
You did miss out. Morrowind, I would suggest going to play.
Morrowind was one of the greatest titles ever made,
So-
especially
Even though it's low
The
tech
reason
nowadays.
that there's a massive gap in my game playing from the late '90s to the 2010s is because during that time frame, other than like time I could carve out to play the MMOs, I literally was working the rest of it.
You at least played some of the early aughts and late '90s platformer games, right? I mean, you
Nope.
didn't miss the platforming era. Oh,
No, I didn't. Until I could buy myself an Xbox, I did not own one.
So you missed even the good Sonic games before Sega.
Never played them.
Wow, you missed good
There were
Sega.
good Sonic games, by the way.
Yeah, there was a time when Sega made good 3D Sonic games.
Nope, never played a console platformer in my life.
Wow. Okay. That's
Have you
crazy.
played anything by Spiderweb Software?
Which one's them?
Here, I'll give you a link.
But wait, if you never played any platform, it means you've never played Super Metroid. The
Never.
greatest game ever.
Oh, Actually, that is a good topic I wanted
My
to
parents
ask.
would never let me own a game console, and I did not have the ability to buy one in college, and so I did not own one until I was
This is
27.
This is a quick question I wanted to ask you because it's actually relevant. Do you agree with Brianna Wu saying that Samus is trans? That whole spiel about.
I don't like talking about Brianna Wu because saying bad things about her got me banned from
No,
GamerGate.
I'm not asking you to
We're not
discuss her.
going
I'm
to
just saying.
ban you.
Do you agree with her?
It's an interesting fan theory.
Yes. Okay.
Why is it an interesting fan theory?
It's interesting and a fan theory.
Okay.
It's interesting and a fan theory.
No.
All right.
Why is it interesting?
Well, because it's interesting. I mean, it kind of defines interesting.
All right. So, in your personal opinion, that is based on, I guess, intuition.
This is the whole thing in a nutshell. The artist said, one of the artists argued or said that she was
Samus, your
possibly...
mic.
Hello?
I was worried that was me.
No, that wasn't you.
That was
check
Samus.
your connection. If you're lying on it, don't do that.
So he was saying the artist said he wasn't trans, but the artist doesn't matter.
Well,
you could make that argument, but here's
as
something.
far as fan lore, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, as far as anything, the artist is dead.
I fundamentally disagree with that.
The artist was misunderstood. He was talking about a different aspect.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but the artist isn't relevant. The artist is dead. The artist presents the art, and that's what they do. They don't get the right to reinterpret people's interpretation of their art.
They do get the right to provide their interpretation of what their art says.
Sure, but that doesn't mean they're right.
I would say it this way.
Sure, but that's what his interpretation was. That's all we were pointing out.
Would you agree with me, Helicopter, that the artist does have the right to put the canonical freaking formula of the game that he or she created? I mean, I think that's
no. I don't think so. I think you create art, and then that art is viewed and experienced by.
If I made a painting. Right. No, if I made a painting, you could interpret it entirely different than me. But
yes. And if you made a game, I could interpret entirely differently than you.
Yeah, doesn't that fundamentally destroy a lot of arguments that
that's fine.
Wait, I don't want to. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, I was just saying I agree. I agree entirely. I think one of the great examples, if anybody watches anime, has ever watched an anime called Gundam Wing, there's no way that Hiro and Duo aren't hooking up. There's no way that Katra and Trovo aren't hooking up. I mean, this is happening. And even though they didn't write it, even though the writers are like, oh, this isn't happening. Yeah, it's happening. Trace is fucking everyone in that show, and Note is fucking everyone in that show. I mean, Wu Fei is in a love relationship with his mech, and I mean, that's fine. That's fine that we as readers have been able to infer that, and that they didn't have to spell it out for us. And if they deny it, well, fuck you. You can't deny it.
I'd say that's true, but at the same time, it is also not the reader's right to impose their interpretation on anyone else. As I was saying earlier,
sure, each viewer views the art through their own lens, but an interpreter can say, I think this person is trans, and here's why I think they're trans, and that's very interesting.
So there's a key word missing from what Brianna was saying, and that word is
you don't have to put the word think in your opinion piece. You just say it.
This is true.
I get that, but the implicit notion was that she was right. And while she's right about her opinion, I wasn't saying...
Let me tell you some things that are my opinion that I'm right about and that you're wrong about, right? So if I were writing a piece saying GamerGate is a conservative... If I were writing a piece entitled GamerGate is a conservative movement, I'm not going to argue it now.
That's a claim.
If I were going to write a piece entitled GamerGate was a conservative movement, I'm not going to argue it. Stop. I'm not going to argue it right now, which is what you keep asking me to do. I wouldn't say I think GamerGate is a conservative movement. Here's why I think it. I'd say GamerGate is a conservative movement. Here's some things why. That's what I do. I wouldn't say I think. I'd just say it was true, which is all she did.
Okay. So the reason why... So just to give you the full background here so you're not seeing me from the wrong angle, like I'm in the STEM fields here, like core STEM. So when I deal with normally is if someone makes a claim, they say the preponderance of evidence given thusly states my opinion for me, rather than
that's not how we do it. That's not how they did it in art. That's not how they do it in art.
I'm also keep in mind, I also do art, so it's not just the one thing I deal with here. So I'm aware that there is a different context involved. But
Right.
the argument still has to remain within a certain
Sure, it's
scope here.
arguing that a character in a fictional game is transgender or not transgender is an argument about art.
Right.
Since
so
I'm the only
my
one
point
who
was to be clear about having an opinion versus stating a
Oh,
fact
no, I'm
that
with
if
you,
you're-
John.
if someone else says I disagree, they're not wrong. They have their own opinion. If you're talking about subjective interpretation.
Sure.
I was
The thing
just
is
saying.
that it's not a subjective opinion because the artist, the creator
Right,
himself.
Seamus, the artist said himself what he meant, and what we were talking about was the ability of other people to interpret the art differently.
Yes.
Now, while we cannot argue about what the artist said because the artist was very clear on this, we can have a discussion about other subjective interpretations. So
But that's like saying, okay, no, but that's like saying the artist who drew the artwork for Harry Potter knows more than the creator.
No, it's like saying that someone who reads Harry Potter, it's like saying that if you read Harry Potter and you say, I've read Harry Potter and I'm of the opinion that Dumbledore is straight and was totally banging, what's some female wizard in that? It was totally banging Hermione, and here's how I read that into the text. That's your interpretation. That's your interpretation of the art. Just because the creator said Dumbledore is gay doesn't make him gay.
Right. So to put it another way, when you have some Christian crazy person say that it's satanic, if they came up with an artistic interpretation of it, they could have that interpretation. It doesn't make anyone else wrong. It doesn't make them wrong either to hold it.
All I'm gonna say here is I hold the opinion. I hold the opinion that the artist who created the work has a somewhat more. The artist who creates a game or art or any form of art has a slightly more objective standpoint when talking about the art they created.
Sure.
Everyone is entitled to their subjective opinion one way or another, but that's how I would say it.
To give you a more concrete example, when Ritchie wrote the C language, he said this is the assembly of keywords, and that is a fact.
Yes.
He did not say this is the only way you can interpret this assembly of keywords.
Yep.
Right? This is a very abstract version of what's going on, but the point is that when you're talking about culture, you have to allow for remixing.
Oh no, I understand that. Like I said,
this is the basis of remixing is having a new interpretation. The point
And,
is
and let's be clear, there's a body of work on whether or not you're supposed to give the author preference over their work. When you look into it, it's called The Death of the Author, and there's a lot written about how you really aren't supposed to anymore.
But those questions have been answered. That's the thing.
So they haven't been answered, but
really, because the creator himself said.
Right.
I would say
doesn't matter.
Of the opinion that the author or artist or whatever you want to call them for whatever art they make has a slightly more objective point in saying what in the vision of what they created because they made it, they created it.
So
it was their vision. Their objective standpoint, however, does not take away from your subjective standpoint. You are absolutely entitled to think it. You can make fan fictions. You can do whatever the hell you want.
But
I'm just saying.
Brianna initially stated, and I don't remember because I haven't read the second article. I haven't had time to bother with
the hit piece. Yes,
but the first round, the impression was that she was putting words into his mouth via her interpretation, incorrect interpretation of what he was saying.
That I have a problem
and that
with.
is a contention I have. But her simply interpreting that Samus was in fact trans, I don't give a shit about that. That is an interesting interpretation, but it is also
fan
not
fiction.
what the artist said.
It's fan fiction.
Sure.
Yep.
So that's fine.
It's fan fiction.
I'm not sure it's fan fiction. I think it was a fan interpretation.
Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, Dan had a question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's say. Okay. I believe that Samus is just cisgender. Okay. Does that make me a transphobe? Does that?
No, of course not.
Okay.
How could that make you a transphobe?
Well, really, because that's what Brianna Wu
was
saying.
Hold on, let's not put words into Brianna's mouth in this case. You just answered the question straightforward.
Ask your question. Dan.
I did. That's enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a
why
good
would,
question.
why would we be holding AGG to Brianna Wu's opinions?
Yeah, no. Let's.
I'm just
I don't
curious,
think.
sorry.
I don't
That's
think
why
we
we
should
asked.
drop. Let's not drop ourselves to Brianna's level.
Random. That's why we asked
Yeah.
that question.
Also,
that was a good question to ask.
Also, Seamus wanted to get a point across about this topic, but he wasn't able to. So.
Okay,
Seamus,
Seamus.
Go ahead, Seamus.
Speaky.
Type it in the chat. if
I
your
mean,
mic
there
is
are
on.
paragraphs in Brianna's article that are just plain wrong, to be clear.
Oh yeah, no. I think
Like, I'm looking at one right now that's just wrong,
Well, so
which is
this
the
would
one
be-
where she just basically disagrees with me.
I think everybody who has read her work one way or another is gonna find something that is factually incorrect
No,
in her
but
work.
some of what she says, is interesting.
Yeah, no, she definitely makes interesting points regardless of if you disagree with them, but the parts that she tries to put off as fact, like you can clearly see, it's just like...
So here's a thought, because I think this is an interesting thing, and this is normally where we would have Sarge on a stream with him. This is normally where we pull up an article and we go through it line by line, paragraph by paragraph, and have a discussion about these things.
We'd be here till I have to leave for work.
Yeah, but not now. I'm just saying, like, it'd be interesting today to have AGG back on to talk about, say, Brianna's piece.
I don't really like talking about Brianna because she banned me from...
If you remember Helicopter at the very beginning of me bringing this up, I specifically said that I wanted to focus on her interpretation that she said in the article, not hers specifically. Yes.
Her interpretation is interesting, so that is my comment on that.
And interesting doesn't really mean anything to me. What I want to talk about, though, and I've been trying to talk about for the past 15 minutes, is the notion that the death of the author is absolute, 100% concrete.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot be argued against.
Totally. Cannot be argued against.
No, I can't argue against it. Because when you receive media, you are only privy to what you can assess from it, just like the rest of reality.
Because that's all there is.
Correct. But this does not negate an objective world outside of your own sphere of...
Hang on. We're talking about fiction.
No,
all art.
John, I have a much better example.
Go ahead.
I have a much better example. I'm gonna bring this up, all right? And you should know this. If you don't know this show, then I have no idea what you've been doing with your life. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, right? Kira Toriyama, Funimation, Ocean.
What the hell's that?
Dragon Ball Z. Yes. All right.
Why are you
Shut up.
from the
Shut up. Shut up. This question is for Helicopter.
Okay.
Dragon Ball Z, as far as canon is concerned, pretty much all fans agree that anything that Akira Toriyama did not create or help create is not a part of the canon of the story. It's fan fiction. And now I'm going to give you an example of what a lot of people would agree is not canon to Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball GT.
Right, but canon isn't the feature here, right?
No.
So we're not arguing.
Just let me finish. Finish, and then you can go ahead for 5 minutes. Now, Dragon Ball GT, which was a fan fiction that got taken up and published by Funimation, right? It's there. It's all there. All the episodes.
Okay.
But specifically, a lot of people, including Akira Toriyama himself, say that it's not actually canon.
Sure.
Now, this, and the point I'm making is, in that context, I would say the author, Akira himself, does have some weight in the objective fact versus not fact of canon.
So here's the right they have with respect to canon. As the author, they're able to say, these are my books, this is my piece, this is not my work, this is someone else's work. And that's all that saying something is non-canon is saying.
No, and he also has the right to put out what his vision was.
Yeah, this is my work. He's putting out his work.
This is really just distracting from...
No, this is super interesting, actually. Okay, go ahead.
It's interesting, but like I said before, being interesting doesn't really mean anything. It's just a word that can be used as a non-descriptor of anything. Anyway, the point I was making about this is when you perceive media, just like when you perceive anything else in reality, you're only privy to what your senses can actually take in.
Yes.
This is true. And where you cannot know something, I agree you are free to interpret. However, you cannot deny where your senses perceive something, because art, as is understood, is is a work of
Any expression of human activity.
Yeah, it's an
Correct.
abstract.
Basically
Yeah.
everything.
It
Yes.
works both ways. The author or the artist or the sculptor, whatever, is inferring something upon you. And doing that means you are taking in from what you are perceiving.
And interpreting.
So,
Right.
for example, the example you brought up is of like this example of Dumbledore raping Hermione. That one.
What the fuck, man?
That's what he went with. He specifically said bang, but whatever.
Let's go with it. Whatever.
Okay, let's roll with this horrible,
that is an invalid interpretation because there is nothing in the text supporting that.
Wait, that's not. First of all, I'm no Harry Potter expert. In fact, I haven't even read all the books. So ignoring that,
I've watched the movies, I've read the books.
Sure, but I haven't.
Saw online discussions and stuff like that.
We took it as facetious for a reason.
It was facetious for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I don't. It was just like, I know that she had said at one point that Dumbledore was gay, and I said, well, that's an interesting statement by you, but you're the author. You don't have the right to decide that now. You wrote the books. You put them out. If you want Dumbledore to be gay, write a fucking book.
Actually, I'll agree with you on that one.
Put in there specifically that he is specifically donut punching another guy, just have in there that he is committing these acts and not just inferring them.
And maybe there are points, and this is where I don't know. I think she said that there were points in the Deathly Hallows where you would have realized that he was having a relationship. I don't know. But if there were those points, then that's something that could be read by the reader and doesn't need to be told us post facto by the author. So the author doesn't have the right.
All right.
Harry, your wand is extra hard today.
Wait, I'm gonna give you two examples of two sides of the argument, and first I'm gonna give you mine. Like I said with the Dragon Ball thing, I think that example pretty much at some logical point proves that the author's objective view that he put out in his work has an effect on the reader one way or another. It does. That Dragon Ball Z proves that the author can have an effect on the viewer some way or another. Now, for what you're saying. The DC character, the Joker, right? He was purposely made to not have a background. Contrary to common belief, the acid background is not canon. It is not.
Yeah.
It is fan made, and it has been taken as fan made. Now, the reason they did
you don't want to argue. You don't want to argue comics. You don't want to argue comics with me.
Now, the reason that Bob Kane and Steve Robinson did that, and they've said as much, is that they want him to have a multiple choice background. As seen in one of the comics, he says as much in the line, I want my background to be multiple choice. So, in that context, it would probably be, you could probably argue, yes, the fan has more weight than the author, but then I can also argue that there are other works of art that have, where the author has a little more pull with the fans.
This
like
is a situation with a fuzzy
So what we have to come to the conclusion here is that art, as perceived by the fans, is also going to be determined on a case-by-case basis with the art in of itself.
Yeah, that's all there is. You don't have the author. All you have is the art.
Okay. What evidence is there? Because I'll admit I didn't read the articles that Beyond wrote about. What evidence is there in the games that Samus Aran is transgender?
Well, what evidence does she present anyway?
Well, here's what she presents. She says that. Hold on. And to be clear, I don't know if I agree with her. I don't think. I don't know. But what she presents is.
Oh, hold on. Do the Metroid comics count in this canon? Let's get that.
Canon isn't interesting, right? Canon isn't important.
Well, so look,
that's what I was trying to explain to you. That canon actually can be very important.
We're having two discussions at once.
It's a case by case basis. You kind of have to. I tried to explain it to you that you can't just apply that the author has no effect on the reader to all forms of art. It has to be taken in a case by case basis, as seen with the Akira Toriyama and Dragon Ball example, or the Joker example in the DC universe. You can't argue that. That specific.
I don't know. Wait.
that
So,
art.
so the point is, what I'm saying is, when you talk about canon, that's this kind of fan concept of what is quote unquote official. And
It's not a fan concept, though. Like I said with the Dragon Ball Z, Akira Toriyama has gone on statement in multiple interviews.
but he
in
doesn't
the past.
have that right.
He
What he
does.
has,
He does.
what he has the right to do, what he has the
Hold on.
right to do is say, I didn't make this piece of art. I made this piece of art.
Yeah, that's canon. But
And
If
so-
that's what canon means, i.e., I made this piece of art, not this piece of art, then canon is fine.
It's not about him
Okay.
saying what he made and what isn't. It's about him. When he goes on in the interviews, he'll go in depth about his vision and like the characters.
Yeah,
and
but that's
Goku
not
and
that's not interesting. If he wanted to make art,
It
he
is
would make
interesting.
art.
That's what I'm trying to explain
Guys,
to you. It is interesting because
Oh, sure. It is.
the example proves that Akira Toriyama's view has pull with the fans. It does. You can look it up. There's multiple freaking sites dedicated to this discussion.
It sounds like we're having two conversations at once, and this has been a problem with many things in the past. I just want to point that out now.
wanted him to understand my point that it
Okay.
kind of would have to be taken on a case by case basis. You can't apply the author is dead logic to every
Now you
single
guys are
form of
finally
art. That's
agreeing.
preposterous. It's preposterous to argue that the author is dead to all forms of art.
I agree with that, but at the same time, if the fans were to say, "Hey, well, we reject the notion that that GT isn't canon,"
Well, that's a case by case
accept it,
basis. But that's a
then-
case by case basis.
But that's what I'm saying is that the case by case basis that you're just talking about is entirely decided by whether or not the fans choose to accept that as canon.
Well, this is
So-
why there is, and it's annoying as it is because there's multiple definitions for canon by context here. There's the dichotomy of canon versus fan interpretation, and then of course there is whether or not fan interpretation is accepted as canon. So there is a give and take there.
And that's what I was trying to argue, but I figured you guys would understand that I did without me saying that because the fans are ultimately the ones because the fans either accept or reject what the author made. You almost always have to take that art in a case by case basis. You fundamentally cannot.
But because the fans are the ones doing the accepting or rejecting, the artist is dead once they pick their art.
The artist is not dead. The artist has a point to make.
This is
expressing either a message or a picture or a frame of beauty or something like that, and that is how art works.
If
the author
the artist's view is widely accepted, then the author is not dead. You can't even deny that. If the fans majority rules say that they accept that what the artist's view was, even if there's some that don't agree, then that would mean that the author is not dead. See, that proves that you fundamentally cannot.
I can agree with a dead person, right? There's no reason why I didn't give them special privilege, right? The author not being dead gives the author the right to reinterpret their work after they've released it to the world. That doesn't mean that the author can't participate in the interpretation of their work. What it means is they don't have special privilege.
All I was saying is you can't apply the author is dead logic to every single form of art. It has to be taken in a case by case basis. You can't do it.
Max,
At that point, you are being preposterous.
It's only literal if the author's actually dead. I was going to bring this up. That concept is born out of discussions over whether or not the author's literal interpretation or the painter's literal interpretation of a painting after they died has to stick as a canon. Well, it certainly could, because the author's dictation of the interpretation of their artwork is the canon. It's not verboten for them to be able to participate because that's the way culture works. The idea is that after they die, the author is dead. There's no ability to talk with them anymore. So any interpretation of the populace or the rest of the culture is the interpretation.
That's not exactly what we're exactly what we're talking about.
He was going more literal.
Look, so let's talk about some famous dead authors or artists. So Leonardo da Vinci painted an incredibly famous painting, allegedly a portrait commissioned by a woman of her standing there with a serene look on her face. It's called the Mona Lisa. No, that's what he was commissioned to do, was to paint a picture of this lady, and allegedly he was paid for it. But the fact of the matter is that everyone thinks it's a self-portrait now. So the author, right, said he did it for this lady, but he didn't. So his death, the fact that he doesn't have special permission, means that it is what he intended to create, namely a self-portrait. Right? He doesn't get special permission to
No.
infringe on the interpretation of his art.
We can argue. We can argue.
I got a better way to
examples.
argue your point, Max.
No, we can argue examples like this over and over again.
All his
but
death means
the
is he
fact-
can't participate in the discussion.
The fact will remain that applying the author is dead logic to every single piece of art ever is preposterous. You can't do it.
Why not?
You universally can't do it because at that point,
why does the artist have a special right to the interpretation of their work?
It's not about the artist. It's about if the fans, majority rule, will accept the artist or author.
No, but it doesn't make you right. Winning the vote.
It doesn't make you right, but it makes you relevant. If the majority accepts the author's canon or whatever you want to call it, then the author is not dead. They have been accepted.
No, they've merely participated in the discussion of how their work should be interpreted.
Well, I guess
we're actually off point here.
Guys.
I guess we can agree to disagree then.
I think it's a fundamental. I think it's a difference in definitions that you guys will need to elucidate in more depth separately on that.
Yeah, we'll just agree to disagree then.
Okay.
I do have my own point to make on this, and I want to. It'll be a reiteration of what I said before. The author, when art is all about authorial intent. The whole thing of art is about what the author imparts to you, and what you can take from that to interpret from his meaning that he's trying to convey to you. That is why it's a two-way street. The death of the author is not an absolute. It's
Salvador Dali has some words for you.
Thank you.
Why do you think? Why is art about what the author intended to impart to you rather than what you were imported?
Because it's their expression.
Because it's connected. Your subjective take from the art is at some level connected with what the artist was trying to convey.
Or not. Or it wasn't.
No, not at all. I went through a degree in English, and I can tell you.
So, I was going to say.
I'm actually interested in what Random Tall Guy has to say about this.
I was going to say that. Just to jump in to give him something to grab onto, there's a reason why all of literature is called the Great Discussion or the Great Conversation. It is a two-way street involved there. While the artist is alive, they are participating in that discussion, and they do that throughout the ages by the interpretations thereafter their death.
But while they're alive, they're still dead as the author. They're merely a participant in the discussion of the work that exists already.
That fundamentally ignores the point that art is expression.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily convey the expression you want to convey.
Right.
No, it doesn't.
Elaborate on that?
Look, I think AGG is pointing out that we're all equally interpreters post facto, which is basically correct. Now, the point that others are making is that even post facto, you were the one who made it. Your expression.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying, like with the Dragon Ball Z example, like Akira Toriyama, when he released Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, the fans universally accepted what his views were as canon or whatever you want to call it.
But let's not. Canon isn't canon. Merely says this body of work is my art. That's not interest. That's not a point of relevance.
Let me use media theory.
It's a different point. It's a different conversation.
Use media theory to pretty much explain Max's point, because I think, like, in a very basic layman's term of that.
Okay.
So media affects people, right? You agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. So knowing that someone created something is also going to have an effect on you, correct?
Knowing that someone created something is also going to have. I don't know. What are you getting at?
Will it affect your interpretation?
Right.
No.
So
no.
Well,
I don't know.
That doesn't affect you? That's
No.
kind of weird.
You go out. You look at the art. You evaluate the art as art.
Okay, but here's the thing. Your interpretation of the art piece is going to change the more media you consume, correct? Like,
yes, of course.
Right. So if I go ahead and watch, like for instance, if I watch a movie and then I go out and look up stuff about the author, by using different sources of media like the internet and reading texts and books, or even another documentary, that's going to change my perception of that movie upon repeat viewings. And knowing that this was made in a certain way in specific set of circumstances with the author behind it, the intent of the author, knowing that his intentions is going to affect my perception of the artistic work. I think that's the point.
Knowing the intent of the author is going to affect my... Yes, absolutely. So knowing now that 1984 was not about totalitarianism and something... I don't even remember what I thought when I was a kid about what 1984 was about. But knowing now that it's actually... supposed to be about this other thing, it certainly is more clear that it actually is about this other thing. The intent of the author certainly helped clarify and what the point of whatever I was looking at was. But if someone said to me, Josh, the Forever War, which is a great book that everyone should read, is not actually about Vietnam. The author said that it was totally about the Korean War and not about the Vietnam War. I would say, well, person who's telling that to me, you might say that, but you're full of it because I read this book and I know it's about Vietnam, regardless of what the intent of the author was.
I don't subscribe to that necessarily, but at least you can see the point that was trying to be made here, that it is a two-way street to at least some degree. I think
like I said, I'm not. You don't have to agree with my point. I was just simply putting it out there that my take on it is that you have to take it case by
You see
case.
how this was a separate conversation now?
Yes.
I just...
You read game?
Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask AGG actually if like what that is, that a fiction book, The Forever War, or is that a nonfiction?
Yeah,
it's fiction.
Okay, because I love nonfiction. Anything about military history, I'm all over it. So.
No, The Forever War is one of the best pieces of hard science fiction ever written.
I'm gonna check it out probably. Thanks.
Actually, it's not that hard. It's gritty. Hard is the wrong word. It's gritty.
Hard should not be applied to the science part of science fiction in that case.
No.
Hard science fiction is a very specific genre.
It is a good science fiction novel. It's
on the borderline of hard.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's really exceptionally good.
You should read it.
Your mic. Could you keep breathing in?
Sorry. In summary, The Forever War is a war that takes place between humans and this other culture out somewhere that we're certain we're at war with, but we can't quite figure out why. And it takes forever to get there because of the inequities of travel. So people are going out hundreds of years and coming back hundreds of years later, and they fight these battles and they come back and they find out what happened millennia later.
So it's basically had to take into effect relativistic transport, and that specifically causes a lot of temporal issues. So that's what causes that's the science fiction part of it, is the information delays that are involved. The cultural context is the war itself.
Wait, Joe Haldeman. I know that name. He's written other stuff that I've read.
If you've read anything by him, you've read The Forever War.
See, if you've read anything other than Arthur's Mein Kampf, then you're obviously a degenerate Jew that should be sent to the gas chambers. Prove me wrong.
Oh boy.
Oh God. Yes. There we go.
Got interesting.
Go destroy the stream, AUS. Do it. I need to laugh.
Do I look like Todex? I'm not a god. I can
Great.
only ascend so much.
You
I was a
look
god in
like
my
a
former life.
faggot.
But weren't you trapped by Paradox?
That's just my interpretation.
Were you trapped by Paradox? It must have been part of some special
Am I going to get to ask my question or not?
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it then.
Helicopter, have you read Ender's Game?
Yes.
Okay, what is your interpretation of Ender's Game? What is it about?
Ender's Game is an excellent example of the death of the author, in that the author has absolutely no right to that, to pervert what was a really great book.
Okay.
His ridiculous.
Like I said, Helicopter. All I was asking.
Hold on, let him finish.
All I was asking was You understand my point.
So the author wrote an incredible work of fiction about a child engaging in war in the future and being duped into killing things because you needed both empathy and hate to murder species or some shit like that, and then wrote
No,
a
you
whole
didn't. I
bunch
used
of
to do it in Afghanistan for free.
and
They
then,
used to just
and
say,
then
hey,
wrote a whole bunch of other books expanding on that universe and adding into it all kinds of interesting relationships between aliens and people and space and life forms and just an incredibly interesting and realistic universe. And then having finished that and written what are four of the greatest novels written in sci-fi, decided that he would tack onto that series a bunch of bullshit about some guy who was so smart that he was obviously the author in drag showing up and pooped all over the whole series, writing about how he hates everyone in the world for not just nuking everyone tomorrow because America. Fuck yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Did anybody else feel like the one thing that was missing from Ender's Game was like 200 pages of absolute nothing, like just gobbledygook at the end? Because I called the end only because there was like 10 pages left. I'm like, this has to be the end, you know?
Well, I thought he wrote the two books almost at the same time, didn't he?
See, that would have been so good if they'd have just tacked Ender's Shadow on to the end of Ender's
No,
Game.
not Ender's Shadow. Oh, gross. That was the part. That was the perversion in the America and the fuck yeah part.
You know, I think of the ending kind of like the ending of Fahrenheit 451, where it's just like, oh, it just kind of ended. Okay. It's like, where's the other half of the book?
What's it?
No, I can't believe that you're saying the good part was Ender's Shadow. Ugh, gross, yuck.
Oh no, it's not the good part. All I'm saying is that they needed something at the end, like something to fill up space in the book, so that I wouldn't know that the end of the book was right there, because the end was supposed to be like a surprise. And the fact that the physical copy of my book was ending, I knew, so I called it just because of that. I figured that they
Okay,
needed
Max,
something.
if you can't handle the banter, perhaps you should commit suicide.
I thought Speaker. Did he not write Speaker for the Dead almost immediately after?
No, I mean,
Didn't
I
he
just
write
need
his
the- I just
suicide
need
note
the
immediately
physical
after he heard you speak?
I just need a physical copy of the book, like.
No. I think when he originally wrote it, the goal was for Ender's Game. I think he didn't mean to split them in half, but just kind of did, and that Ender's Game was supposed to be immediately followed by Speaker for the Dead.
See, I would bet that that's something that the editors forced him to do to keep it short and to market it to kids. I like I said, I deal with editors all the damn time. I am one, and they're ridiculous at the same time.
It is very possible. I mean, that they do, in a roundabout fashion here, it's more of an abstract thing. You do something similar when it comes to journals articles. It's if you have a lot of interpretation you're doing, sometimes they'll just tell you to store it. You know, come back later.
All right.
Sorry, I keep muting myself.
Kill
I'm
that
eating
conversation.
lemonade.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm eating lemonade. Have you guys ever had frozen lemonade? It's fucking delicious.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
Yeah, no, I think I can't find any source for him having written them both at the same time, and I just remembered that Ender's Game came from that short story, so probably they were not. So, but if you had just shoved those two books into one book, no one ever would have bought it, because the people who wanted the military sci-fi would have gotten bored halfway through, and the people who wanted their philosophical arguments about living species sci-fi would have not gotten through the first half. But you should really read both at the same time.
All right. The discussion on Ender's Game is great and all, but I want to cap the stream at about 4 hours and 15 minutes, or maybe less than that.
Where are we at
Can
now?
I make a request real quick? Okay.
What?
I want to make a request.
I know
Why is
this-
KIA such the biggest fucking cancerous place that has ever been known to GG? Like, holy fucking shit, even Hatman thought it was shit.
Agreed.
Okay. Would you be?
It's like, seriously?
Please stop.
What's up, Dan?
Would you be interested in another stream that's not as crowded as this one at a later date?
Absolutely.
Good.
I am reachable on Reddit.
All right.
Hey, I'm there always. Y'all
Can you schedule? Can you schedule another stream that's just one person at a time.
I'd recommend doing a 1v1
Yeah.
for
Right.
I think
I
the best.
recommend getting me on there for anything.
My availability over the next week is, what is it today? Monday night? This is Monday. Tuesday is garbage. Wednesday is garbage. Thursday. Thursday's probably okay.
Okay, Thursday's good.
Thursday's good. Friday's sketchy. Saturday is sketchy. Thursday's good. And it has to be
Are
after
those the days
8.
you're murdering children?
It has to be after 8 Eastern.
Okay. You two can settle that on your own terms later. As like I said, I'm trying to run things down a bit, but as long as
Are you on Twitter?
Hold on, can you
No.
still host the stream?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you be like a neutral moderator?
I can.
I'll be on
we can talk.
moderator.
Actually, I think that'd be a great idea to have OSPAC as a neutral moderator. That'd be actually excellent.
Yep, and all these people that mute me can't.
Anyway, as I was saying,
It's so
I was actually
goddamn adorable.
hoping-
You think you have power.
You're so salty.
So let him wind it down for us, right?
Implying
There we
assault.
Okie doke. Basically, I was hoping to ask Random Tall Guy a few questions about Against Gamergate since mod there, and I actually want to know what the Histoconda subreddit was and stuff like that. So, what is can you describe Against Gamergate in a nutshell?
But he wasn't there for the long ancient history.
You can AGG. You can comment here and there. I have
Okay.
just that.
Who are you talking to me?
Oh yes.
Oh, sorry, I was eating lemonade.
Craig, you're only making this funnier.
So delicious. I can't help it. All right, so what's the AGG? AGG is just a debate sub. It's where people go to debate about Gamergate. And we try to moderate it strictly because, if not, everybody's just going to be yelling at each other all the damn time like they do in here.
Shit, that's so gay. You're fucking rule cucks, aren't you?
So I would say that AGG was created by Meowtastic Goes Meow in the very, very early days of Gamergate because Meowtastic was unable to find people to argue with her on the internet because KIA was literally as circle jerky as Ghazi was back in the olden times. And
well, it's Reddit. What do you expect? It's an entire massive
I'd
circle
argue
jerk.
that it's actually
Like,
gotten
every other
worse.
site on the internet hates Reddit. Well, I mean,
Sure.
I think
but it was an enforced circle jerk, and that they literally.
I don't know. I was.
Is this the same Meowstick who was a KA mod?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm familiar with that person.
And literally, KIA at the early days banned dissent, and they stopped doing that. They now just downvoted to oblivion.
Oh wow, Dan actually blocked me.
Really? Because I got a
not
post.
true. KA keeps banning dissent. Like if you say certain things, you will get banned.
Okay.
I just posted a thing on there right now that's criticizing Lizzie Finnegan. That's got plenty of votes
for knowing that it's true deep down inside.
Okay. Regardless, so and then Meow had the incident and stepped down from moderating against Gamergate and handed the reins over to some guy named Saint 2E, who I was a gator in the olden days, but then just kind of stopped doing everything. And then he realized that he wasn't doing shit and handed the reins over to a dude named Mud Bunny, who's apparently
The Saint left because he has real life stuff to deal with. Just the same reason that Bill Murray.
I'm pretty sure
left.
being fucked by Tyrone is a very important thing for a cuck to do.
Yes, it is, isn't it? But now he just had shit to do, and a lot of people that quit just have shit to do. When Collision left, Collision just had school, and everybody in the subs like, oh my god, they must be leaving because of some bullshit, and it's like, no, there's just we have real life stuff, and it takes a lot of time to moderate that damn subreddit. We get like thousands of comments on threads sometimes a day, and it's like you got to go through and deal with everybody yelling at each other and slinging shit at
Maybe
each other.
if you just took it easy for once, you would actually.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said be a
I think
good
I'm just
moderator, but it's
I'm gonna head out now.
yeah, it's actually kind of annoying.
Dan, have a good night.
John, he set up the stream. Man, no, I did.
If you can't handle banter, here's a pro tip: you get a rope.
Like I don't know, another stream
And you
maybe.
hang yourself. You see, even if you do that, I'll.
You're so
I guess now ain't the time to. John, can you set that up for me?
Sure, I can arrange that.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Have a good night, Dan.
Yeah.
So if new posters were going to come there and start a new thread, what would be the best course of action in doing so?
You just submit a thread, basically. As long as it's got questions for discussion, all that kind of stuff, we'll probably approve it as long as it's not something outright shitty. We have a pretty low bar, and we try to give people, even if you're doing something really stupid, we try to give you as much rope as you need to hang yourself.
Okay, let me give an extreme example, like just to go as far as possible with
Let me give an example. What happens if I have an actual complaint with the Reddit moderator?
That is what happens.
One of the best threads you could start that would really get a lot of comments would be saying, "Why are you guys against GamerGate?" Because that totally works.
That's funny.
So for the audience that's missing out, there's been a lot of muting in the background, which has been fucking hilarious.
Every time Ozfag attempts to speak, I have muted him. I'm gonna stop now, but it is great.
Okay, so for
It's
my
actually the most
extreme
artistic
example,
thing I've ever seen.
what if I argue that GamerGate is full of Nazis who want to take over the world and,
Well, you see,
They'd
that's a
probably
valid
let you. They'd probably let you have one thread of it.
Probably not. I'd probably just be like, I don't feel like going through this bullshit today.
Okay, let's be a little less absurd. What if someone's trying to make the argument that because Andrew Weave voiced support for GamerGate, that means all Gators are Nazis?
They'd absolutely accept that thread.
I would
Well, that's
personally
because
strike
they are.
that thread down.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I would personally strike that thread down.
Wait, if I wrote right now, as everyone knows, Weave has voiced support for GamerGate. GamerGate has an obligation to distance itself from its Nazi members unless a whole bunch of GamerGaters tweet right now saying we're not Nazis. GamerGate is effectively a Nazi instrument. You wouldn't accept that thread?
No. The whole Nazi thing, it's been over.
With 8 discussion
You
questions.
just tweet at Sargon of Akkad saying, "Why are you an ethics only cuck?" And then
Right.
all his fanboys get asked that.
With 8 discussion questions. You wouldn't accept that thread?
Oh, that would be
Probably
great.
not. Probably not.
Oh, okay, I'm posting it right now.
As long as they don't put child porn on it, I think that'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, we moderate really heavily over there.
No, you would totally accept this thread.
So something similar happened with the fuck's his name? The guy, the lead singer from fuck his name. Sorry, he wanted everybody to tweet out something pro-Israel, and he made it about himself rather than about what he was trying to say. David Draymond. He said, like, if you guys don't tweet this, then you're all anti-Semites.
That was funny.
That was fucking
Yeah,
hilarious,
wow.
you know. And then he blocks me, and I try to say, like, dude, as a fan and a Jew, like, I know what you're trying to say. I appreciate
Fucking
it.
filthy cunt. Go into the gas chambers.
Yeah, see? And I said I appreciate it, but no, let him say it. Come on.
The reason why I asked such a question is because I'm someone who values free speech. Like I have my principles of free speech extend like more so than other people to the point where they say that, oh, well, you're extremist or radical in your views or whatever, and I prefer that anyone be allowed to voice whatever opinion they may have, even if it is absurd. Because if someone does express an absurd opinion or something that may be like, problematic, just to borrow a phrase, or then that absurd opinion can be like, defeated in an argument. And if it can't be, then maybe it wasn't so absurd in the first place. So
No, they're gonna ban you. They're gonna ban you for hard language.
John, I hope you know I'm opening up my trap folder.
They're gonna ban you for hard language.
Hey, Osfag, does your belt say "got mittens" on it? And
He's so fucking salty.
well, it's okay to have, in my opinion, it's okay to have rules on a forum, but the rules should be consistent.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Steve.
That's the main concern when it comes to passing rules. And when I say consistent, they should be rules that aren't predicated based on opinion, because then you get into a lot of subjective things.
Well, they're not based on opinion. It's any attempt to use hard language at all immediately gets you fucking smacked down if you're opposed to GamerGate. If you're supportive of GamerGate, you get a couple of strikes before you get smacked.
See, you say that, and yet at the same time, if you look at the way we handled docile banal bovine, he gets the same kind of treatment Dashing Snow does.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he gets the same kind of treatment that all the pro Gamergaters get, but others of us don't. Got it. That's okay.
It depends on who you are. If you're someone who I expect more out of, then yeah, actually.
So am I someone you expect more out of, or someone you expect less out of?
I expect more out of you, actually.
Right. So I constantly fail to meet your expectations, right?
Not constantly.
Okay. So is the problem your expectations or my behavior?
I'm gonna go with your behavior. Yeah.
Right. So given that my behavior is so terrible, why do you have such high expectations?
Because you're not.
What was that? I'm sorry, we can't hear you from down there. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I had to.
That's good. I needed to take a bite of my lemonade.
It is delicious stuff, is it not?
But look, I'm glad you finally admit that the standards are double-edged.
Dude, the standards are always going to be double-edged. We have like 13 moderators, and they all moderate according to their own ideologies and whims. It just happens.
Right, I get
You
it.
say they're a council of 13?
Which with the pro-Jewish moderators.
That actually sounds interesting in its own right. All right, and one last. Well, I'm just going to ask one final question, and then I'm going to close things down because it's been a really long night and surprisingly some good discussion, especially towards the end.
Honestly, the stream is starting to degenerate very quickly. So
We are actually at peak viewers at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're cutting it off at peak viewers. You could probably solve the OSFAG problem, and then we could move on.
No, it's the OSFAG problem.
No,
Would you say we need a final
solution
solution
for
for
you
that?
guys.
No,
I am the final solution. John brings me on when everyone needs to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What was that? No, freaking helicopter.
No, you heard me. Enter the gas chambers.
You fucking earned that, Max.
Could we try begging OSFAG to stop? Might he stop if we ask nicely?
No.
Why? What do you think I would actually do?
Could
I mean,
I ask?
That
Keep the pictures going.
No, stop. Please.
Stop what?
No, I'm asking nicely. Please.
Stop what? What am I doing?
Well, the reason why I would want to close things out with peak viewers is to end on a high note. So, last question for Random Poll Guy is: do you have plans to move to to set up a subreddit? It's called a subverse.
Oh, on Vote? No.
Yeah. Okay, just asking.
No, I have a lot of respect for that one subreddit because it's the one place where people are actually trying to talk about this shit rather than just bash each other over the head in their own little echo chambers, and I like that. I have a lot of respect for free speech, and that same vein, I get called an extremist, and at the same time, I got no problem muting OSFAG over and over.
Did you know the Prophet Muhammad was a rampant homosexual?
So, OSFAG, I just want to let you know it was entirely the Jews doing this to you. They're doing my bidding right now.
Yes.
Oh,
I didn't even have to say anything.
And I hope you all enjoyed it.
No, wait, no,
Wait.
John,
What?
no.
Sorry.
Hold up. Before you kill it, I have one last thing to say to Helicopter, just in general. Helicopter, did you notice that at the last half of the stream, after LT Sergeant Barrick left, like we actually had a better discussion?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Yes.
Did you know that the Prophet Muhammad used secret
Wait,
Have a
what
good
was
night.
Prophet Muhammad?